The Anatomy of Human Destructiveness. ERICH FROMM. Preface. This study is the first volume of a comprehensive work on psychoanalytic theory. I started with the study of aggression and destructiveness because, aside from being one of the fundamental theoretical problems in psychoanalysis, the wave of destructiveness engulfing the world makes it also one of the most practically relevant ones. When I started this book over 6 years ago, I greatly underestimated the difficulties I would encounter. It soon became apparent that I could not write adequately about human destructiveness if I remained within the limits of my main field of competence, that of psychoanalysis. While this investigation is primarily meant to be a psychoanalytic one, I also needed a modicum of knowledge in other fields, particularly neurophysiology, animal psychology, paleontology, and anthropology, in order to avoid working in too narrow and, hence, a distorting frame of reference. At least I had to be able to check my conclusions with the main data from other fields to make certain that my hypotheses did not contradict them and to determine whether, as was my hope, they confirmed my hypothesis. Since no work existed that reports and integrates the findings on aggression in all these fields, or even summarizes them in any one specific field, I had to make such an attempt myself. This attempt, I thought, would also serve my readers by offering them the possibility of sharing with me a global view of the problem of destructiveness rather than a view taken from the standpoint of a single discipline. There are, it is clear, many pitfalls in such an attempt. Obviously, I could not acquire competence in all these fields, least of all, the one in which I started out with little knowledge, the neurosciences. I was able to gain a modicum of knowledge in this field not only by studying it myself but also through the kindness of neuroscientists, a number of whom gave me guidance and answered my many questions and some of whom read the relevant part of the manuscript. Although specialists will realize that I have nothing new to offer them in their particular fields, they may also welcome the opportunity of a better acquaintance with data from other areas on a subject of such central importance. An insoluble problem is that of repetitions and overlapping from my previous work. I have been working on the problems of man for more than 30 years and, in the process, focusing on new areas while deepening and widening my insights in older ones. I cannot possibly write about human destructiveness without presenting ideas that I have previously expressed, but that remain necessary for the understanding of the new concepts with which this book deals. I have tried to hold down repetition as much as possible, referring to the more extensive discussion in previous publications, but repetitions were nevertheless unavoidable. A special problem in this respect is the heart of man, which contains some of my new findings on necrophilia-biophilia in a nuclear form. My presentation of these findings is greatly expanded in the present book, both theoretically and with regard to clinical illustration. J did not discuss certain differences between the views expressed here and in previous writings, since such a discussion would have taken a great deal of space and is not of sufficient interest for most readers. There remains only the pleasant task of expressing my thanks to those who helped me in the writing of this book. Terminology. The equivocal use of the word aggression has created great confusion in the rich literature on this topic. The term has been applied to the behavior of a man defending his life against attack, to a robber killing his victim in order to obtain money, to a sadist torturing a prisoner. The confusion goes even further. The term has been used for the sexual approach of the male to the female, to the forward driving impulses of a mountain climber or a salesman, and to the peasant plowing the earth. This confusion is perhaps due to the influence of behaviorist thinking in psychology and psychiatry. If one calls aggression all noxious acts, that is, those that have the effect of damaging or destroying a non-living thing, a plant, an animal, or a man, then, of course, the quality of the impulse behind the noxious act is entirely irrelevant. If acts that are meant to destroy, acts that are meant to protect, and acts that are meant to construct are all denoted by one and the same word, then indeed there is no hope of understanding their cause, they have no common cause because they are entirely different phenomena, and one is in a theoretically hopeless position if one tries to find the cause of aggression. Let us take Lorentz as an example. His concept of aggression is originally that of a biologically adaptive, evolutionarily developed impulse that serves the survival of the individual and the species. It should be noted, though, that Freud was not unaware of the distinctions of aggression. Furthermore, in Freud's case the underlying motive is hardly a behavioristic one, more likely he just followed the customary usage. He applied aggression also to bloodlust and cruelty. The conclusion is that these irrational passions are also innate, and since wars are understood as being caused by pleasure in killing, the further conclusion is that wars are caused by an innate destructive trend in human nature. The word aggression serves conveniently as a bridge to connect biologically adaptive aggression, which is not evil, with human destructiveness, which indeed is evil. The core of this kind of reasoning is, ergo, biologically adaptive aggression, destructiveness and cruelty. Destructiveness and cruelty. Innate aggression. In this book I have used the term aggression for defensive, reactive aggression that I have subsumed under benign aggression, but call destructiveness and cruelty the specifically human propensity to destroy and to crave for absolute control, malignant aggression. Whenever I have used aggression because it seemed useful in a certain context other than in the sense of defensive aggression, I have qualified it, to avoid misunderstanding. Another semantic problem is offered by the use of man as a word to denote mankind, or humankind. The usage of the word man for both man and woman is not surprising in a language that has developed in patriarchal society, but I believe it would be somewhat pedantic to avoid the word in order to make the point that the author does not use it in the spirit of patriarchalism. In effect, the contents of the book should make that clear beyond any doubt. I have also, in general, used the word he when I referred to human beings, because to say he or she each time would be awkward. I believe words are very important, but also that one should not make a fetish of them and become more interested in the words than in the thought they express. In the interest of careful documentation, quotations within this book are accompanied by citations of author and year of publication. This is to enable the reader to find the fuller reference in the bibliography. The dates are not, therefore, always related to the time of writing, as in the citation Spinoza. As the generations pass they grow worse. A time will come when they have grown so wicked that they will worship power, might will be right to them and reverence for the good will cease to be. At last, when no man is angry any more at wrongdoing or feels shame in the presence of the miserable, Zeus will destroy them too. And yet even then something might be done, if only the common people would rise and put down rulers that oppress them. Greek myth on the Iron Age. When I look at history, I am a pessimist, but when I look at prehistory, I am an optimist. J.C. Smalls. On the one hand, man is akin to many species of animals and they fights his own species. But on the other hand, he is, among the thousands of species that fight, the only one in which fighting is disruptive. Man is the only species that is a mass murderer, the only misfit in his own society. N. Tinbergen. Introduction. Instincts and human passions. The increase in violence and destructiveness on a national and world scale has turned the attention of professionals and the general public alike to the theoretical inquiry into the nature and causes of aggression. Such a concern is not surprising. What is surprising is the fact that this preoccupation is so recent, especially since an investigator of the towering stature of Freud, revising his earlier theory centered around the sexual drive, had already in the 1920s formulated a new theory in which the passion to destroy, death instinct, was considered equal in strength to the passion to love, life instinct, sexuality. The public, however, continued to think of Freudianism chiefly in terms of presenting the libido as man's central passion, checked only by the instinct for self-preservation. This situation changed only in the middle of the 60s. One probable reason for this change was the fact that the level of violence and the fear of war had passed a certain threshold throughout the world. But a contributing factor was the publication of several books dealing with human aggression, particularly on aggression by Konrad Lorenz, 1966. Lorenz, a prominent scholar in the field of animal behavior, and particularly Lorenz gave the name ethology to the study of animal behavior, which is peculiar terminology since ethology means literally the science of behavior, from the Greek ethos conduct, norm. To denote the study of animal behavior, Lorenz should have called it animal ethology. Although rejected by most psychologists and neuroscientists, On Aggression became a bestseller and made a deep impression on the minds of a vast sector of the educated community, many of whom accepted Lorenz's view as the final answer to the problem. The popular success of Lorenz's ideas was greatly enhanced by the earlier work of an author of a very different type, Robert Ardrey, African Genesis, 1961, and The Territorial Imperative, 1967. Not a scientist but a gifted playwright, Ardrey wove together many data about man's beginnings into an eloquent though very biased brief that was to prove man's innate aggressiveness. These books were followed by those of other students of animal behavior, such as The Naked Ape, 1967, by Desmond Morris, and On Love and Hate, 1972, by Lorenz's disciple, i.e. Bluet Besfelt. All these works contain basically the same thesis: man's aggressive behavior as manifested in war, crime, personal quarrels, and all kinds of destructive and sadistic behavior is due to a phylogenetically programmed, innate instinct which seeks for discharge and waits for the proper occasion to be expressed. Perhaps Lorenz's neo-instinctivism was so successful not because his arguments are so strong, but because people are so susceptible to them. What could be more welcome to people who are frightened and feel impotent to change the course leading to destruction than a theory that assures us that violence stems from our animal nature, from an ungovernable drive for aggression, and that the best we can do, as Lorenz asserts, is to understand the law of evolution that accounts for the power of this drive. This theory of an innate aggressiveness easily becomes an ideology that helps to soothe the fear of what is to happen and to rationalize the sense of impotence. There are other reasons to prefer this simplistic answer of an instinctivist theory to the serious study of the causes of destructiveness. The latter calls for the questioning of the basic premises of current ideology. We are led to analyze the irrationality of our social system and to violate taboos hiding behind dignified words, such as defense. Choose to qualify ethology implies, of course, his idea that human behavior is to be subsumed under animal behavior. It is an interesting fact that John Stuart Mill, long before Lorenz, had coined the term ethology as denoting the science of character. If I wanted to put the main point of this book in a nutshell, I would say that it deals with ethology in Mill's and not in Lorenz's sense. Nothing short of an analysis in depth of our social system can disclose the reasons for the increase in destructiveness, or suggest ways and means of reducing it. The instinctivistic theory offers to relieve us of the hard task of making such an analysis. It implies that, even if we all must perish, we can at least do so with the conviction that our nature forced this fate upon us, and that we understand why everything had to happen as it did. Given the present alignment in psychological thought, criticism of Lorenz's theory of human aggression is expected to fit into the other and dominant theory in psychology, that of behaviorism. In contrast to instinctivism, behaviorist theory does not interest itself in the subjective forces which drive man to behave in a certain way. It is not concerned with what feels, but only in the way he behaves and in the social conditioning that shapes his behavior. It was only in the 20s that the focus in psychology shifted radically from feeling to behavior, with emotions and passions thereafter removed from many psychologists' field of vision as irrelevant data, at least from a scientific standpoint. The subject matter of the dominant school in psychology became behavior, not the behaving man. The science of the psyche was transformed into the science of the engineering of animal and human conduct. This development has reached its peak in Skinner's neo-behaviorism, which is today the most widely accepted psychological theory in the universities of the United States. The reason for this transformation of psychology is easy to find. The student of man is, more than any other scientist, influenced by the atmosphere of his society. This is so because not only are his ways of thinking, his interests, the questions he raises, all partly socially determined as in the natural sciences, but in his case the subject matter itself, man, is thus determined. Whenever a psychologist speaks of man, his model is that of the men around him and most of all himself. In contemporary industrial society, men are cerebrally oriented, feel little, and consider emotions a useless ballast, those of the psychologists as well as those of their subjects. The behavioristic theory seems to fit them well. The present alternative between instinctivism and behaviorism is not favorable to theoretical progress. Both positions are mono-explanatory, depending on dogmatic preconceptions, and investigators are required to fit data in one or the other explanation. But are we really confronted with the alternative of accepting either the instinctivist or the behaviorist theory? Are we forced to choose between Lawrence and Skinner? Are there no other options? This book affirms that there is another option, and examines the question of what it is. We must distinguish in man two entirely different kinds of aggression. The first, which he shares with all animals, is a phylogenetically programmed impulse to attack, or to flee, when vital interests are threatened. This defensive, benign aggression is in the service of the survival of the individual and the species, is biologically adaptive, and ceases when the threat has ceased to exist. The other type, malignant aggression, i.e., destructiveness and cruelty, is specific to the human species and virtually absent in most mammals. It is not phylogenetically programmed and not biologically adaptive. It has no purpose, and its satisfaction is lustful. Most previous discussion of the subject has been vitiated by the failure to distinguish between these two kinds of aggression, each of which has different sources and different qualities. Defensive aggression is, indeed, part of human nature, even though not an innate instinct, as it used to be classified. Insofar as Lawrence speaks of aggression as defense, he is right in his assumptions about the aggressive instinct, even though the theory regarding its spontaneity and self-renewing quality remains unproven. But Lawrence goes further. By a number of ingenious constructions he considers all human aggression, including the passion to kill and to torture, as being an outcome of biologically given aggression, transformed from a beneficial to a destructive force because of a number of factors. However, so many empirical data speak against this hypothesis as to make it virtually untenable. The study of animals shows that mammals, and especially the primates, although possessing a good deal of defensive aggression, are not killers and torturers. Paleontology, anthropology, and history offer ample evidence against the instinctivistic thesis. 1. Human groups differ so fundamentally in the respective degree of destructiveness that the facts could hardly be explained by the assumption that destructiveness and cruelty are innate. 2. Various degrees of destructiveness can be correlated to other psychical factors and to differences in respective social structures. And 3. The degree of destructiveness increases with the increased development of civilization, rather than the opposite. Indeed, the picture of innate destructiveness fits history much better than prehistory. If man were endowed only with the biologically adaptive aggression that he shares with his animal ancestors, he would be a relatively peaceful being. If chimpanzees had psychologists, the latter would hardly consider aggression a disturbing problem about which they should write books. However, man differs from the animal by the fact that he is a killer. Recently Lawrence has qualified the concept of innate by acknowledging the simultaneous presence of the factor of learning. K. Lawrence, 1965. He is the only primate that kills and tortures members of his own species without any reason, either biological or economic, and who feels satisfaction in doing so. It is this biologically non-adaptive and non-phylogenetically programmed, malignant aggression that constitutes the real problem and the danger to man's existence as a species, and it is the main aim of this book to analyze the nature and the conditions of this destructive aggression. The distinction between benign defensive and malignant destructive aggression calls for a further and more fundamental distinction, that between instinct and character, or more precisely, between drives rooted in man's physiological needs, organic drives, and those specifically human passions rooted in his character, character-rooted, or human passions. With regard to the human passions whose function it is to satisfy the existential needs, individuals differ among themselves. But whatever these needs may be, they must be satisfied if man is to function sanely, just as his organic drives need to be satisfied if he is to stay alive. To give an example, man can be driven by love or by the passion to destroy. In each case he satisfies one of his existential needs, the need to effect, or to move something, to make a dent. Whether man's dominant passion is love or whether it is destructiveness depends largely on social circumstances. These circumstances, however, operate in reference to man's biologically given existential situation and the needs springing from it, and not to an infinitely malleable, undifferentiated psyche, as environmentalist theory assumes. When we want to know, however, what the conditions of human existence are, we are led to further questions. What is man's nature? What is it by virtue of which he is man? Needless to say, the present climate in the social sciences is not very hospitable to the discussion of such problems. They are generally considered the subject matter of philosophy and religion. In terms of positivistic thinking, they are treated as purely subjective speculations without any claim to objective validity. Since it would be inopportune to anticipate at this point the complex argument on the data offered later, I shall content myself now with one remark. The point of view from which these problems will be treated here is a socio-biological one. The basic premise is that since the species Homo sapiens can be defined in anatomical, neurological, and physiological terms, we should also be able to define him in psychical terms as a being whose psychic needs correspond to his particular psychophysical constitution. That all instincts spring from this constitution. The term instinct is used here provisionally, although it is somewhat dated. Later on I shall use the term organic drives. What I am trying to show is that his non-instinctual character-rooted passions, too, are the outcome of his biological constitution. This theoretical basis opens up the possibility for a detailed discussion of the various forms of character-rooted, malignant aggression, especially of sadism, the passion for unrestricted power over another sentient being, and of necrophilia, the passion to destroy life and the attraction to all that is dead, decaying, and purely mechanical. The understanding of these character structures will, I hope, be facilitated by the analysis of the character of a number of well-known sadists and destroyers of the recent past: Stalin, Himmler, Hitler. Having traced the steps this study will follow, it may be useful to indicate, if only briefly, some of the general premises and conclusions the reader will find in the following chapters. 1. We will not be concerned with behavior separated from the behaving man. We shall deal with the human drives, regardless of whether or not they are expressed in immediately observable behavior. This means, with regard to the phenomenon of aggression, we will study the origin and intensity of aggressive impulses and not aggressive behavior independent from its motivation. 2. These impulses can be conscious, but more often they are unconscious. 3. They are, most of the time, integrated in a relatively stable character structure. 4. In a more general formulation, this study is based on the theory of psychoanalysis. From this follows that the method we will use is the psychoanalytic method of discovering the unconscious inner reality through interpretation of the observable and often seemingly insignificant data. The term psychoanalysis, however, is not used in reference to the classic theory, but to a certain revision of it. Key aspects of this revision will be discussed later. At this point I should like to say only that it is not a psychoanalysis based on the libido theory, thereby avoiding the instinctivistic concepts that are generally assumed to be the very essence of Freud's theory. This identification of Freudian theory with instinctivism, however, is very much open to doubt. Freud was actually the first modern psychologist who, in contrast to the dominant trend, investigated the realm of human passions: love, hate, ambition, greed, jealousy, envy, passions which had previously been dealt with only by dramatists and novelists became, through Freud, the subject matter of scientific exploration. This may explain why his work found a much warmer. Most older psychologies, such as that in the Buddhist writings, the Greeks, and the medieval and modern psychology up to Spinoza, dealt with the human passions as their main subject matter by a method combining careful observation, although without experimentation, and critical thinking. There is more understanding reception among artists than among psychiatrists and psychologists, at least up to the time when his method became the instrument to satisfy an increasing demand for psychotherapy. Here, the artists felt, was the first scientist who dealt with their own subject matter, man's soul, in its most secret and subtle manifestations. Surrealism showed this impact of Freud on artistic thinking most dearly. In contrast to older art forms, it dismissed reality as irrelevant, and was not concerned with behavior. All that mattered was the subjective experience. It was only logical that Freud's interpretation of dreams should become one of the most important influences for its development. Freud could not but conceive his new findings in the concepts and terminology of his own time. Never having freed himself from the materialism of his teachers, he had, as it were, to find a way to disguise human passions, presenting them as outcomes of an instinct. He did this brilliantly by a theoretical tour de force. He enlarged the concept of sexuality, libido, to such an extent that all human passions, aside from self-preservation, could be understood as the outcome of one instinct. Love, hate, greed, vanity, ambition, avarice, jealousy, cruelty, tenderness, all were forced into the straitjacket of this scheme and dealt with theoretically as sublimations of, or reaction formations against the various manifestations of narcissistic, oral, anal, and genital libido. In the second period of his work, however, Freud tried to break out of this scheme by presenting a new theory, which was a decisive step forward in the understanding of destructiveness. He recognized that life is not ruled by two egoistic drives, one for food, the other for sex, but by two passions, love and destruction, that do not serve physiological survival in the same sense that hunger and sexuality do. Still bound by his theoretical premises, however, he called them life instinct and death instinct, and thereby gave human destructiveness its dignity as one of two fundamental passions in man. This study frees such passions as the strivings to love, to be free, as well as the drive to destroy, to torture, to control, and to submit, from their forced marriage to instincts. Instincts are a purely natural category, while the character-rooted passions are a socio-biological, historical category. Although not directly serving physical survival, they are as strong, and often even stronger, than instincts. They form the basis for man's interest in life, his enthusiasm, his excitement. They are the stuff from which not only his dreams are made but art, religion, myth, drama, all that makes life worth living. Man cannot live as nothing but an object, as dice thrown out of a cup. He suffers severely when he is on the question of the extent some of them are built into the brain, discussed in Chapter 10. When he cannot get satisfaction on a higher level, he creates for himself the drama of destruction, The contemporary climate of thought encourages the axiom that a motive can be intense only when it serves an organic need i.e., that only instincts have intense motivating power. If one discards this mechanistic, reductionist viewpoint and starts from a holistic premise, one begins to realize that man's drives must be seen in terms of their function for the life process of the whole organism. Their intensity is not due to specific physiological needs, but to the need of the whole organism to survive, to grow both physically and mentally. These passions do not become powerful only after the more elementary ones have been satisfied. They are at the very root of human existence, and not a kind of luxury which we can afford after the normal, lower needs have been satisfied. People have committed suicide because of their failure to realize their passions for love, power, fame, revenge. Cases of suicide because of a lack of sexual satisfaction are virtually non-existent. These non-instinctual passions excite man, fire him on, make life worth living, as von Holbach, the philosopher of the French Enlightenment once said, "A man without passions or desires would cease to be a man." They are so intense precisely because man would not be man without them. The human passions transform man from a mere thing into a hero, into a being that in spite of tremendous handicaps tries to make sense of life. He wants to be his own creator, to transform his state of being unfinished into one with some goal and some purpose, allowing him to. This statement by Holbach is of course to be understood in the context of the philosophical thinking of his time. Buddhist or Spinozist philosophy have an entirely different concept of passions. From their standpoint, Holbach's description would be empirically true for the majority of people, but Holbach's position is exactly the opposite of what they consider to be the goal of human development. In order to appreciate the difference, I refer to the distinction between irrational passions, such as ambition and greed, and rational passions, such as love and care for all sentient beings, which will be discussed later on. What is relevant in the text, however, is not this difference, but the idea that life concerned mainly with its own maintenance is inhuman. When I speak in the text of passions, I refer to all energy-charged impulses as distinct from those which have their origin in the need for the physiological maintenance of the body. Love and no greed are, I believe, the highest form of manifestation of human energy. Man's passions are not banal psychological complexes that can be adequately explained as caused by childhood traumata. They can be understood only if one goes beyond the realm of reductionist psychology and recognizes them for what they are, man's attempt to make sense out of life and to experience the optimum of intensity and strength he can, or believes he can, achieve under the given circumstances. They are his religion, his cult, his ritual, which he has to hide, even from himself, in so far as they are disapproved of by his group. To be sure, by bribery and blackmail, i.e., by skillful conditioning, he can be persuaded to relinquish his religion and to be converted to the general cult of the no-self, the automaton. But this psychic cure deprives him of the best he has, of being a man and not a thing. The truth is that all human passions, both the good and the evil, can be understood only as a person's attempt to make sense of his life. Change is possible only if he is able to convert himself to a new way of making sense of life by mobilizing his life-furthering passions and thus experiencing a superior sense of vitality and integration to the one he had before. Unless this happens, he can be domesticated, but he cannot be cured. But even though the life-furthering passions are conducive to a greater sense of strength, joy, integration, and vitality than destructiveness and cruelty, the latter are as much an answer to the problem of human existence as the former. Even the most sadistic and destructive man is human as the saint. He can be called a warped and sick man who has failed to achieve a better answer to the challenge of having been born human, and this is true. He can also be called a man who took the wrong way in search of his salvation. These considerations by no means imply, however, that destructiveness and cruelty are not vicious. they only imply that vice is human. They are indeed destructive of life, of body, and spirit, destructive not only of the victim but of the destroyer himself. They constitute a paradox. They express life turning against itself in the striving to make sense of it. They are the only true perversion. Understanding them does not mean condoning them. But unless we understand them, we have no way to recognize how they may be reduced, and what factors tend to increase them. Such understanding is of particular importance today, when salvation comes from the Latin root sal, salt, in Spanish salud, health. The meaning stems from the fact that sal protects meal from decomposition. Salvation is the protection of man from decomposition, to protect his health and well-being. In this sense each man needs salvation, in a non-theological sense. Sensitivity toward destructiveness cruelty is rapidly diminishing, and necrophilia, the attraction to what is dead, decaying, lifeless, and purely mechanical, is increasing throughout our cybernetic industrial society. The spirit of necrophilia was expressed first in literary form by F.T. Marinetti in his Futurist Manifesto of 1909. The same tendency can be seen in much of the art and literature of the last decades that exhibits a particular fascination with all that is decayed, unalive, destructive, and mechanical. The phalangist motto, "Long live death," threatens to become the secret principle of a society in which the conquest of nature by the machine constitutes the very meaning of progress, and where the living person becomes an appendix to the machine. This study tries to clarify the nature of this necrophilous passion and the social conditions that tend to foster it. The conclusion will be that help in any broad sense can come only through radical changes in our social and political structure that would reinstate man to his supreme role in society. The call for law and order, rather than for life and structure, and for stricter punishment of criminals, as well as the obsession with violence and destruction among some revolutionaries, are only further instances of the powerful attraction of necrophilia in the contemporary world. We need to create the conditions that would make the growth of man, this unfinished and uncompleted being, unique in nature, the supreme goal of all social arrangements. Genuine freedom and independence and the end of all forms of exploitative control are the conditions for mobilizing the love of life, which is the only force that can defeat the love for the dead. Part 1. Instinctivism, Behaviorism, and Psychoanalysis. Chapter 1. The Instinctivists. The older instinctivists. I will forego presenting here a history of instinct theory as the reader can find it in many textbooks. This history began far back in philosophical thought, but as far as modern thought is concerned, it dates from the work of Charles Darwin. All post-Darwinian research on instincts has been based on Darwin's theory of evolution. William James, 1890, William McDougall, 1913-1932, and others have drawn up long lists in which each individual instinct was supposed to motivate corresponding kinds of behavior, such as James's instincts of imitation, rivalry, pugnacity, sympathy, hunting, fear, acquisitiveness, kleptomania, constructiveness, play, curiosity, sociability, secretiveness, cleanliness, modesty, love, and jealousy, a strange mixture of universal human qualities and specific socially conditioned character traits. U. J. McDermott, 1967. Although these lists of instincts appear today somewhat naive, the work of these instinctivists is highly sophisticated, rich in theoretical constructions, and still impressive by its level of theoretical thought. It is by no means dated. Thus, for instance, James was quite aware that there might be an element of learning even in the first performance of an instinct, and McDougall was not unaware of the molding influence of different experiences and cultural backgrounds. The instinctivism of the latter forms a bridge to Freud's theory. As Fletcher has emphasized, McDougall did not identify instinct. I recommend especially R. Fletcher, 1968, for its penetrating history of the instinct theory. For him the core of an instinct was a propensity, a craving, and this affective conative core of each instinct seems capable of functioning in relative independence of both the cognitive and the motor part of the total instinctive disposition. W. McDougall, 1932, before discussing the two best-known modern representatives of the instinctivistic theory, the neo-instinctivists Sigmund Freud and Konrad Lorenz, let us look at a feature common to both them and the older instinctivists, the conception of the instinctivistic model in mechanistic hydraulic terms. McDougall envisaged energy held back by sluice gates and bubbling over, W. McDougall, 1913, under certain conditions. Later he used an analogy in which each instinct was pictured as a chamber in which gas is constantly liberated. W. McDougall, 1923, Freud, in his concept of the libido theory, also followed a hydraulic scheme. The libido increases tension, rises unpleasure increases, the sexual act decreases tension and unpleasure until the tension begins to rise again. Similarly, Lorenz thought of reaction-specific energy like a gas constantly being pumped into a container or as a liquid in a reservoir that can discharge through a spring-loaded valve at the bottom. K. Lorenz, 1950. R. A. Hind has pointed out that in spite of various differences, these and other instinct models share the idea of a substance capable of energizing behaviors, held back in a container and subsequently released in action. R. A. Hind, 1960. The neo-instinctivists, Sigmund Freud and Konrad Lorenz. Freud's concept of aggression. The great step forward made by Freud beyond the older instinctivists, and particularly McDougall, was that he unified all instincts under two categories: the sexual instincts and the instinct for self-preservation. Thus Freud's theory can be considered the last step in the development of the history of the instinct theory. As I shall show later, this very unification of the instincts under one, with the exception of the ego instinct, was also the first step in overcoming the whole instinctivistic concept, even though Freud was not aware of this. In the following I shall deal only with Freud's concept of aggression, since his libido. Freud had paid relatively little attention to the phenomenon of aggression as long as he considered sexuality, libido, and self-preservation the two forces dominating man. From the 1920s on, this picture changed completely. In The Ego and the ID, 1923, and in his later writings, he postulated a new dichotomy, that of life instinct, eros, and death instincts. Freud described the new theoretical phase in the following terms. Starting from speculations on the beginning of life and from biological parallels, I drew the conclusion that, besides the instinct to preserve living substance, there must exist another, contrary instinct seeking to dissolve those units and to bring them back to their primeval, inorganic state. That is to say, as well as eros, there was an instinct of death. Freud, 1930. The death instinct is directed against the organism itself and thus is a self-destructive drive, or it is directed outward, and in this case tends to destroy others rather than oneself. When blended with sexuality, the death instinct is transformed into more harmless impulses expressed in sadism or masochism. Even though Freud suggested at various times that the power of the death instinct can be reduced, as Freud, 1927, the basic assumption remained: man was under the sway of an impulse to destroy either himself or others, and he could do little to escape this tragic alternative. It follows that, from the position of the death instinct, aggression was not essentially a reaction to stimuli but a constantly flowing impulse rooted in the constitution of the human organism. The majority of psychoanalysts, while following Freud in every other way, refused to accept the theory of the death instinct. Perhaps this was because this theory transcended the old mechanistic frame of reference and required biological thinking that was unacceptable to most, for whom biological was identical with the physiology of the instincts. Nevertheless, they did not altogether reject Freud's new position. They made a compromise by acknowledging a destructive instinct as the other pole of the sexual instinct, and thus they could accept Freud's new emphasis on aggression without submitting to an entirely new kind of thinking. Freud had taken an important step forward, passing from a purely physiological mechanistic to a biological approach that considers the organism as a whole and analyzes the biological sources of love and hate. His theory, however, suffers from severe defects. It is based on rather abstract speculations and offers hardly any convincing empirical evidence. Furthermore, while Freud brilliantly tried to interpret human impulses in terms of the new theory, his hypothesis is inconsistent with animal behavior. For him, the death instinct is a biological force in all living organisms. This should mean that animals, too, express their death instinct either against themselves or against others. Hence one should find more illness or early death in less outwardly aggressive animals, and vice versa, but, of course, there are no data supporting this idea. That aggression and destructiveness are not biologically given and spontaneously flowing impulses will be demonstrated in the next chapter. At this point I only want to add that Freud has greatly obscured the analysis of the phenomenon of aggression by following the custom of using the term for the most different kinds of aggression, thus facilitating his attempt to explain them all by one instinct. Since he was certainly not behavioristically inclined, we may assume that the reason was his general tendency to arrive at a dualistic concept in which two basic forces are opposed to each other. This dichotomy was at first that between self-preservation and libido, and later that between life and death instincts. For the elegance of these concepts, Freud had to pay the price of subsuming every passion under one of the two poles, and hence of putting together trends which in reality do not belong together. Lorenz's theory of aggression. While Freud's theory of aggression was and still is very influential, it was complex and difficult and has never been popular in the sense that it was read by and impressed a popular audience. On the contrary, Konrad Lorenz's On Aggression, K. Lorenz, 1966, became within a short time of its publication one of the most widely read books in the field of social psychology. The reasons for this popularity are not difficult to discern. First of all, On Aggression is an immensely readable book, much like Lorenz's earlier, charming King Solomon's Ring, 1952, and quite different in this respect from Freud's heavy treatises on the death instinct or, for that matter, Lorenz's own papers and books written for the specialist. Furthermore, as was pointed out earlier in the introduction, it appeals to the thinking of many people today who prefer to believe that our drift toward violence and nuclear war is due to biological factors beyond our control, rather than to open their eyes and see that it is due to social, political, and economic circumstances of our own making. For Lorenz, as for Freud, human aggressiveness is an instinct fed by an ever-flowing fountain of energy, and not necessarily the result of a reaction to outer stimuli. Lorenz holds that energy specific for an instinctive act accumulates continuously in the neural centers related to that behavior pattern, and if enough energy has been accumulated, an explosion is likely to occur even without the presence of a stimulus. However, the animal and man usually find stimuli which release the dammed up energy of the drive. They do not have to wait passively until the proper stimulus appears. They search for, and even produce stimuli. Following W. Craig, Lorenz called this behavior appetitive behavior. Man, he says, creates political parties in order to find stimuli for the release of dammed up energy, rather than political parties being the cause of aggression. But in cases where no outside stimulus can be found or produced, the energy of the dammed up aggressive drive is so great that it will explode, as it were, and be acted out in vacuo, i.e., without demonstrable external stimulation. The vacuum activity performed without an object exhibits truly photographic similarity to normal performance of the motor actions involved. This demonstrates that the motor coordination patterns of the instinctive behavior pattern are hereditarily determined down to the finest detail. K. Lawrence, 1931-42. For Lawrence, then, aggression is primarily not a reaction to outside stimuli, but a built-in inner excitation that seeks for release and will find expression regardless of how adequate the outer stimulus is. It is the spontaneity of the instinct that makes it so dangerous. K. Lawrence, 1966. Lawrence's model of aggression, like Freud's model of the libido, has been rightly called a hydraulic model, in analogy to the pressure exercised by dammed up water or steam in a closed container. This hydraulic concept of aggression is, as it were, one pillar on which Lawrence's theory rests. It refers to the mechanism through which aggression is produced. The other pillar is the idea that aggression is in the service of life, that it serves the survival of the individual and of the species. Broadly speaking, Lawrence assumes that intraspecific aggression, aggression among members of the same species, has the function of furthering the survival of the species. Lawrence proposes that aggression fulfills this function by the spacing out of individuals of one species over the available habitat, by selection of the better man, relevant in conjunction with the defense of the female, and by establishing a social rank order. K. Lawrence, 1964. Aggression can have this preservative function all the more effectively because in the process of evolution deadly aggression has been transformed into behavior consisting of symbolic and ritual threats which fulfill the same function without harming the species. But, Lawrence argues, the instinct that served the animal's survival has become grotesquely exaggerated, and has gone wild in man. Aggression has been transformed into a threat rather than a help to survival. It seems as if Lawrence himself had not been satisfied with these explanations of human aggression and felt a need to add another that leads, however, outside the field of ethology. He writes, above all, it is more than probable that the destructive intensity of the aggressive drive, still a hereditary evil of mankind, is the consequence of a process of intraspecific selection which worked on our forefathers for roughly 40,000 years, that is, throughout the early Stone Age. Lawrence probably means the late Stone Age. When man had reached the stage of having weapons, clothing, and social organization, so overcoming the dangers of starving, freezing, and being eaten by wild animals, and these dangers ceased to be the essential factors influencing selection, an evil intraspecific selection must have set in. The factor influencing selection was now the wars waged between hostile neighboring tribes. These must have evolved in an extreme form of all those so-called warrior virtues which unfortunately many people still regard as desirable ideals. K. Lawrence, 1966. This picture of the constant war among the savage hunters-foot-gatherers since the full emergence of modern man around 40,000 or 50,000 BC is a widely accepted cliché adopted by Lawrence without reference to the investigations which tend to show that there is no evidence for it. Lawrence's assumption of 40,000 years of organized warfare is nothing but the old Hobbesian cliché of war as the natural state of man, presented as an argument to prove the innateness of human aggressiveness. The logic of Lawrence's assumption is that man is aggressive because he was aggressive, and he was aggressive because he is aggressive. Even if Lawrence were right in his thesis of continuous warfare in the late Paleolithic, his genetic reasoning is open to question. If a certain trait is to have a selective advantage, this must be based on the increased production of fertile offspring of the carriers of the trait. But in view of the likelihood of a higher loss of the aggressive individuals in wars, it is doubtful whether selection could account for the maintenance of a high incidence of this trait. In fact, if one considers such a loss as negative selection, the gene frequency should diminish. 6. Actually, the population density in that age was extremely low, and for many of the human tribes after the full emergence of Homo sapiens there was little need to compete and to fight each other for food or space. Lawrence has combined two elements in his theory. The first is that animals as well as men are innately endowed with aggression, serving the survival of the individual and the species. As I shall show later, the neurophysiological findings show that this defensive aggression is a reaction to threats to the animal's vital interests, and does not flow spontaneously and continually. The other element, the hydraulic character of dammed-up aggression, is used to explain the murderous and cruel impulses of man, but little supporting evidence is presented. Both a life-serving and a destructive aggression are subsumed under one category, and what connects them is mainly a word, aggression. In contrast to Lorentz, Tinbergen has expressed the problem in full clarity. On the one hand, man is akin to many species of animals and they fights his own species. But on the other hand, he is, among the thousands of species that fight, the only one in which fighting is disruptive. Man is the only species that is a mass murderer, the only misfit in his own society. Why should this be so? N. Tinbergen, 1968. Freud and Lorentz, their similarities and differences. The relationship between Lorentz's and Freud's theories is a complicated one. They have in common the hydraulic concept of aggression, even though they explain the origin of the drive differently. But they seem to be diametrically opposed to each other in another aspect. Freud hypothesized a destructive instinct, an assumption which Lorentz declares to be untenable on biological grounds. His aggressive drive serves life, and Freud's death instinct is the servant of death. But this difference loses most of its significance in the light of Lorentz's account of the vicissitudes of the originally defensive and life-serving aggression. By a number of complicated and often questionable constructions, defensive aggression is supposed to be transformed in man into a spontaneously flowing and self-increasing drive that seeks to create circumstances which facilitate the expression of aggression, or that even explodes when no stimuli can be found or created. Hence, even in a society that is organized from a socio-economic viewpoint in such a way that major aggression could find no proper stimuli, the very demand of the aggressive instinct would force its members to change it, or, if they would not, aggression would explode even without any stimulus. Thus the conclusion at which Lorentz arrives, that man is driven by an innate force to destroy, is, for all practical purposes, the same as Freud's. Freud, however, sees the destructive drive opposed by the equally strong force of eros, life, sex, while for Lorentz love itself is a product of the aggressive instinct. Both Freud and Lorentz agree that the failure to express aggression in action is unhealthy. Freud had postulated in the earlier period of his work that repression of sexuality can lead to mental illness. Later on he applied the same principle to the death instinct and taught that the repression of outward-directed aggression is unhealthy. Lorentz states that present-day civilized man suffers from insufficient discharge of his aggressive drive. Both, by different routes, arrive at a picture of man in which aggressive destructive energy is continuously produced, and very difficult, if not impossible in the long run, to control. The so-called evil in animals becomes a real evil in man, even though according to Lorentz its roots are not evil. These similarities between Freud's and Lorentz's respective theories about aggression must not, however, becloud their main difference. Freud was a student of men, a keen observer of their manifest behavior and of the various manifestations of their unconscious. His theory of the death instinct may be wrong, or incomplete, or it may rest on insufficient evidence, yet it was gained in the process of constant observation of man. Lorentz, on the other hand, is an observer of animals, especially of the lower animals, and doubtless a very competent one. But his knowledge about man does not go beyond that of an average person. He has not refined it either by systematic observation or by sufficient acquaintance with the literature. He naively assumes that observations about himself and acquaintances are applicable to all men. His main method, however, is not even self-observation, but analogies drawn from the behavior of certain animals to that of man. Scientifically speaking, Such analogies prove nothing, they are suggestive and pleasing to the lover of animals. They go together with a high degree of anthropomorphizing that Lawrence indulges in. Precisely because they give the pleasant illusion to a person that they understands what the animal is feeling, they become very popular. Who would not like to possess King Solomon's ring? Lawrence bases his theories of the hydraulic nature of aggression on experiments with animals, mainly fish and birds, under conditions of captivity. The question at issue is, does the same aggressive drive that leads to killing unless it is redirected, which Lawrence observed in certain fish and birds, also operate in man? Since there is no direct proof for this hypothesis with regard to man and the non-human primates, Lawrence presents a number of arguments to prove his point. His main approach is by way of analogy. He discovers similarities between human behavior and the behavior of the animals studied by him, and concludes that both kinds of behavior have the same cause. This method has been criticized by many psychologists. Already in 1948, Lawrence's eminent colleague, N. Tinbergen, was aware of the dangers inherent in the procedure of using physiological evidence from lower evolutionary levels, lower levels of neural organizations, and simpler forms of behavior as analogies for the support of physiological theories of behavior mechanisms at higher and more complex levels. N. Tinbergen, 1948. A few examples will illustrate Lawrence's proof by analogy. Speaking about cichlids and Brazilian mother-of-pearl fish, Lawrence reports the observation that if each fish can discharge its healthy anger on a neighbor of the same sex, it does not attack its own mate. Redirected aggression. He then comments, first-hand knowledge of Freud's work. There is not a single direct reference to his writings, and what references there are refer to what psychoanalytic friends told him about Freud's position. Regrettably, they are not always right, or they have not been accurately understood. The tendency to make quite illegitimate analogies from biological to social phenomena had already been demonstrated by Lawrence in 1940 in an unfortunate paper, K. Lawrence, 1940, arguing that state laws must substitute for principles of natural selection when the latter fail to properly take care of the biological needs of the race. N. Tinbergen's term. Analogous behavior can be observed in human beings. In the good old days, when there was still a Habsburg monarchy and there were still domestic servants, I used to observe the following regularly predictable behavior in my widowed aunt. She never kept a maid longer than 8 to 10 months. She was always delighted with a new servant, praised her to the skies, and swore that she had at last found the right one. In the course of the next few months her judgment cooled, she found small faults, then bigger ones, and toward the end of the stated period she discovered hateful qualities in the poor girl, who was finally discharged without a reference after a violent quarrel. After this explosion, the old lady was once more prepared to find a perfect angel in her next employee. It is not my intention to poke fun at my long-deceased and devoted aunt. I was able, or rather obliged, to observe exactly the same phenomenon in serious, self-controlled men, myself included, once when I was a prisoner of war. So-called polar disease, also known as expedition choler, attacks small groups of men who are completely dependent on one another and are thus prevented from quarreling with strangers or people outside their own circle of friends. From this it will be clear that the damming up of aggression will be more dangerous, the better the members of the group know, understand, and like each other. In such a situation, as I know from personal experience, all aggression and intraspecific fight behavior undergo an extreme lowering of their threshold values. Subjectively, this is expressed by the fact that one reacts to small mannerisms of one's best friends, such as the way in which they clear their throats or sneeze, in a way that would normally be adequate only if one had been hit by a drunkard. K. Lawrence, 1966. It does not seem to occur to Lawrence that the personal experiences with his aunt, his fellow prisoners of war, and himself do not necessarily say anything about the universality of such reactions. He also seems to be quite unaware of a more complex psychological interpretation one might give his aunt's behavior, instead of the hydraulic one which claims that her aggressive potential rose every 8 to 10 months to such a degree that it had to explode. From a psychoanalytic standpoint, one would assume that his aunt was a very narcissistic, exploitative woman. She demanded that a servant should be completely devoted to her, have no interests of her own, and gladly accept the role of a creature who is happy to serve her. She approaches each new servant with the fantasy that she is the one who will fulfill her expectations. After a short honeymoon during which the aunt's fantasy is still sufficiently effective to blind her to the fact that the servant is not right, and perhaps also helped by the fact that the servant in the beginning makes every effort to please her new employer, the aunt wakes up to the recognition that the servant is not willing to live up to the role for which she has been cast. Such a process of awakening lasts, of course, some time until it is final. At this point the aunt experiences intense disappointment and rage, as any narcissistic exploitative person does when frustrated. Not being aware that the cause for this rage lies in her impossible demands, she rationalizes her disappointment by accusing the servant. Since she cannot give up her desires, she fires the servant and hopes that a new one will be right. The same mechanism repeats itself until she dies or cannot get any more servants. Such a development is by no means found only in the relations of employers and servants. Often the history of marriage conflicts is identical, however, since it is easier to fire a servant than to divorce. The outcome is often that of a lifelong battle in which each partner tries to punish the other for ever accumulating wrongs. The problem that confronts us here is that of a specific human character, namely the narcissistic exploitative character, and not that of an accumulated instinctive energy. In a chapter on behavioral analogies to morality, Lawrence makes the following statement: however, nobody with a real appreciation of the phenomena under discussion can fail to have an ever-recurring sense of admiration for those physiological mechanisms which enforce, in animals, selfless behavior aimed toward the good of the community, and which work in the same way as the moral law in human beings. K. Lawrence, 1966. How does one recognize selfless behavior in animals? What Lawrence describes is an instinctively determined action pattern. The term selfless is taken from human psychology and refers to the fact that a human being can forget his self, one should say, more correctly, his ego, in his wish to help others. But has a goose, or a fish, or a dog a self, or an ego, which it can forget? Is selflessness not dependent on the fact of human self-awareness and the neurophysiological structure on which it rests? This question arises with regard to many other words Lawrence uses in describing animal behavior, such as cruelty, sadness, embarrassment. One of the most important and interesting parts of Lawrence's ethological data is the bond which forms between animals. His main example are geese, as a reaction to threats from without against the group. But the analogies he draws to explain human behavior are sometimes astounding. Discriminative aggression toward strangers and the bond between the members of a group enhance each other. The opposition of we and they can unite some wildly contrasting units. Confronted with present-day China, the United States and the Soviet Union occasionally seem to feel as we. The same phenomenon, which incidentally has some of the earmarks of war, can be studied in the roll cackle ceremony of grey-lag geese. K. Lawrence, 1966. Is the American-Soviet attitude determined by instinctive patterns which we have inherited from the grey-lag goose? Is the author trying to be more or less amusing, or does he actually intend to tell us something about the connection between geese and the American and Soviet political leaders? Lawrence goes even further in making analogies between animal behavior, or interpretations thereof, and his naive notions about human behavior, as in his statement about human love and hate. A personal bond, an individual friendship, is found only in animals with highly developed intraspecific aggression. In fact, this bond is the firmer, the more aggressive the particular animal and species is. K. Lawrence, 1966. So far, so good. Let us assume the correctness of Lawrence's observations. But at this point he jumps into the realm of human psychology, after stating that intraspecific aggression is millions of years older than personal friendship and love. He concludes that there is no love without aggression. K. Lawrence, 1966. This sweeping declaration, unsupported by any evidence as far as human love is concerned, but contradicted by most observable facts, is supplemented by another statement which does not deal with intraspecific aggression but with the ugly little brother of love, hate. As opposed to ordinary aggression, it is directed toward one individual, just as love is, and probably hate presupposes the presence of love. One can really hate only where one has loved and, even if one denies it, still does. K. Lawrence, 1966. That love is sometimes transformed into hate has often been said, even though it is more correct to say that it is not love which suffers this transformation, but the wounded narcissism of the loving person, that is to say, the non-love which causes hate. To claim one hates only where one has loved, however, turns the element of truth in the statement into plain absurdity. Does the oppressed hate the oppressor? Does the mother of the child hate its murderer? Does the tortured hate the torturer because they once loved him or still do? Another analogy is drawn from the phenomenon of militant enthusiasm. This is a specialized form of communal aggression, clearly distinct from and yet functionally related to the more primitive forms of petty individual aggression. K. Lawrence, 1966. It is a sacred custom which owes its motivating force to phylogenetically evolved behavior patterns. Lawrence asserts that there cannot be the slightest doubt that human militant enthusiasm evolved out of a communal defense response of our pre-human ancestors. K. Lawrence, 1966. It is the enthusiasm shared by the group in defense against a common enemy. The instinctivists. Every man of normally strong emotions knows, from his own experience, the subjective phenomena that go hand in hand with the response of militant enthusiasm. A shiver runs down the back and, as more exact observation shows, along the outside of both arms. One soars elated, above all the ties of everyday life. One is ready to abandon all for the call of what, in the moment of this specific emotion, seems to be a sacred duty. All obstacles in its path become unimportant. The instinctive inhibitions against hurting or killing one's fellows lose, unfortunately, much of their power. Rational considerations, criticism, and all reasonable arguments against the behavior dictated by militant enthusiasm are silenced by an amazing reversal of all values, making them appear not only untenable but base and dishonorable. Men may enjoy the feeling of absolute righteousness even while they commit atrocities. Conceptual thought and moral responsibility are at their lowest ebb. As a Ukrainian proverb says, when the banner is unfurled, all reason is in the trumpet. K. Lawrence, 1966. Lawrence expresses a reasonable hope that our moral responsibility may gain control over the primeval drive, but our only hope of its ever doing so rests on the humble recognition of the fact that militant enthusiasm is an instinctive response with a phylogenetically determined releasing mechanism, and that the only point at which intelligent and responsible supervision can get control is in the conditioning of the response to an object which proves to be a genuine value under the scrutiny of the categorical question. K. Lawrence, 1966. Lawrence's description of normal human behavior is rather astounding. No doubt many men do enjoy the feeling of absolute righteousness even while they commit atrocities, or rather, to put it in more adequate psychological terms, many enjoy committing atrocities without any moral inhibitions and without experiencing a sense of guilt. But it is an untenable scientific procedure to claim, without even trying to muster evidence for it, that this is a universal human reaction, or that it is human nature to commit atrocities during war, and to base this claim on an alleged instinct based on the questionable analogy with fishes and birds. The fact is that individuals and groups differ tremendously in their tendency to commit atrocities when hate is aroused against another group. In the First World War, British propaganda had to invent the stories of German soldiers bayoneting Belgian babies, because there were too few real atrocities to feed the hatred against the enemy. Similarly, the Germans reported few atrocities committed by their enemies, for the simple reason that there were so few. Even during the Second World War, in spite of the increasing brutalization of mankind, atrocities were generally restricted to special formations of the Nazis. In general, regular troops on both sides did not commit war crimes on the scale which would be expected to follow from Lorenz's description. What he describes, as far as atrocities are concerned, is the behavior of sadistic or bloodthirsty character types. His militant enthusiasm is simply a nationalistic and emotionally somewhat primitive reaction. To assert that a readiness to commit atrocities once the flag has been unfurled is an instinctively given part of human nature would be the classic defense against the accusation of violating the principles of the Geneva Convention. Although I am sure Lorenz does not mean to defend atrocities, his argument amounts, in fact, to such a defense. His approach blocks the understanding of the character systems in which they are rooted, and the individual and social conditions that cause their development. Lorenz goes even further, arguing that without military enthusiasm, this true autonomous instinct, neither art, nor science, nor indeed any of the great endeavors of humanity would have come into being. K. Lorenz, 1966. How can this be when the first condition for the manifestation of this instinct is that a social unit with which the subject identifies must appear to be threatened by some danger from outside? K. Lorenz, 1966. Is there any evidence that art and science flower only when there is an outside threat? Lorenz explains the love of neighbor, expressed in the willingness to risk one's life for him, as a matter of course. If he is your best friend and has saved yours a number of times, you do it without even thinking. K. Lorenz, 1966. Instances of such decent behavior in tight spots easily occur, provided they are of a kind that occurred often enough in the Paleolithic period to produce phylogenetically adapted social norms to deal with the situation. K. Lorenz, 1966. Such a view of love of neighbor is a mixture of instinctivism and utilitarianism. You save your friend because he has saved your life a number of times. What if he did it only once, or not at all? Besides, you only do it because it happened often enough in the Paleolithic period. Conclusions about war. At the conclusion of his analysis of the instinctive aggression in man, Lorenz finds himself in a position similar to that of Freud in his letter to Einstein about why war? 1933. Neither man is happy to have arrived at conclusions that would seem to indicate that war is ineradicable because it is the result of an instinct. However, while Freud could call himself, in a very broad sense, a pacifist, Lorenz would hardly fit into this category. Although he is quite aware that nuclear war would be a catastrophe without precedent, he tries to find ways that would help society avoid the tragic effects of the aggressive instinct. Indeed, in the nuclear age he is almost forced to look for possibilities for peace in order to make his theory of the innate destructiveness of man acceptable. Some of his proposals are similar to those made by Freud, but there is a considerable difference between them. Freud's suggestions are made with skepticism and modesty, whereas Lorenz declares, "I do not mind admitting that. I think I have something to teach mankind that may help it to change for the better." This conviction is not as presumptuous as it might seem. K. Lorenz, 1966. Indeed, it would not be presumptuous if Lorenz had something of importance to teach. Unfortunately, his suggestions hardly go beyond worn-out clichés, simple precepts against the danger of societies becoming completely disintegrated by the misfunctioning of social behavior patterns. 1. The most important precept is know thyself, by which he means that we must deepen our insight into the causal concatenations governing our own behavior. K. Lawrence, 1966, that is, the laws of evolution. As one element in this knowledge to which he gives special emphasis, Lawrence mentions the objective, ethological investigation of all the possibilities of discharging aggression in its primal form on substitute objects. K. Lawrence, 1966. 2. The psychoanalytic study of so-called sublimation. 3. The promotion of personal acquaintance and, if possible, friendship between individual members of different ideologies or nations. 4. The fourth and perhaps the most important measure to be taken immediately is the intelligent and responsible channeling of militant enthusiasm, that is, to help the younger generation to find genuine causes that are worth serving in the modern world. Let us look at this program point by point. Lawrence makes a distorted use of the notion of the classic know thyself, not only of the Greek notion, but also that of Freud, whose whole science and therapy of psychoanalysis are built on self-knowledge. For Freud, self-knowledge means that man becomes conscious of what is unconscious. This is a most difficult process, because it encounters the energy of resistance by which the unconscious is defended against the attempt to make it conscious. Self-knowledge in Freud's sense is not an intellectual process alone, but simultaneously an affective process, as it was already for Spinoza. It is not only knowledge by the brain, but also knowledge by the heart. Knowing oneself means gaining increasing insight, intellectually and effectively, in heretofore secret parts of one's psyche. It is a process which may take years, or a sick person who wants to be cured of his symptoms in a lifetime for a person who seriously wants to be himself. Its effect is one of increased energy because energy is freed from the task of upholding repressions. Thus the more man is in touch with his inner reality, the more he is awake and free. On the other hand, what Lawrence means by know thyself is something quite different. It is the theoretical knowledge of the facts of evolution, and specifically of the instinctive nature of aggression. An analogy to Lawrence's concept of self-knowledge would be the theoretical knowledge of Freud's theory of the death instinct. In fact, following the reasoning of Lawrence, psychoanalysis as a therapy would not have to consist of anything but reading the collected works of Freud. One is reminded of a statement by Marx, that if somebody who knows the laws of gravity finds himself in deep water and cannot swim, his knowledge will not prevent him from drowning. As a Chinese sage said, reading prescriptions does not make one well. Lawrence does not elaborate the second of his precepts, sublimation, the third, the promotion of personal acquaintance and, if possible, friendship between individual members of different ideologies and nations. Lawrence himself concedes as an obvious plan. Even airlines advertise international travel as serving the cause of peace. Unfortunately, this concept of the aggression-lowering function of personal acquaintance does not happen to be true. There is ample evidence for this. The British and the Germans were very well acquainted with each other before 1914, yet their mutual hatred when the war broke out was ferocious. There is even more telling proof. It is notorious that no war between countries elicits as much hate and cruelty as civil war, in which there is no lack of acquaintance between the two warring sides. Does the fact of mutual intimate knowledge diminish the intensity of hate among members of a family? Acquaintance and friendship cannot be expected to lower aggression because they represent a superficial knowledge about another person, a knowledge of an object which I look at from the outside. This is quite different from the penetrating, empathic knowledge in which I understand the other's experiences by mobilizing those within myself which, if not the same, are similar to his. Knowledge of this kind requires that most repressions within oneself are lowered in intensity to a point where there is little resistance to becoming aware of new aspects of one's unconscious. The attainment of a non-judgmental understanding can lower aggressiveness or do away with it altogether. It depends on the degree to which a person has overcome his own insecurity, greed, and narcissism, and not on the amount of information he has about others. The last of Lorenz's 4 precepts is the channeling of militant enthusiasm. One of his special recommendations is athletics. But the fact is that competitive sports stimulate a great deal of aggression. How intense this is was highlighted recently when the deep feeling aroused by an international soccer match led to a small war in Latin America. If there is no evidence that sport lowers aggression, at the same time it should be said that there is also no evidence that sport is motivated by aggression. What often produces aggression in sports is the competitive character of the event, cultivated in a social climate of competition and increased by an overall commercialization, in which not pride of achievement but money and publicity have become the most attractive goals. Many thoughtful observers of the unfortunate Olympic Games in Munich, 1972, have recognized that instead of furthering goodwill and peace, they furthered competitive aggressiveness and nationalistic pride. A few other statements of Lorenz on war and peace are worth quoting because they are good examples of his ambiguity in this area. Supposing, he says, that, being a patriot of my home country, which I am, I felt an unmitigated hostility against another country, which I emphatically do not, I still could not wish wholeheartedly for its destruction if I realized that there were people living in it. It is an interesting question why civil wars are in fact much fiercer and why they elicit much more destructive impulses than international wars. It seems plausible that the reason lies in that usually, at least as far as modern international wars are concerned, they do not aim at the destruction or extinction of the enemy. Their aim is a limited one, to force the opponent to accept conditions for peace which are damaging, but by no means a threat to the existence of the population of the defeated country. Nothing could illustrate this better than that Germany, the loser in 2 world wars, became more prosperous after each defeat than before. Exceptions to this rule are wars which aim at the physical extinction or enslavement of the total enemy population, like some of the wars, although by no means all, which the Romans conducted. In civil war the 2 opponents have the aim, if not to destroy each other physically, to destroy each other economically, socially, and politically. If this hypothesis is correct, it would mean that the degree of destructiveness is by and large dependent on the severity of the threat. The poverty of what Lorenz has to say about channeling militant enthusiasm becomes particularly clear if one reads William James's classic paper The Moral Equivalence of War, 1911. Enthusiastic workers in the field of inductive natural science, or revered Charles Darwin and were enthusiastically propagating the truth of his discoveries, or still others who shared my appreciation of Michelangelo's art, or my enthusiasm for Goethe's Faust, or for the beauty of a coral reef, or for wildlife preservation, or a number of minor enthusiasms I could name. I should find it quite impossible to hate, unreservedly, any enemy, if he shared only one of my identifications with cultural and ethical values. K. Lorenz, 1966. Lorenz hedges the denial of the wish for destruction of a whole country by the word wholeheartedly, and by qualifying hate by unreservedly. But what is a half-hearted wish for destruction, or a reserved hate? More important, his condition for not wanting the destruction of another country is that there are people who share his particular tastes and enthusiasms. Those who revere Darwin seem to qualify only if they also enthusiastically propagate his discoveries. It is not enough that they are human beings. In other words, the total destruction of an enemy is undesirable only if and because he is similar to Lorenz's own culture, an even more specific ally, to his own interests and values. The character of these statements is not changed by Lorenz's demand for a humanistic education, i.e., an education offering an optimum of common ideals with which an individual can identify. This was the kind of education current in German high schools before the First World War. but the majority of the teachers of this humanism were probably more war-minded than the average German. Only a very different and radical humanism, one in which the primary identification is with life and with mankind, can have an influence against war. Idolatry of evolution. Lorenz's position cannot be fully understood unless one is aware of his quasi-religious attitude toward Darwinism. His attitude in this respect is not rare, and deserves further study as an important socio-psychological phenomenon of contemporary culture. The deep need of man not to feel lost and lonely in the world had, of course, been previously satisfied by the concept of a God who had created this world and was concerned with each and every creature. When the theory of evolution destroyed the picture of God as the supreme creator, confidence in God as the all-powerful Father of man fell with it. Although many were able to combine a belief in God with the acceptance of the Darwinian theory, but for many of those for whom God was dethroned, the need for a God-like figure did not disappear. Some proclaimed a new God, evolution, and worshipped Darwin as his prophet. For Lorenz and many others, the idea of evolution became the core of a whole system of orientation and devotion. Darwin had revealed the ultimate truth regarding the origin of man. All human phenomena which might be approached and explained by economic, religious, ethical, or political consideration were to be understood from the point of view of evolution. This quasi-religious attitude toward Darwinism becomes apparent in Lorenz's use of the term the great constructors, referring to selection and mutation. He speaks of the methods and aims of the great constructors very much in the way a Christian might speak of God's acts. He even uses the singular, the great constructor, thus coming even closer to the analogy with God. Nothing, perhaps, expresses the idolatrous quality of Lorenz's thinking more clearly than the concluding paragraph of On Aggression. We know that in the evolution of vertebrates, the bond of personal love and friendship was the epoch-making invention created by the great constructors when it became necessary for two or more individuals of an aggressive species to live peacefully together and to work for a common end. We know that human society is built on the foundation of this bond, but we have to recognize the fact that the bond has become too limited to encompass all that it should. It prevents aggression only between those who know each other and are friends, while obviously it is all active hostility between all men of all nations or ideologies that must be stopped. The obvious conclusion is that love and friendship should embrace all humanity, that we should love all our human brothers indiscriminately. This commandment is not new. Our reason is quite able to understand its necessity as our feeling is able to appreciate its beauty, but nevertheless, made as we are unable to obey it. We can feel the full, warm emotion of friendship and love only for individuals, and the utmost exertion of willpower cannot alter this fact. But the great constructors can, and I believe they will. I believe in the power of human reason, as I believe in the power of natural selection. I believe that reason can and will exert a selection pressure in the right direct line. I believe that this, in the not too distant future, will endow our descendants with the faculty of fulfilling the greatest and most beautiful of all commandments. K. Lorenz, 1966. The great constructors will win out, where God and man have failed. The commandment of brotherly love has to remain ineffective, but the great constructors will give it life. The last part of the statement ends in a true confession of faith: I believe, I believe, I believe. The social and moral Darwinism preached by Lorenz is a romantic, nationalistic paganism that tends to obscure the true understanding of the biological, psychological, and social factors responsible for human aggression. Here lies Lorenz's fundamental difference from Freud, in spite of the similarities in their views on aggression. Freud was one of the last representatives of Enlightenment philosophy. He genuinely believed in reason as the one strength man has and which alone could save him from confusion and decay. He genuinely postulated the need for self-knowledge by the uncovering of man's unconscious strivings. He overcame the loss of God by turning to reason and felt painfully weak. But he did not turn to new idols. Chapter 2. Environmentalists and Behaviorists. Enlightenment Environmentalism. The diametrically opposite position to that of the instinctivists would seem to be that held by the environmentalists. According to their thinking, man's behavior is exclusively molded by the influence of the environment, i.e., by social and cultural, as opposed to innate factors. This is particularly true with regard to aggression, one of the main obstacles to human progress. In its most radical form, this view was already presented by the philosophers of the Enlightenment. Man was supposed to be born good and rational, and it was due to bad institutions, bad education, and bad example that he developed evil strivings. Some denied that there were any physical differences between the sexes, l'homme n'a pas de sexe, and proposed that whatever differences existed, aside from the anatomical ones, were exclusively due to education and social arrangements. In contrast to behaviorism, however, these philosophers were not concerned with methods of human engineering and manipulation but with social and political change. They believed that the good society would create the good man, or rather, allow the natural goodness of man to manifest itself. Behaviorism. Behaviorism was founded by J.B. Watson, 1914. It was based on the premise that the subject matter of human psychology is the behavior or activities of the human being. Like logical positivism, it ruled out all subjective concepts which could not be directly observed, such as sensation, perception, image, desire, and even thinking and emotion, as they are subjectively defined. J.B. Watson, 1958. Behaviorism underwent a remarkable development from the somewhat unsophisticated formulations of Watson to the brilliant neo-behaviorism of Skinner. But this mainly represents a refinement of the original thesis, rather than a greater depth or originality. B.F. Skinner's neo-behaviorism. Skinnerian neo-behaviorism is based on the same principle as Watson's concepts. Psychology as a science need not and must not be concerned with feelings or impulses or any other subjective events. 2. It disdains any attempt to speak of a nature of man or construct a model of man, or to analyze various human passions which motivate human behavior. To consider human behavior as impelled by intentions, purposes, aims or goals, would be a prescientific and useless way of looking at it. Psychology has to study what reinforcements tend to shape human behavior and how to apply the reinforcements most effectively. Skinner's psychology is the science of the engineering of behavior. Its aim is to find the right reinforcements in order to produce a desired behavior. Instead of the simple conditioning in the Pavlovian model, Skinner, since a full consideration of the merits of Skinnerian theory would lead too far away from our main problem, I shall restrict myself in the following to the presentation of the general principles of neo-behaviorism and to the more detailed discussion of some points which seem to be relevant for our discussion. For the study of Skinner's system, one should read B.F. Skinner, 1953. For a brief version, cf. B.F. Skinner, 1963. In his latest book, 1971, he discusses the general principles of his system, especially their relevance for culture. Cf. also the brief discussion between Carl R. Rogers and B.F. Skinner, 1956, and B.F. Skinner, 1961. For a critique of Skinner's position, cf. Noam Chomsky, 1959. See also the counter-argument of K. McCorquodle, 1970, and N. Chomsky, 1971. Chomsky's reviews are thorough and far-reaching and make their points so brilliantly that there is no need to repeat them. Nevertheless, Chomsky's and my own psychological positions are so far apart that I have to present some of my critique in this chapter. Skinner, in contrast to many behaviorists, even concedes that private events need not be entirely ruled out of scientific considerations, and adds that a behavioral theory of knowledge suggests that the private world, which, if not entirely unknowable, is at least not likely to be known well. B. F. Skinner, 1963. This qualification makes Skinner's concession little more than a polite bow to the soul psyche, the subject matter of psychology. Skinner speaks of operant conditioning. Briefly, this means that unconditioned behavior, provided it is desirable from the experimenter's standpoint, is rewarded, i.e., followed by pleasure. Skinner believes the rewarding reinforcement to be much more effective than the punishing. As a result, the subject will eventually continue to behave in the desired fashion. For example, Johnny does not like spinach particularly, he eats it. Mother rewards him with a praising remark, an affectionate glance, or an extra piece of cake, whichever is most reinforcing for Johnny as measured by what works best. She administers positive reinforcements. Johnny will eventually love to eat spinach, particularly if the reinforcements are effectively administered in terms of their schedules. In hundreds of experiments, Skinner and others have developed the techniques for this operant conditioning. Skinner has shown that by the proper use of positive reinforcement, the behavior of animals and humans can be altered to an amazing degree, even in opposition to what some would loosely call innate tendencies. To have shown this is undoubtedly the great merit of Skinner's experimental work. It also supports the views of those who believe that the social structure, or culture in the parlance of most American anthropologists, can shape man, even though not necessarily through operant conditioning. It is important to add that Skinner does not neglect genetic endowment. In order to render his position correctly, one should say that apart from genetic endowment, behavior is determined entirely by reinforcement. Reinforcement can occur in two ways. It happens in the normal cultural process, or it can be planned, according to Skinnerian teaching, and thus lead to a design for culture. B. F. Skinner, 1961, 1971. Goals and values. Skinner's experiments are not concerned with the goals of the conditioning. The animal or the human subject is conditioned to behave in a certain way. What he, is conditioned to is determined by the decision of the experimenter who sets the goals for the conditioning. Usually the experimenter in these laboratory situations is not interested in what he is conditioning an animal or human subject for, but rather in the fact that he can condition them to the goal of his choice, and in how he can do it best. However, serious problems arise when we turn from the laboratory to realistic living, to individual or social life. In this case the paramount questions are, to what are people being conditioned, and who determines these goals? It seems that when Skinner speaks of culture, he still has his laboratory in mind, where the psychologist who proceeds without value judgments can easily do so because the goal of the conditioning hardly matters. At least, that is perhaps one explanation why Skinner does not come to grips with the issue of goals and values. For example, he writes, "We admire people who behave in original or exceptional ways, not because such behavior is itself admirable, but because we do not know how to encourage original or exceptional behavior in any other way." C. R. Rogers and B. F. Skinner, 1956. This is nothing but circuitous reasoning. We admire originality because we can condition it only by admiring it. But why do we want to condition it if it is not a desirable goal in itself? Skinner does not face this question, although even with a modicum of sociological analysis an answer could be given. The degree of originality and creativity that is desirable in various classes and occupational groups in a given society varies. Scientists and top managers, for instance, need to have a great deal of these qualities in a technological bureaucratic society like ours. For blue-collar workers to have the same degree of creativity would be a luxury or a threat to the smooth functioning of the whole system. I do not believe that this analysis is a sufficient answer to the problem of the value of originality and creativity. There is a great deal of psychological evidence that striving for creativeness and originality are deeply rooted impulses in man, and there is some neurophysiological evidence for the assumption that the striving for creativity and originality is built in the system of the brain. R. B. Livingston, 1967. I only want to stress that the impasse of Skinner's position is due to the fact that he pays no attention to such speculations or to those of psychoanalytic sociology, and hence believes that questions are not answerable if they are not answerable by behaviorism. Here is another example of Skinner's fuzzy thinking on the subject of values. Most people would subscribe to the proposition that there is no value judgment involved in deciding how to build an atomic bomb, but would reject the proposition that there is none involved in deciding to build one. The most significant difference here may be that the scientific practices which guide the designer of the bomb are clear, while those which guide the designer of the culture which builds the bomb are not. We cannot predict the success or failure of a cultural invention with the same accuracy as we do that of a physical invention. It is for this reason that we are said to resort to value judgments in the second case. What we resort to is guessing. Il is only in this sense that value judgments take up where science leaves off. When we can design small social interactions and, possibly, whole cultures with the confidence we bring to physical technology, the question of value will not be raised. B. F. Skinner, 1961. Skinner's main point is that there is really no essential difference between the lack of value judgment in the technical problem of designing the bomb and the decision to build one. The only difference is that the motives for building the bomb are not clear. Maybe they are not clear to Professor Skinner, but they are clear to many students of history. In fact, there was more than one reason for the decision to build the atomic bomb, and similarly for the hydrogen bomb. The fear of Hitler's building the bomb, perhaps the wish to have a superior weapon against the Soviet Union for possible later conflicts. This holds true especially for the hydrogen bomb, the logic of a system that is forced to increase its armaments to support its struggle with competing systems. Quite aside from these military, strategic, and political reasons, there is, I believe, another one which is equally important. I refer to the maxim that is one of the axiomatic norms of cybernetic society: something ought to be done because it is technically possible to do it. If it is possible to build nuclear weapons, they must be built even if they might destroy us all. If it is possible to travel to the moon or to the planets, it must be done, even if at the expense of many unfulfilled needs here on Earth. This principle means the negation of all humanistic values, but it nevertheless represents a value, maybe the supreme norm of technotronic society. Skinner does not care to examine the reasons. I have discussed this idea in The Revolution of Hope, E. Fromm, 1968. Independently, H. Osbekan has formulated the same principle in his paper, The Triumph of Technology, Can Implies Ought. H. Osbekan, 1966. Dr. Michael Maccabee has drawn my attention to some results of his study of the management of highly developed industries, which indicate that the principle can implies ought is more valid in industries which produce for the military establishment than for the remaining, more competitive industry. But even if this argument is correct, two factors must be considered. First, the size of the industry which works directly or indirectly for the armed forces. Second, that the principle has taken hold of the minds of many people who are not directly related to industrial production. A good example was the initial enthusiasm for space flights. Another example is the tendency in medicine to construct and use gadgets regardless of their real importance for a specific case. In his views on social processes, he shows the same inability to understand hidden, non-verbalized motives as he does in his treatment of psychical processes. Since most of what people say about their motivation in political as well as in personal life is notoriously fictitious, the reliance on what is verbalized blocks the understanding of social and psychical processes. In other instances, Skinner smuggles in values without, apparently, being aware of it. In the same paper, for instance, he writes, "No one, I am sure, wishes to develop new master-slave relationships or bend the will of the people to despotic rulers in new ways. These are patterns of control appropriate to a world without science." B. F. Skinner, 1961. In which decade is Professor Skinner living? Are there no systems that do indeed want to bend the will of the people to dictators? And are these systems only to be found in cultures without science? Skinner seems still to believe in an old-fashioned ideology of progress. The Middle Ages were dark because they had no science, and science necessarily leads to the freedom of man. The fact is that no leader or government explicitly states his intention of bending the will of the people anymore. They are apt to use new words which sound like the opposite of the old ones. No dictator calls himself a dictator, and every system claims that it expresses the will of the people. In the countries of the free world, on the other hand, anonymous authority and manipulation have replaced overt authority in education, work, and politics. Skinner's values also emerge in the following statement: "If we are worthy of our democratic heritage, we shall, of course, be ready to resist any tyrannical use of science for immediate or selfish purposes. But if we value the achievements and goals of democracy, we must not refuse to apply science to the design and construction of cultural patterns, even though we may then find ourselves in some sense in the position of controllers." B. F. Skinner, 1961. What is the basis of this value in neo-behavioristic theory? What about the controllers? Skinner's answer is that all men control and all men are controlled. C. R. Rogers and B. F. Skinner, 1956. This sounds reassuring for a democratically minded person, but is a vague and rather meaningless formula, as soon becomes clear. In noticing how the master controls the slave or the employer the worker, we commonly overlook reciprocal effects and, by considering action in one direction only, are led to regard control as exploitation, or at least the gaining of a one-sided advantage, but the control is actually mutual. The slave controls the master as completely as the master the slave, in the sense that the techniques of punishment employed by the master have been selected by the slave's behavior in submitting to them. This does not mean that the notion of exploitation is meaningless or that we may not appropriately ask, cui bono? In doing so, however, we go beyond the account of the social episode itself, and consider certain long-term effects which are clearly related to the question of value judgments. A comparable consideration arises in the analysis of any behavior which alters a cultural practice. B. F. Skinner, 1961. I find this statement shocking. We are asked to believe that the relationship between master and slave is a reciprocal one, although the notion of exploitation is not meaningless. For Skinner, the exploitation is not part of the social episode itself, only the techniques of control are. This is the view of a man who looks at social life as if it were an episode in his laboratory, where all that matters to the experimenter is his technique and not the episodes themselves, since whether the rat is peaceful or aggressive is entirely irrelevant in this artificial world. And as if that were not enough, Skinner states that the exploitation by the master is clearly related to the question of value judgments. Does Skinner believe that exploitation or, for that matter, robbery, torture, and murder are not facts because they are clearly related to value judgments? This would indeed mean that all social and psychological phenomena, if they can also be judged as to their value, cease to be facts which can be examined scientifically. One can explain Skinner's saying that slave and slave owner are in a reciprocal relationship only by the ambiguous use he makes of the word control. In the sense in which the word is used in real life, there can be no question that the slave owner controls the slave, and that there is nothing reciprocal about the control except that the slave may have a minimum of counter-control, for instance, by the threat of rebellion. But this is not what Skinner is talking about. He speaks of control in the very abstract sense of the laboratory experiment, into which real life does not intrude. He actually repeats in all seriousness what has often been told as a joke, the story about a rat that tells another rat how well it has conditioned its experimenter. Whenever the rat pushes a certain lever, the experimenter has to feed it. By the same logic, the relation between torturer and the tortured is reciprocal, because the tortured, by his manifestation of pain, conditions the torturer behavior and not the behaving person. Whether somebody smiles at me because he wants to hide his hostility, or a salesgirl smiles because she has been instructed to smile, in the better stores, or whether a friend smiles at me because he is glad to see me, all this makes no difference to neo-behaviorism, for a smile is a smile. That it should make no difference to Professor Skinner as a person is hard to believe, unless he were so alienated that the reality of persons no longer matters to him. But if the difference does matter, how could a theory that ignores it be valid? Nor can neo-behaviorism explain why quite a few persons conditioned to be persecutors and torturers fall mentally sick in spite of the continuation of positive reinforcements. Why does positive reinforcement not prevent many others from rebelling, out of the strength of their reason, their conscience, or their love, when all conditioning works in the opposite direction? And why are many of the most adapted people, who should be star witnesses to the success of conditioning, often deeply unhappy and disturbed or suffer from neurosis? There must be impulses inherent in man which set limits to the power of conditioning. To study the failure of conditioning seems just as important, scientifically, as its success. Indeed, man can be conditioned to behave in almost every desired way, but only almost. He reacts to those conditions that conflict with basic human requirements in different and ascertainable ways. He can be conditioned to be a slave, but he will react with aggression or decline in vitality, or he can be conditioned to feel like part of a machine and react with boredom, aggression, and unhappiness. Basically, Skinner is a naive rationalist who ignores man's passions. In contrast to Freud, he is not impressed by the power of passions, but believes that man always behaves as his self-interest requires. Indeed, the whole principle of neo-behaviorism is that self-interest is so powerful that by appealing to it mainly in the form of the environments rewarding the individual for acting in the desired sense, man's behavior can be completely determined. In the last analysis, neo-behaviorism is based on the quintessence of bourgeois experience, the primacy of egotism and self-interest over all other human passions. The reasons for Skinnerism's popularity. Skinner's extraordinary popularity can be explained by the fact that they has succeeded in blending elements of traditional, optimistic, liberal thought with the social and mental reality of cybernetic society. Skinner believes that man is malleable, subject to social influences, and that nothing in his nature can be considered to be a final obstacle to development toward a peaceful and just society. Thus his system attracts those psychologists who are liberals and who find in Skinner's system an argument to defend their political optimism. He appeals to those who believe that desirable social goals like peace and equality are not just rootless ideals, but can be established in reality. The whole idea that one can design a better society on a scientific basis appeals to many who earlier might have been socialists. Did not Marx, too, want to design a better society? Did he not call his brand of socialism scientific in contrast to utopian socialism? Is not Skinner's way particularly attractive at a point in history when the political solution seems to have failed and revolutionary hopes are at their lowest? But Skinner's implied optimism alone would not have made his ideas so attractive were it not for his combining of traditional liberal views with their very negation. In the cybernetic age, the individual becomes increasingly subject to manipulation. His work, his consumption, and his leisure are manipulated by advertising, by ideologies, by what Skinner calls positive reinforcements. The individual loses his active, responsible role in the social process. he becomes completely adjusted and learns that any behavior, act, thought, or feeling which does not fit into the general scheme puts him at a severe disadvantage. In fact, he is what he is supposed to be. If he insists on being himself, he risks, in police states, his freedom or even his life. In some democracies, he risks not being promoted, or more rarely, he risks even his job, and perhaps most importantly, he risks feeling isolated, without communication with anybody. While most people are not clearly aware of their discomfort, they dimly sense their fear of life, of the future, of the boredom caused by the monotony and the meaninglessness of what they are doing. They sense that the very ideals in which they want to believe have lost their moorings in social reality. What relief it is for them to learn that conditioning is the best, the most progressive, and the most effective solution. Skinner recommends the hell of the isolated, manipulated man of the cybernetic age as the heaven of progress. He dulls our fears of where we are going by telling us that we need not be afraid, that the direction our industrial system has taken is the same as that which the great humanists had dreamt of, except that it is scientifically grounded. Moreover, Skinner's theory rings true, because it is, almost, true for the alienated man of the cybernetic society. In summary, Skinnerism is the psychology of opportunism dressed up as a new scientific humanism. I am not saying that Skinner wants to play this role of apologist for the technotronic age. On the contrary, his political and social naivete can make him right sometimes more convincingly, and confusedly, than he could if he were aware of what he is trying to condition us to. Behaviorism and aggression. The behavioristic method is so important for the problem of aggression because most investigators of aggression in the United States have written with a behavioristic orientation. Their reasoning is, briefly stated, if Johnny discovers that by being aggressive his younger brother, or mother, and so on, will give him what he wants, he will become a person who tends to behave aggressively. The same would hold true for submissive, courageous, or affectionate behavior. The formula is that one does, feels, and thinks in the way that has proven to be a successful method of obtaining what one wants. Aggression, like all other behavior, is purely learned on the basis of seeking one's optimal advantage. The behavioristic view on aggression has been succinctly expressed by A.H. Buss, who defines aggression as a response that delivers noxious stimuli to another organism. He writes, there are two reasons for excluding the concept of intent from the definition of aggression. First, it implies teleology, a purposive act directed toward a future goal, and this view is inconsistent with the behavioral approach adopted in this book. Second, and more important, is the difficulty of applying this term to behavioral events. Intent is a private event that may or may not be capable of verbalization, may or may not be accurately reflected in a verbal statement. One might be led to accept intent as an inference from the reinforcement history of the organism. If an aggressive response has been systematically reinforced by a specific consequence, such as flight of the victim, the recurrence of the aggressive response might be said to involve an intent to cause flight. However, this kind of inference is superfluous in the analysis of behavior. It is more fruitful to examine directly the relation between reinforcement history of an aggressive response and the immediate situation eliciting the response. In summary, intent is both awkward and unnecessary in the analysis of aggressive behavior. Rather, the crucial issue is the nature of the reinforcing consequences that affect the occurrence and the strength of aggressive responses. In other words, what are the classes of reinforcers that affect aggressive behavior? A.H. Buss, 1961. By intent, Buss understands conscious intent. But Buss is not totally unreceptive to the psychoanalytic approach. If anger is not the drive for aggression, is it fruitful to regard it as a drive? The position adopted here is that it is not fruitful. A.H. Buss, 1961. Such outstanding behaviorist psychologists as A.H. Buss and L. Berkowitz are much more sensitive to the phenomenon of man's feelings than Skinner is, but Skinner's basic principle that the deed, not the doer, is an object for scientific observation, holds true for their position too. They thereby do not give proper weight to the fundamental findings of Freud, that of psychical forces determining behavior, the largely unconscious character of these forces, and awareness, insight, as a factor which can bring about changes in the energy charge and direction of these forces. Behaviorists claim that their method is scientific because they deal with what is visible, i.e., with overt behavior. But they do not recognize that behavior itself, separated from the behaving person, cannot be adequately described. A man fires a gun and kills another person. The behavioral act in itself, firing the shot that kills the person if isolated from the aggressor, means little, psychologically. In fact, a behavioristic stalemate would be adequate only about the gun. With regard to it, the motivation of the man who pulls the trigger is irrelevant. But his behavior can be fully understood only if we know the conscious and unconscious motivation moving him to pull the trigger. We do not find a single cause for his behavior, but we can discover the psychical structure inside this man, his character, and the many conscious and unconscious factors which at a certain point led to his firing the gun. We find that we can explain the impulse to fire the gun as being determined by many factors in his character system, but that his act of firing the gun is the most contingent among all factors, and the least predictable one. It depends on many accidental elements in the situation, such as easy access to a gun, absence of other people, the degree of stress, and the conditions of his whole psychophysiological system at the moment. The behaviorist maxim that observable behavior is a scientifically reliable datum is simply not true. The fact is that the behavior itself is different depending on the motivating impulse, even though for superficial inspection this difference may not be visible. A simple example demonstrates this. Each of two fathers, with different character structures, spanks his son because he believes that the child needs this kind of punishment for the sake of his healthy development. The fathers behave in what seems to be an identical manner. Berkowitz has taken a stand in many ways similar to that of A.H. Buss. He too is not unreceptive to the idea of motivating emotions, but essentially stays within the framework of behavioristic theory. He modifies the frustration-aggression theory but does not reject it. L. Berkowitz, 1962 and 1969. Their way of holding the child and of talking to the child before and after the punishment, their facial expression, make the behavior of one quite different from that of the other. Correspondingly, the children's reactions to the respective behaviors differ. The one child senses the destructive, or sadistic quality of the punishment, the other has no reason to doubt his father's love. All the more so because this single instance of the father's behavior is only one among innumerable behaviors the child has experienced before and which have formed his picture of his father and his reaction to him. The fact that both fathers have the conviction that they are punishing the child for his own good makes hardly any difference, except that this moralistic conviction may obliterate such inhibitions as the sadistic father may otherwise have. On the other hand, if the sadistic father never beats his child, perhaps because he is afraid of his wife, or because it is against his progressive ideas of education, his nonviolent behavior will produce the same reaction because his eyes convey to the child the same sadistic impulse that his hands would do in beating him. Because children are generally more sensitive than adults, they respond to the father's impulse and not to an isolated bit of behavior. Or let us take another example. We see a man who shouts and has a red face. We describe his behavior as being angry. If we ask why he is angry, the answer may be because he is frightened. Why is he frightened? Because he suffers from a deep sense of impotence. Why is this so? Because he has never dissolved the ties to mother and is emotionally still a little child. This sequence is, of course, not the only possible one. Each of these answers is true. The difference between them lies in that they refer to ever deeper, and usually less conscious, levels of experience. The deeper the level to which the answer refers, the more relevant it is for the understanding of his behavior. Not just for the understanding of his motivations, but for recognizing the behavior in every detail. In a case like this, for instance, a sensitive observer will see the expression of frightened helplessness in his face, rather than only the rage. In another case, a man's obvious behavior may be the same, but a sensitive awareness of his face will show hardness and intense destructiveness. His angry behavior is only the controlled expression of destructive impulses. The two similar behaviors are in fact quite dissimilar, and aside from intuitive sensitivity, the scientific way of understanding the differences requires the understanding of motivation, i.e., of the two respective character structures. I have not given the customary answer, he is angry because he has been or feels insulted. Such an explanation puts all the emphasis on the triggering stimulus, but ignores that the stimulus power to stimulate depends also on the character structure of the stimulated person. A group of people confronted with the same stimulus will react differently to it according to their characters. A may be attracted to the stimulus, B repulsed, C frightened, D will ignore it. Bus is, of course, perfectly right in stating that intent is a private event that may or may not be capable of verbalization. But this is precisely the dilemma of behaviorism, because it has no method for examining unverbalized data, it has to restrict its investigation to those data that it can handle, which are usually too crude to lend themselves to subtle theoretical analysis. On psychological experiments. If a psychologist sets himself the task of understanding human behavior, he must devise methods of investigation which are adequate to the study of human beings in vivo, while practically all behavioristic studies are done in vitro. Not in the meaning of this word in the physiological laboratory, but in the equivalent sense, namely that the subject is observed under controlled, artificially arranged conditions, not in the real process of living. Psychology seems to have wanted to attain respectability by imitating the method of the natural sciences, albeit those of 50 years ago, and not in terms of scientific method current in the most advanced natural sciences. Furthermore, the lack of theoretical significance is often covered up by impressive-looking mathematical formulations which are not germane to the data and do not add anything to their value. To devise a method for the observation and analysis of human behavior outside the laboratory is a difficult undertaking, but it is a necessary condition for the understanding of man. There are, in principle, two fields of observation for the study of man. 1. The direct and detailed observation of another person is one method. The most elaborate and fruitful situation of this kind is the psychoanalytic situation. The psychoanalytic laboratory, as Freud devised it, it permits the expression of the patient's unconscious impulses, and the examination of their connection with his overt normal and neurotic behavior. Less intensive, yet also quite fruitful is an interview, or better, a series of interviews, which, if possible, should also include the study of some dreams and certain projective tests. But one should not underestimate the knowledge in depth which a skilled observer can obtain simply by observing a person minutely for a while, including of course his gestures, voice, posture, facial expression, hands, etc. Even without personal knowledge, diaries, letters, and a detailed history of a person, this kind of observation can be an important source for the understanding in depth of his character. 2. Another method for the study of man in vivo is to transform given situations in life into a natural laboratory, rather than to bring life into the psychological laboratory. Instead of constructing an artificial social situation, as the experimenter does in his psychological laboratory, one studies the experiment's life itself offers. One chooses given social situations which are comparable and transforms them into the equivalent of experiments by the method of studying them. By keeping some factors constant, others variable, this natural laboratory also permits the testing of various hypotheses. There are many comparable situations, and one can test whether one hypothesis stands up in all situations, and if not, whether the exceptions can be sufficiently explained without changing the hypothesis. One of the simplest forms of such natural experiments are in queues, using long and open-ended questionnaires and for personal interviews, with selected representatives from certain groups, such as age or occupational groups, prisoners, hospital inmates, and so forth. The use of the conventional battery of psychological tests is, in my opinion, not sufficient for the understanding of the deeper layers of the character. To be sure, the use of natural experiments does not permit us to arrive at the accuracy of laboratory experiments, because no two social constellations are identical, but by observing not subjects but people, not artifacts but life, one does not have to pay as the price of an alleged, and often doubtful, accuracy the triviality of the experiment's results. I believe that the exploration of aggression either in the laboratory of the psychoanalytic interview or in a socially given laboratory is, from a scientific standpoint, much preferable to the methods of the psychological laboratory. As far as analysis of behavior is concerned, however, it requires a much higher level of complex theoretical thinking than do even very clever laboratory experiments. To illustrate what I have just said, let us look at a very interesting and one of the most highly regarded experiments in the field of aggression, the behavioral study of obedience by Stanley Milgram, conducted at Yale University in its Interaction Laboratory, S. Milgram, 1963. The subjects were 40 males between the ages of 20 and 50, drawn from New Haven and the surrounding communities. Subjects were obtained by a newspaper advertisement and direct mail solicitation. Those who responded to the appeal believed they were to participate in a study of memory and learning at Yale University. A wide range of occupations is represented in the sample. Typical subjects were postal clerks, high school teachers, salesmen, engineers, and laborers. Subjects ranged in educational level from one who had not finished elementary school, to those who had doctorate and other professional degrees. They were paid $4.50 for their participation in the experiment. However, subjects were told that payment was simply for coming to the laboratory, and that the money was theirs no matter what happened after they arrived. One naive subject and one victim, an accomplice of the experimenter, performed in each experiment. A pretext had to be devised that would justify the administration of electric shock by the naive subject. This was effectively accomplished by the cover story. After a general introduction on the presumed relation between punishment and learning, subjects were told, but actually, we know very little about the effect of punishment on learning, because almost no truly scientific studies have been made of it in human beings. For instance, we don't know how much punishment is best for learning, and we don't know how much difference it makes as to who. A study at the Institute of Social Research, University of Frankfurt, and used it again in the 1960s in a study of the social character of a small Mexican village. Among the main collaborators in the first study were Ernest Schachtel, the late Anna Hartog Schachtel, and Paul Lazarsfeld, as statistical consultant. This study was finished in the mid-30s, but only the questionnaire and sample answers were published. M. Horkheimer, ed. 1936. The second study has been published. E. Fromm and M. Maccobie, 1970. Maccobie and I have also devised a questionnaire to determine the factors that indicate the necrophilic character, and Maccobie has applied this questionnaire to various groups with satisfactory results. M. Maccobie, 1972. All following quotations are from S. Milgram, 1963. No actual electric shocks were administered, but this was not known to the teacher subjects. So in this study we are bringing together a number of adults of different occupations and ages. And we're asking some of them to be teachers and some of them to be learners. We want to find out just what effect different people have on each other as teachers and learners, and also what effect punishment will have on learning in this situation. Therefore, I'm going to ask one of you to be the teacher here tonight and the other one to be the learner. Does either of you have a preference? Subjects then drew slips of paper from a hat to determine who would be the teacher and who would be the learner in the experiment. The drawing was rigged so that the naive subject was always the teacher and the accomplice always the learner. Both slips contained the word teacher. Immediately after the drawing, the teacher and learner were taken to an adjacent room and the learner was strapped into an electric chair apparatus. The experimenter explained that the straps were to prevent excessive movement while the learner was being shocked. The effect was to make it impossible for him to escape from the situation. An electrode was attached to the learner's wrist, and electrode paste was applied to avoid blisters and burns. Subjects were told that the electrode was attached to the shock generator in the adjoining room. The subject is told to administer a shock to the learner each time he gives a wrong response. Moreover, and this is the key command, the subject is instructed to move one level higher on the shock generator each time the learner flashes a wrong answer. He is also instructed to announce the voltage level before administering a shock. This serves to continually remind subjects of the increasing intensity of shocks administered to the learner. In all conditions, the learner gives a predetermined set of responses to the word pair test based on a schedule of approximately 3 wrong answers to 1 correct answer. In the present experimental condition, no vocal response or other sign of protest is heard from the learner until shock level 300 is reached. When the 300-volt shock is administered, the learner pounds on the wall of the room in which he is bound to the electric chair. The pounding can be heard by the subject. From this point on, the learner's answers no longer appear on the four-way panel. If the subject indicated his unwillingness to go on, the experimenter responded with a sequence of prods, using as many as necessary to bring the subject into line. Prod 1, please continue, or please go on. Prod 2, the experiment requires that you continue. Prod 3, it is absolutely essential that you continue. Prod 4, you have no other choice, you must go on. The prods were always made in sequence. Only if prod 1 had been unsuccessful, could prod 2 be used. If the subject refused to obey the experimenter after prod 4, the experiment was terminated. The experimenter's tone of voice was at all times firm, but not impolite. The sequence was begun anew on each occasion that the subject balked or showed reluctance to follow orders. Special prods. If the subjects asked if the learner was liable to suffer permanent physical injury, the experimenter said, although the shocks may be painful, there is no permanent tissue damage, so please go on. Followed by prods 2, 3, and 4 if necessary. If the subject said that the learner did not want to go on, the experimenter replied, whether the learner likes it or not, you must go on until he has learned all the word pairs correctly. So please go on. Followed by prods 2, 3, and 4 if necessary. What were the results of this experiment? Many subjects showed signs of nervousness in the experimental situation, and especially upon administering the more powerful shocks. In a large number of cases, the degree of tension reached extremes that are rarely seen in socio-psychological laboratory studies. Italics added. Subjects were observed to sweat, tremble, stutter, bite their lips, groan, and dig their fingernails into their flesh. These were characteristic rather than exceptional responses to the experiment. One sign of tension was the regular occurrence of nervous laughing fits. 14 of the 40 subjects showed definite signs of nervous laughter and smiling. The laughter seemed entirely out of place, even bizarre. Full-blown, uncontrollable seizures were observed for 3 subjects. On one occasion we observed a seizure so violently convulsive that it was necessary to call a halt to the experiment. The subject, a 46-year-old encyclopedia salesman, was seriously embarrassed by his untoward and uncontrollable behavior. In the post-experimental interviews, subjects took pains to point out that they were not sadistic types and that the laughter did not mean they enjoyed shocking the victim. Somewhat in contrast to the experimenter's original expectation, none of the 40 subjects stopped prior to shock level 300, at which the victim began kicking on the wall and no longer providing answers to the teacher's multiple-choice questions. Only 5 out of the 40 subjects refused to obey the experimenter's commands beyond the 300-volt level, 4 more administered one further shock, 2 broke off at the 330-volt level and 1 each at 345, 360, and 375 volts. Thus a total of 14 subjects, 35%, defied the experimenter. The obedient subjects often did so under extreme stress, and displayed fears similar to those who defied the experimenter, yet they obeyed. After the maximum shocks had been delivered, and the experimenter called a halt to the proceedings, many obedient subjects heaved sighs of relief, mopped their brows, rubbed their fingers over their eyes, or nervously fumbled cigarettes. Some shook their heads, apparently in regret. Some subjects had remained calm throughout the experiment, and displayed only minimal signs of tension from beginning to end. In the discussion of the experiment, the author states that it yielded 2 findings that were surprising. The first finding concerns the sheer strength of obedient tendencies manifested in this situation. Subjects have learned from childhood that it is a fundamental breach of moral conduct to hurt another person against his will. Yet, 26 subjects abandon this tenet in following the instructions of an authority who has no special powers to enforce his commands. The second unanticipated effect was the extraordinary tension generated by the procedures. One might suppose that a subject would simply break off or continue as his conscience dictated. Yet, this is very far from what happened. There were striking reactions of tension and emotional strain. One observer related, "I observed a mature and initially poised businessman enter the laboratory smiling and confident. Within 20 minutes he was reduced to a twitching, stuttering wreck, who was rapidly approaching a point of nervous collapse. He constantly pulled on his earlobe, and twisted his hands. At one point he pushed his fist into his forehead and muttered, 'Oh God, let's stop it.' And yet he continued to respond to every word of the experimenter, and obeyed to the end." The experiment is indeed very interesting as an examination not only of obedience and conformity but of cruelty and destructiveness as well. It seems almost to simulate a situation that has happened in real life, that of the culpability of soldiers who behaved in an extremely cruel and destructive manner under orders from their superiors, or what they believed to be orders, which they executed without question. Is this also the story of the German generals who were sentenced in Nuremberg as war criminals, or the story of Lieutenant Calley and some of his subordinates in Vietnam? I do not think that this experiment permits any conclusion with regard to most situations in real life. The psychologist was not only an authority to whom one owes obedience, but a representative of science and of one of the most prestigious institutions of higher education in the United States. Considering that science is widely regarded as the highest value in contemporary industrial society, it is very difficult for the average person to believe that what science commands could be wrong or immoral. If the Lord had not told Abraham not to kill his son, Abraham would have done it, like millions of parents who practiced child sacrifice in history. For the believer, neither God nor his modern equivalent, science, can command anything that is wrong. For this reason, plus others mentioned by Milgram, the high degree of obedience is not more surprising than that 35% of the group refused at some point to obey. In fact, this disobedience of more than a third might well be considered more surprising and encouraging. Another surprise seems to be equally unjustified, that there was so much tension. The experimenter expected that a subject would simply break off or continue as his conscience dictated. Is that really the manner in which people solve conflicts in real life? Is it not precisely the peculiarity of human functioning and its tragedy that man tries not to face his conflicts, that is, that he does not choose consciously between what he craves to do out of greed or fear and what his conscience forbids him to do? The fact is that he removes the awareness of the conflict by rationalization, and the conflict manifests itself only unconsciously in increased stress, neurotic symptoms, or feeling guilty for the wrong reasons. Milgram's subjects behave very normally in this regard. Some further interesting questions suggest themselves at this point. Milgram assumes that his subjects are in a conflict situation because they are caught between obedience to authority and behavior patterns learned from childhood on, not to harm other people. But is this really so? Have we learned not to harm other people? That may be what children are told in Sunday school. In the realistic school of life, however, they learn that they must seek their own advantage even if other people are harmed. It seems that on this score the conflict is not as sharp as Milgram assumes. I believe that the most important finding of Milgram's study is the strength of the reactions against the cruel behavior. To be sure, 65% of the subjects could be conditioned to behave cruelly, but a reaction of indignation or horror against this sadistic behavior was clearly present in most of them. Unfortunately, the author does not give accurate data on the number of subjects who remained calm throughout the experiment. For the understanding of human behavior, it would be most interesting to know more about them. Apparently they had little or no feeling of opposition to the cruel acts they were performing. The next question is why this was so. One possible answer is that they enjoyed the suffering of others and felt no remorse when their behavior was sanctioned by authority. Another possibility is that they were such highly alienated or narcissistic people that they were insulated against what went on in other people, or they might be psychopaths, lacking in any kind of moral reaction. As for those in whom the conflict manifested itself in various symptoms of stress and anxiety, it should be assumed that they are people who do not have a sadistic or destructive character. If one had undertaken an interview in depth, one would have seen the differences in character and even could have made an educated guess as to how people would behave. The main result of Milgram's study seems to be one he does not stress, the presence of conscience in most subjects, and their pain when obedience made them act against their conscience. Thus, while the experiment can be interpreted as another proof of the easy dehumanization of man, the subject's reactions show rather the contrary, the presence of intense forces within them that find cruel behavior intolerable. This suggests an important approach to the study of cruelty in real life, to consider not only cruel behavior but the often unconscious guilty conscience of those who obey authority. The Nazis had to use an elaborate system of camouflage of atrocities in order to cope with the conscience of the average man. Milgram's experiment is a good illustration of the difference between conscious and unconscious aspects of behavior, even though no use has been made of it to explore this difference. Another experiment is particularly relevant here because it deals directly with the problem of the causes of cruelty. The first report of this experiment was published in a short paper, P.G. Zimbardo, 1972, which is, as the author wrote me, an excerpt from an oral report presented before a congressional subcommittee on prison reform. Because of that paper's brevity, Dr. Zimbardo does not consider it a fair basis for a critique of his work. I follow his wish, although regretfully, because there are certain discrepancies between it and the later paper in reference to two crucial points: a. the attitude of the guards, and b. the central thesis of the authors. The purpose of the experiment was to study the behavior of normal people under a particular situation, that of playing the roles of prisoners and guards respectively, in a mock prison. The general thesis that the authors believe is proved by the experiment is that many, perhaps the majority of people, can be made to do almost anything by the strength of the situation they are put in, regardless of their morals, personal convictions, and values. P.G. Zimbardo, 1972, more specifically, that in this experiment the prison situation transformed most of the subjects who played the role of guards into brutal sadists and most of those who played the role of prisoners into abject, frightened, and submissive men, some having such severe mental symptoms that they had to be released after a few days. In fact, the reactions of both groups were so intense that the experiment, which was to have lasted for 2 weeks, was broken off after 6 days. I doubt that the experiment proved this behaviorist thesis and shall set forth the reasons for my doubts. But first I must acquaint the reader with the details of the experiment as described in the second report. Students applied in answer to a newspaper advertisement asking for male volunteers to participate in a psychological study on prison life in return for payment of $15 per day. The students who responded completed an extensive questionnaire concerning their family background, physical and mental health history, prior experience, and attitudinal propensities with respect to sources of psychopathology, including their involvement in crime. Each respondent who completed the background questionnaire was interviewed by one of the 2 experimenters. Finally, the 24 subjects who were judged to be most stable, physically and mentally, most mature, and least involved in antisocial behaviors were selected to participate in the study. On a random basis, half the SS were assigned the role of guard, half were assigned to the role of prisoner. The final sample of subjects chosen was administered a battery of psychological tests on the day prior to the start of the simulation, but to avoid any selective bias on the part of the experimenter observers, scores were not tabulated until the study was completed. According to the authors, they had selected a sample of individuals who did not deviate from the normal range of the population, and who showed no sadistic or masochistic predisposition. The prison was constructed in a 35-foot section of a basement corridor in the psychology building at Stanford University. All the subjects were told that they would be assigned either the guard or the prisoner role on a completely random basis, and all had voluntarily agreed to play either role for $15 per day for up to 2 weeks. They signed a contract guaranteeing a minimally adequate diet, clothing, housing, and medical care, as well as the financial remuneration in return for their stated intention of serving in the assigned role for the duration of the study. It was made explicit in the contract that those assigned to be prisoners should expect to be under surveillance, have little or no privacy, and to have some of their basic civil rights suspended during their imprisonment, excluding physical abuse. They were given no other information about what to expect nor instructions about behavior appropriate for a prisoner role. Those actually assigned to this treatment were informed by phone to be available at their place of residence on a given Sunday when we would start the experiment. The subjects assigned to be guards attended a meeting with the warden, an undergraduate research assistant, and the superintendent of the prison, the principal investigator. They were told that their task was to maintain the reasonable degree of order in the prison necessary for its effective functioning. It is important to mention what the authors understand by prison. They do not use the word in its generic sense as a place of internment for law offenders, but in a specific sense portraying the conditions existing in certain American prisons. Our intention was not to create a literal simulation of an American prison, but rather a functional representation of one. For ethical, moral, and pragmatic reasons we could not detain our subjects for extended or indefinite periods of time, we could not exercise the threat and promise of severe physical punishment, we could not allow homosexual or racist practices to flourish, nor could we duplicate certain other specific aspects of prison life. Nevertheless, we believed that we could create a situation with sufficient mundane realism to allow the role-playing participation to go beyond the superficial demands of their assignment into the deep structure of the characters they represented. To do so, we established functional equivalents for the activities and experiences of actual prison life which were expected to produce qualitatively similar psychological reactions in our subjects' feelings of power and powerlessness, of control and oppression, of satisfaction and frustration, of arbitrary rule and resistance to authority, of status and anonymity, of machismo and emasculation. As the reader will see presently from the description of the methods used in the prison, this description is a considerable understatement of the treatment employed in the experiment, which is only vaguely hinted at in the last words. The actual methods were those of severe and systematic humiliation and degradation, not only because of the behavior of the guards, but through the prison rules arranged by the experimenters. By the use of the term prison it is implied that at least all prisons in the United States, and in fact in any other country, are of this type. This implication ignores the fact that there are others, such as some federal prisons in the United States and their equivalent abroad, which are not evil to the degree the authors introduced into their mock prison. How were the prisoners treated? They had been told to keep themselves ready for the beginning of the experiment. With the cooperation of the Palo Alto City Police Department, all of the subjects assigned to the prisoner treatment were unexpectedly arrested at their residences. A police officer charged them with suspicion of burglary or armed robbery, advised them of their legal rights, handcuffed them, thoroughly searched them, often as curious neighbors looked on, and carried them off to the police station in the rear of the police car. At the station they went through the standard routines of being fingerprinted, having an identification file prepared and then being placed in a detention cell. Each prisoner was blindfolded and subsequently driven by one of the experimenters and a subject guard to our mock prison. Throughout the entire arrest procedure, the police officers involved maintained a formal, serious attitude, avoiding answering any questions of clarification as to the relation of this arrest to the mock prison's duty. Upon arrival at our experimental prison, each prisoner was stripped, sprayed with a delousing preparation, a deodorant spray, and made to stand alone naked for a while in the cell yard. After being given the uniform described previously and having an ID picture taken, mug shot, the prisoner was put in his cell and ordered to remain silent. Since arrests were carried out by the real police, one wonders about the legality of their participation in this procedure, as far as the subjects knew these were real charges, especially since the officers did not answer questions about the connection between the arrest and the experiment. What were the subjects to think? How were they to know that the arrest was no arrest, that the police had lent themselves to making these false accusations and to use force just to give more color to the experiment? The uniforms of the prisoners were peculiar. They consisted of loosely fitting muslin smocks with an identification number in front and back. No underclothes were worn beneath these dresses. A light chain and lock were placed around one ankle. On their feet they wore rubber sandals and their hair was covered with a nylon stocking made into a cap. The prisoners' uniforms were designed not only to de-individuate the prisoners but to be humiliating and serve as symbols of their dependence and subservience. The ankle chain was a constant reminder, even during their sleep when it hit the other ankle, of the oppressiveness of the environment. The stocking cap removed any distinctiveness associated with hair length, color, or style, as does shaving of heads in some real prisons and the military. The ill-fitting uniforms made the prisoners feel awkward in their movements. Since these dresses were worn without undergarments, the uniform forced them to assume unfamiliar postures, more like those of a woman than a man, another part of the emasculating process of becoming a prisoner. What were the reactions of the prisoners and the guards to this situation during the 6 days of the experiment? The most dramatic evidence of the impact of this situation upon the participants was seen in the gross reactions of 5 prisoners who had to be released because of extreme emotional depression, crying, rage and acute anxiety. The pattern of symptoms was quite similar in 4 of the subjects and began as early as the 2nd day of imprisonment. The 5th subject was released after being treated for a psychosomatic rash which covered portions of his body. Of the remaining prisoners, only 2 said they were not willing to forfeit the money they had earned in return for being paroled. When the experiment was terminated prematurely after only 6 days, all the remaining prisoners were delighted by their unexpected good fortune. While the response of the prisoners is rather uniform and only different in degree, the response of the guards offers a more complex picture. In contrast, most of the guards seemed to be distressed by the decision to stop the experiment, and it appeared to us that they had become sufficiently involved in their roles so that they now enjoyed the extreme control and power which they exercised and were reluctant to give it up. The authors describe the attitude of the guards. None of the guards ever failed to come to work on time for their shift, and indeed, on several occasions guards remained on duty voluntarily and uncomplaining for extra hours without additional pay. The extremely pathological reactions which emerged in both groups of subjects testify to the power of the social forces operating, but still there were individual differences seen in styles of coping with this novel experience and in degrees of successful adaptation to it. Half the prisoners did endure the oppressive atmosphere, and not all the guards resorted to hostility. Some guards were tough but fair, played by the rules. Some went far beyond their roles to engage in creative cruelty and harassment, while a few were passive and rarely instigated any coercive control over the prisoners. Regrettably, we are not given any more precise information than a few. This seems to be an unnecessary lack of precision when it should have been very easy to mention the exact numbers. This is all the more surprising since in the earlier communication in transaction somewhat more precise and substantially different statements were made. The percentage of actively sadistic guards, quite inventive in their techniques of aching the spirit of the prisoners, is estimated there as being about 1/3. The rest are divided among the two other categories which are described, respectively, as 1. Being tough but fair, or 2. Good guards from the prisoner's point of view since they did them small favors and were friendly. This is a very different characterization from that of being passive and rarely instigating coercive control, as expressed in the later report. Such descriptions indicate a certain lack of precision in the formulation of the data, which is all the more regrettable when it occurs in connection with the crucial thesis of the experiment. The authors believe it proves that the situation alone can within a few days transform normal people into abject, submissive individuals or into ruthless sadists. It seems to me that the experiment proves, if anything, rather the contrary. If in spite of the whole spirit of this mock prison which, according to the concept of the experiment, was meant to be degrading and humiliating, obviously the guards must have caught on to this immediately. 2/3 of the guards did not commit sadistic acts for personal kicks. The experiment seems rather to prove that one cannot transform people so easily into sadists by providing them with the proper situation. The difference between behavior and character matters very much in this context. It is one thing to behave according to sadistic rules and another thing to want to be and to enjoy being cruel to people. The failure to make this distinction deprives this experiment of much of its value, as it also marred Milgram's experiment. This distinction is also relevant for the other side of the thesis, namely that the battery of tests had shown that there was no predisposition among the subjects for sadistic or masochistic behavior, that is to say, that the tests showed no sadistic or masochistic character traits. As far as psychologists are concerned, to whom manifest behavior is the main datum, this conclusion may be quite correct. However, on the basis of psychoanalytic experience it is not very convincing. Character traits are often entirely unconscious and, furthermore, cannot be discovered by conventional psychological tests. As far as projective tests are concerned, such as the TAT or the Rorschach, only investigators with considerable experience in the study of unconscious processes will discover much unconscious material. The data on the guards are open to question for still another reason. These subjects were selected precisely because they represented more or less average, normal men, and they were found to be without sadistic predispositions. This result contradicts empirical evidence which shows that the percentage of unconscious sadists in an average population is not zero. Some studies, E. Fromm, 1936, E. Fromm and M. Maccabee, 1970, have shown this, and a skilled observer can detect it without the use of questionnaires or tests. But whatever the percentage of sadistic characters in a normal population may be, the complete absence of this category does not speak well for the aptness of the tests used with regard to this problem. Some of the puzzling results of the experiment are probably to be explained by another factor. The authors state that the subjects had difficulty in distinguishing reality from the role they were playing, and assume this to be a result of the situation. This is indeed true, but the experimenters built this result into the experiment. In the first place, the prisoners were confused by several circumstances. The conditions they were told and under which they entered into the contract were drastically different from those they found. They could not possibly have expected to find themselves in a degrading and humiliating atmosphere. More important for the creation of the confusion is the cooperation of the police. Since it is most unusual for police authorities to lend themselves to such an experimental game, it was very difficult for the prisoners to appreciate the difference between reality and role-playing. The report shows that they did not even know whether their arrest had anything to do with the experiment, and the officers refused to answer their questions about this connection. Would not any average person be confused and enter the experiment with a sense of puzzlement, of having been tricked, and of helplessness? Why did they not quit immediately, or after 1 or 2 days? The authors fail to give us a clear picture of what the prisoners were told about the conditions for being released from the mock prison. At least I did not find any mention of their having ever been told that they had the right to quit if they found a continued stay intolerable. In fact, when some tried to break out, the guards prevented them by force. It seems that they were given the impression that only the parole board could give them permission to leave. Yet the authors say, one of the most remarkable incidents of the study occurred during a parole board hearing when each of 5 prisoners eligible for parole was asked by the senior author whether he would be willing to forfeit all the money earned as a prisoner if he were to be paroled, released from the study. 3 of the 5 prisoners said, yes, they would be willing to do this. Notice that the original incentive for participating in the study had been the promise of money, and they were, after only 4 days, prepared to give this up completely. And, more surprisingly, when told that this possibility would have to be discussed with the members of the staff before a decision could be made, each prisoner got up quietly and was escorted by a guard back to his cell. If they regarded themselves simply as subjects participating in an experiment for money, there was no longer any incentive to remain in the study, and they could have easily escaped this situation which had so clearly become aversive for them by quitting. Yet, so powerful was the control which the situation had come to have over them, so much a reality had this simulated environment become, that they were unable to see that their original and singular motive for remaining no longer obtained, and they returned to their cells to await a parole decision by their captors. Could they have escaped the situation so easily? Why were they not told in this meeting, those of you who want to quit are free to leave immediately, they will only forfeit the money? If they had still stayed on after this announcement, indeed the author's statement about their docility would have been justified. But by saying the possibility would have to be discussed with the members of the staff before a decision could be made, they were given the typical bureaucratic buck-passing answer. It implied that the prisoners had no right to leave. Did the prisoners really know that all this was an experiment? It depends on what knowing means here and what the effects are on the prisoners' thinking processes if they are intentionally confused from the very beginning and do not know any longer what is what and who is who. Aside from its lack of precision and the lack of a self-critical evaluation of the results, the experiment suffers from another failure, that of checking its results with real prison situations of the same type. Are most prisoners in the worst type of American prison slavishly docile, and are most guards brutal sadists? The authors cite only one ex-convict and a prison priest as evidence for the thesis that the results of the mock prison correspond to those found in real prisons. Since it is a crucial question for the main thesis of the experiments, they should have gone much further in establishing comparisons, for instance, by systematic interviews with many ex-prisoners. Also, instead of simply speaking of prisons, they should have presented more precise data on the percentage of prisons in the United States that correspond to the degrading type of prison they tried to duplicate. The failure of the authors to check their conclusions with a realistic situation is particularly regrettable, since there is ample material at hand dealing with a prison situation far more brutal than that of the worst American prisons, Hitler's concentration camps. As far as the spontaneous cruelty of SS guards is concerned, the question has not been systematically studied. In my own limited efforts to secure data on the incidence of spontaneous sadism of the guards, i.e., sadistic behavior going beyond the prescribed routine and motivated by individual sadistic lust, I have received estimates from former prisoners ranging from 10 to 90%, or the lower estimates more often coming from former political prisoners. To establish the facts, it would be necessary to undertake a thorough study of the sadism of guards in the Nazi concentration camp system. Such a study might use several approaches. For example, systematic interviews with former concentration camp inmates relating their statements to their age, reason for arrest, duration of imprisonment, and other relevant data, and similar interviews with former concentration camp guards. Indirect data, such as the following: the system used. At LEAST1 personal communications from H. Brandt and Professor H. Simonson, both of whom spent many years in concentration camps as political prisoners, and others who preferred not to be mentioned by name. Cf. also H. Brandt, 1970. Know from Dr. J. M. Steiner that he is preparing a study based on such interviews for the press. This promises to be an important contribution. In 1939, to break new prisoners during the long train trip to the concentration camp, such as inflicting severe physical pain, beatings, bayonet wounds, hunger, extreme humiliations. The SS guards executed these sadistic orders, showing no mercy whatsoever. Later, however, when the prisoners were transported by train from one camp to another, nobody touched these by now old prisoners. B. Bettelheim, 1960. If the guards had wanted to amuse themselves by sadistic behavior, they certainly could have done so without fearing any punishment. That this did not occur frequently might lead to certain conclusions about the individual sadism of the guards. As far as the attitude of the prisoners is concerned, the data from concentration camps tend to disprove Haney, Banks, and Zimbardo's main thesis, which postulates that individual values, ethics, convictions do not make any difference as far as the compelling influence of the environment is concerned. On the contrary, differences in the attitude, respectively, of apolitical, middle-class prisoners, mostly Jews, and prisoners with a genuine political conviction or religious conviction, or both, demonstrate that the values and convictions of prisoners do make a critical difference in the reaction to conditions of the concentration camp that are common to all of them. Bruno Bettelheim has given a most vivid and profound analysis of this difference. Non-political middle-class prisoners, a minority group in the concentration camps, were those least able to withstand the initial shock. They were utterly unable to understand what had happened to them and why. More than ever they clung to what had given them self-respect up to that moment. Even while being abused, they would assure the SS they had never opposed Nazism. They could not understand why they, who had always obeyed the law without question, were being persecuted. Even now, though unjustly imprisoned, they dared not oppose their oppressors even in thought, though it would have given them a self-respect they were badly in need of. All they could do was plead, and many grovelled. Since law and police had to remain beyond reproach, they accepted as just whatever the Gestapo did. Their only objection was that they had become objects of a persecution which in itself must be just, since the authorities imposed it. They rationalized their difficulty by insisting it was all a mistake. The SS made fun of them, mistreated them badly, while at the same time enjoying scenes that emphasized their position of superiority. The prisoner group as a whole was especially anxious that their middle-class status should be respected in some way. What upset them most was being treated like ordinary criminals. Their behavior showed how little the apolitical German middle class was able to hold its own against National Socialism. No consistent philosophy, either moral, political, or social, protected their integrity or gave them strength for an inner stand against Nazism. They had little or no resources to fall back on when subject to the shock of imprisonment. Their self-esteem had rested on a status and respect that came with their positions, depended on their jobs, on being head of a family, or similar external factors. Nearly all of them lost their desirable middle-class characteristics, such as their sense of propriety and self-respect. They became shiftless, and developed to an exaggerated extent the undesirable characteristics of their group: pettiness, quarrelsomeness, self-pity. Many became depressed in an agitated way and complained eternally. Others became chiselers and stole from other prisoners. Stealing from, or cheating the SS was often considered as honorable as stealing from prisoners was thought despicable. They seemed incapable of following a life pattern of their own anymore, but copied those developed by other groups of prisoners. Some followed the behavior pattern set by the criminals. Only very few adopted the ways of political prisoners, usually the most desirable of all patterns, questionable as it was. Others tried to do in prison what they preferred to do outside of it, namely to submit without question to the ruling group. A few tried to attach themselves to the upper-class prisoners and emulate their behavior. Many more tried to submit slavishly to the SS, some even turning spy in their service, which, apart from these few, only some criminals did. This was no help to them either, because the Gestapo liked the betrayal but despised the traitor. B. Bettelheim, 1960. Bettelheim has given here a penetrating analysis of the sense of identity and self-esteem of the average member of the middle class. His social position, his prestige, his power to command are the props on which his self-esteem rests. If these props are taken away, he collapses morally like a deflated balloon. Bettelheim shows why these people were demoralized and why many of them became abject slaves and even spies for the SS. One important element among the causes for this transformation must be stressed. These non-political prisoners could not grasp the situation, they could not understand why they were in the concentration camp, because they were caught in their conventional belief that only criminals are punished and they were not criminals. This lack of understanding and the resulting confusion contributed considerably to their collapse. The political and religious prisoners reacted entirely differently to the same conditions. Environmentalists and behaviorists. For those political prisoners who had expected persecution by the 55, imprisonment was less of a shock because they were psychically prepared for IL. They resented their fate, but somehow accepted it as something that fit their understanding of the course of events. While understandably and correctly anxious about their future and what might happen to their families and friends, they certainly saw no reason to feel degraded by the fact of imprisonment, though they suffered under camp conditions as much as other prisoners. As conscientious objectors, all Jehovah's Witnesses were sent to the camps. They were even less affected by imprisonment and kept their integrity thanks to rigid religious beliefs. Since their only crime in the eyes of the 55 was a refusal to bear arms, they were frequently offered freedom in return for military service. They steadfastly refused. Members of this group were generally narrow in outlook and experience, wanting low-make converts, but on the other hand exemplary comrades, helpful, correct, dependable. They were argumentative, even quarrelsome only when someone questioned their religious beliefs. Because of their conscientious work habits, they were often selected as foremen. But once a foreman, and having accepted an order from the 55, they insisted that prisoners do the work well and in the time allotted. Even though they were the only group of prisoners who never abused or mistreated other prisoners, on the contrary, they were usually quite courteous to fellow prisoners, SS officers preferred them as orderlies because of their work habits, skills, and unassuming attitudes. Quite in contrast to the continuous internecine warfare among the other prisoner groups, the Jehovah's Witnesses never misused their closeness to 55 officers to gain positions of privilege in the camp. B. Bettelheim, 1960. Even if Bettelheim's description of the political prisoners is very sketchy, he makes it quite clear nevertheless that those concentration camp inmates who had a conviction and believed in it reacted to the same circumstances in an entirely different way from the prisoners who had no such convictions. This fact contradicts the behaviorist thesis Haney et al. Tried to prove with their experiment. One cannot help raising the question about the value of such artificial experiments, when there is so much material available for natural experiments. This question suggests itself all the more because experiments of this type not only lack the alleged accuracy which is supposed to make them preferable to natural experiments, but also because the artificial setup tends to distort the whole experimental situation as compared with one in real life. What is meant here by real life? For a much fuller description, C. H. Brandt, 1970. It would perhaps be better to explain the term by a few examples than by a formal definition that would raise philosophical and epistemological questions whose discussion would take us far away from the main line of our thought. In war games, a certain number of soldiers are declared to have been killed and guns destroyed. They are, according to the rules of the game, but this has no consequences for them as persons, or as things. The dead soldier enjoys his short rest, the destroyed cannon will go on serving its purpose. The worst fate for the losing side would be that its commanding general might be handicapped in his further career. In other words, what happens in the war game does not affect anything in the realistic situation of most of those involved. Games played for money are another case in point. Most people who bet on cards, roulette, or the horses are very aware of the borderline between game and reality. They play only for amounts whose loss does not seriously affect their economic situation, i.e., has no serious consequences. A minority, the real gamblers, will risk amounts whose loss would, indeed, affect their economic situation up to the point of ruin. But the gambler does not really play a game. He is involved in a very realistic, often dramatic form of living. The same game reality concept holds true for a sport like fencing. Neither of the two persons involved risks his life. If the situation is constructed in such a way that they does, we speak of a duel, not of a game. If in psychological experiments the subjects were clearly aware that the whole situation is only a game, everything would be simple. But in many experiments, as in that of Milgram, they are misinformed and lied to. As for the prison experiment, it was set up in such a way that the awareness that everything was only an experiment would be minimized or lost. The very fact that many of these experiments, in order to be undertaken at all, must operate with fakery demonstrates this peculiar unreality. The participants' sense of reality is confused and their critical judgment greatly reduced. Maccoby's studies on the significance of the game attitude in the social character of Americans has sharpened my awareness of the dynamics of the game attitude. M. Maccoby, to be published soon. Cf. also M. Maccoby, 1972. They remind one of an essential feature of TV commercials, in which an atmosphere is created that confuses the difference between fantasy and reality, and which lends itself to the suggestive influence of the message. The viewer knows that the use of a certain soap will not bring about a miraculous change. In real life, the person knows that his behavior will have consequences. A person may have a fantasy of wanting to kill somebody, but only rarely does the fantasy lead to deeds. Many express these fantasies in dreams because in the state of sleep fantasies have no consequences. Experiments in which the subjects lack a complete feeling of reality may cause reactions that represent unconscious tendencies, rather than show how the subject would behave in reality. Whether an event is real or a game is of decisive importance for still another reason. It is well known that a real danger tends to mobilize emergency energy to deal with it, often to an extent that the person involved would never have thought of himself as having the required physical strength, skill, or endurance. But this emergency energy is mobilized only when the whole organism is confronted with a real danger, and for good neurophysiological reasons, dangers the person daydreams about do not stimulate the organism in this way, but only lead to fear and worry. The same principle holds true not only for emergency reactions in face of danger, but for the difference between fantasy and reality in many other respects, as for instance the mobilization of moral inhibitions and reactions of conscience which fail to be aroused when the whole situation is not felt to be real. In addition, the role of the experimenter must be considered in laboratory experiments of this type. He presides over a fictitious reality constructed and controlled by him. In a certain sense he represents reality for the subject, and for this reason his influence is a hypnoid one akin to that of a hypnotist toward his subject. The experimenter relieves the subject, to some extent, of his responsibility and of his own will, and hence makes him much more prone to obey the rules than the subject would be in a non-hypnoid situation. Finally, the difference between the mock prisoners and real prisoners is so great that it is virtually impossible to draw valid analyses from observation of the former. Whether a man knows that he is to stay in prison, even under the worst conditions, for 2 weeks or 2 months or 2 years or 20 years obviously is a decisive factor that influences in his life. Yet simultaneously another part of him does believe this. Instead of deciding what is real and what is fiction, he continues to think in the twilight of non-differentiation between reality and illusion. For this reason an occasional murderous dream only permits the qualitative statement that such impulses exist, but no quantitative statement about their intensity. Only their frequent recurrence would permit also quantitative analysis. This factor alone is critical for his hopelessness, demoralization, and sometimes, although exceptionally, for the mobilization of new energies with benign or malignant aims. Furthermore, a prisoner is not a prisoner. Prisoners are individuals and they react individually according to the differences in their respective character structures. But this does not imply that their reaction is only a function of their character and not one of their environment. It is merely naive to assume that it must be either this or that. The complex and challenging problem in each individual and group is to find out what the specific interaction is between a given character structure and a given social structure. It is at this point that real investigation begins, and it is only stifled by the assumption that the situation is the one factor which explains human behavior. The frustration-aggression theory. There are many other behavioristically oriented studies of aggression. None, however, develops a general theory of the origins of aggression and violence, with the exception of the frustration-aggression theory developed by J. Dollard et al. 1939, which claims to have found the cause of all aggression. More specifically, that the occurrence of aggressive behavior always presupposes the existence of frustration, and contrariwise, the existence of frustration always leads to some form of aggression. J. Dollard et al. 1939. 2 years later one of the authors, N.E. Miller, dropped the second part of the hypothesis, allowing that frustration could instigate a number of different types of responses, only one of them being aggression. N.E. Miller, 1941. This theory was, according to Buss, accepted by practically all psychologists, with very few exceptions. Buss himself comes to the critical conclusion that the emphasis on frustration has led to an unfortunate neglect of the other large class of antecedents, noxious stimuli, as well as the neglect of aggression as an instrumental response. Frustration is only one antecedent of aggression and it is not the most potent one. A. H. Buss, 1961. A thorough discussion of the frustration-aggression theory is impossible within the framework of this book because of the extent of the literature which would have to be dealt with. Among the most significant discussions of the frustration aggression myself in the following to a few basic points. The simplicity of the original formulation of the theory is greatly marred by the ambiguity of what is understood by frustration. Basically, there are two meanings in which the term has been understood. A. The interruption of an ongoing, goal-directed activity. Examples would be a boy with his hand in the cookie jar, when mother enters and makes him stop, or a sexually aroused person, interrupted in the act of coitus. B. Frustration as the negation of a desire or wish deprivation, according to Buss. Examples: the boy who asks mother to give him a cookie and she refuses, or a man propositions a woman and is rejected. One reason for the ambiguity of the term frustration lies in that $et al. Have not expressed themselves with the necessary clarity. Another reason lies probably in that the word frustration is popularly used in the second sense, and that psychoanalytic thinking has also contributed to this usage. For instance, a child's wish for love is frustrated by his mother. Depending on the meaning of frustration, we deal with two entirely different theories. Frustration in the first sense would be relatively rare because it requires that the intended activity has already begun. It would not be frequent enough to explain all or even a considerable part of aggression. At the same time, the explanation of aggression as the result of the interruption of an activity may be the only sound part of the theory. To prove or disprove it, new neurophysiological data may be of decisive value. On the other hand, the theory which is based on the second meaning of frustration does not seem to stand up against the weight of the empirical evidence. First of all, we might consider a basic fact of life, that nothing important is achieved without accepting frustration. The idea that one can learn without effort, i.e., without frustration, may be good as an advertising slogan, but is certainly not true in the acquisition of major skills. Without the capacity to accept frustration, man would hardly have developed at all. And does not everyday observation show that many times people suffer frustrations without having an aggressive response? People waiting in line in order to obtain a theater ticket, religious people who fast, people in war who have to do without adequate food. In these and hundreds of other cases, frustration does not produce aggression. What can, and often does, produce aggression is theory to be mentioned, aside from Buss's work, is L. Berkowitz's frustration-aggression hypothesis revisited, 1969. Berkowitz is critical, yet on the whole, positive, and he cites a number of the more recent experiments. What the frustration means to the person, and the psychological meaning of frustration differs according to the total constellation in which the frustration occurs. If a child, for instance, is forbidden to eat candy, this frustration, provided the parent's attitude is genuinely loving and free from pleasure in controlling, will not mobilize aggression, but if this prohibition is only one of many manifestations of the parent's desire for control, or if, for instance, a sibling is permitted to eat it, considerable anger is likely to be the result. What produces the aggression is not the frustration as such, but the injustice or rejection involved in the situation. The most important factor in determining the occurrence and intensity of frustration is the character of a person. A very greedy person, for instance, will react angrily when he does not get all the food he wants, and a miserly person, when his wish to buy something cheap is frustrated. The narcissistic person feels frustrated when he does not get the praise and recognition he expects. The character of the person determines in the first place what frustrates him, and in the second place the intensity of his reaction to frustration. Valuable as many of the behavioristically oriented psychological studies on aggression are in terms of their own goals, they have not resulted in the formulation of a global hypothesis on the causes of violent aggression. Few of the studies that we examined, concludes Megarji in his excellent survey of the psychological literature, attempted to test theories of human violence. Those empirical studies which did focus on violence were generally not designed to test theories. Investigations that did focus on important theoretical issues generally investigated milder aggressive behavior or used infrahuman subjects. ERICH, 1969. Considering the brilliance of the investigators, the means for research at their disposal, and the number of students eager to excel in scientific work, these meager results seem to confirm the assumption that behavioristic psychology does not lend itself to the development of a systematic theory concerning the sources of violent aggression. Chapter 3. Instinctivism and Behaviorism. Their differences and similarities, a common ground. The man of the instinctivists lives the past of the species, as the man of the behaviorists lives the present of his social system. The former is a machine that can only produce inherited patterns of the past, the latter is a machine that can only produce social patterns of the present. Instinctivism and behaviorism have one basic premise in common, that man has no psyche with its own structure and its own laws. For instinctivism in Lorenz's sense the same holds true. This has been formulated most radically by one of Lorenz's former students, Paul Leyhausen. He criticizes those psychologists dealing with humans, human psychology, who claim that anything psychic can only be explained psychologically, i.e., on the basis of psychological premises. The only is a slight distortion of their position for the sake of a better argument. Leyhausen claims that, on the contrary, if there is an area where we certainly cannot find the explanation for psychic events and experiences, it is the area of the psyche itself. This is so for the same reason that we cannot find an explanation for digestion in the digestive processes, but in those special ecological conditions that existed about 1 billion years ago. These conditions exposed a number of organisms to selective pressures which made them assimilate not only inorganic foodstuffs, but also those of an organic nature. In the same way, psychical processes are also achievements which have come about as a result of selective pressures of life and species-preserving value. Their explanation is in every sense pre-psychological. K. Lorenz, P. Leyhausen, 1968. My translation. Put in simpler language, Leyhausen maintains that one can explain psychological data by the evolutionary process alone. The crucial point here is what is meant by explain. If, for instance, one wants to know how the effect of fear is possible as the result of the evolution of the brain from the lowest to the highest animals, then this is a task for those scientists who investigate the evolution of the brain. However, if one wants to explain why a person is frightened, the data on evolution will not contribute much to the answer. The explanation must be essentially a psychological one. Perhaps the person is threatened by a stronger enemy, or is coping with his own repressed aggression, or suffers from a sense of powerlessness, or a paranoid element in him makes him feel persecuted, or many other factors that alone or in combination may explain his fright. To want to explain the fright of a particular person by an evolutionary process is plainly futile. Leyhausen's premise, that the only approach to the study of human phenomena is the evolutionary one, means that we understand the psychical process in man exclusively by knowing how, in the process of evolution, he became what he is. Similarly, he suggests that digestive processes are to be explained in terms of conditions as they existed hundreds of millions of years ago. Could a physician dealing with disturbances of the digestive tract help his patient if he were concerned with the evolution of digestion, rather than with the causes of the particular symptom in this particular patient? For Leyhausen, evolution becomes the only science, and absorbs all other sciences dealing with man. Lorenz, as far as I know, never formulated this principle so drastically, but his theory is built on the same premise. He claims that man understands himself only and suggestively if he understands the evolutionary process which made him become what he is now. Point 2. In spite of the great differences between instinctivistic and behavioristic theory, they have a common basic orientation. They both exclude the person, the behaving man, from their field of vision. Whether man is the product of conditioning, or the product of animal evolution, he is exclusively determined by conditions outside himself. He has no part in his own life, no responsibility, and not even a trace of freedom. Man is a puppet, controlled by strings, instinct, or conditioning. More recent views. In spite of, or perhaps because of, the fact that instinctivists and behaviorists share certain similarities in their respective pictures of man and in their philosophical orientation, they have fought each other with a remarkable fanaticism. Nature or nurture, instinct or environment became flags around which each side rallied, refusing to see any common ground. In recent years there has been a growing tendency to overcome the sharp alternatives of the instinctivist-behaviorist war. One solution was to change the terminology. Some tended to reserve the term instinct for the lower animals and to speak instead of organic drives when discussing human motivations. In this way some developed such formulations as most of man's behavior is learned, whereas most of a bird's behavior is not learned. W. C. Ali, H. W. Neeson, M. F. Nimkoff, 1953. This latter formulation is characteristic of the new trend to replace the old either-or by a more or-is formulation, thus taking account of gradual change in the weight of the respective factors. The model for this view is a continuum, on the one end of which is, almost, complete innate determination, on the other end, almost, complete learning. F. A. Beach, an outstanding opponent of instinctivistic theory, writes, "Perhaps a more serious weakness in the present psychological handling of instinct lies in the assumption that a two-class system is adequate for the classification of complex behavior. The implication that all behavior must be determined by learning or by heredity, neither of which is more than partially understood, is entirely unjustified. The final form of any response is affected by a multiplicity of variables, only two of which are genetical and experiential factors. It is to the identification and analysis of all these factors that psychology should address itself. When this task is properly conceived and executed, there will be no need nor reason for ambiguous concepts of instinctive behavior." F. A. Beach, 1955. In a similar vein, N. R. F. Mayer and T. C. Schneerle write, "Because learning plays a more important role in the behavior of higher than in the behavior of lower forms, the natively determined behavior patterns of higher forms become much more extensively modified by experience than those of lower forms. It is through such modification that the animal may become adjusted to different environments and escape from the narrow bounds the optimum condition imposes. Higher forms are therefore less dependent upon specific external environmental conditions for survival than are lower forms. Because of the interaction of acquired and innate factors in behavior, it is impossible to classify many behavior patterns. Each type of behavior must be separately investigated." N. R. F. Mayer and T. C. Schneerle, 1964. The position taken in this book is in some respects close to that of the authors just mentioned and others who refuse to continue fighting under the rags of instincts versus learning. However, as I shall show in Part 3, the more important problem from the standpoint of this study is the difference between organic drives, food, fight, right, sexuality, formerly called instincts, whose function it is to guarantee the survival of the individual and the species, and non-organic drives, character-rooted passions, which are not phylogenetically programmed and are not common to all men, the desire for love and freedom, destructiveness, narcissism, sadism, masochism. Often these non-organic drives that form man's second nature are confused with organic drives. A case in point is the sexual drive. It is a psychoanalytically well-established observation that often the intensity of what is subjectively felt as sexual desire, including its corresponding physiological manifestations, is due to non-sexual passions such as narcissism, sadism, masochism, the wish for power, and even anxiety, loneliness, and boredom. For a narcissistic male, for instance, the sight of a woman may be sexually exciting because he is excited by the possibility of proving to himself how attractive he is. Or a sadistic person may be sexually excited by the chance to conquer a woman, or as the case may be, a man, and to control her or him. Many people are bound for years to each other emotionally just by this motive, especially when the sadism of one fits the masochism of the other. It is rather well known that fame, power, and wealth makes its possessors sexually attractive if certain physical conditions are present. In all these instances the physical desire is mobilized by non-sexual passions which thus find their satisfaction. Indeed, it is anybody's guess how many children owe their existence to vanity, sadism, and masochism, rather than to genuine physical attraction, not to speak of love. But people, especially men, prefer to think that they are oversexed rather than that they are overvain. The same phenomenon has been clinically studied minutely in cases of compulsive eating. This symptom is not motivated by physiological but by psychic hunger, engendered by the feeling of being depressed, anxious, empty. My thesis, to be demonstrated in the following chapters, is that destructiveness and cruelty are not instinctual drives, but passions rooted in the total existence of man. They are one of the ways to make sense of life. They are not and could not be present in the animal, because they are by their very nature rooted in the human condition. The main error of Lawrence and other instinctivists is to have confused the two kinds of drives, those rooted in instinct, and those rooted in character. A sadistic person who waits for the occasion, as it were, to express his sadism, looks as if he fitted the hydraulic model of a dammed-up instinct. But only people with a sadistic character wait for the opportunity to behave sadistically, just as people with a loving character wait for the opportunity to express their love. The political and social background of both theories. It is instructive to examine in some detail the social and political background of the war between the environmentalists and the instinctivists. The environmental theory is characterized by the spirit of the political revolution of the middle classes in the 18th century against feudal privileges. Feudalism had rested on the assumption that its order was a natural one. In the battle against this natural order, which the middle classes wanted to overthrow, one was prone to arrive at the theory that the status of a person was not at all dependent on any innate or natural factors, but that it depended entirely on social arrangements, the improvement of which was the task of the revolution. No vice or stupidity was to be explained as being due to human nature as such, but to the bad and vicious arrangements of society, hence there was no obstacle to an absolute optimism in the future of man. While environmentalist theory was thus closely related to the revolutionary hopes of the rising middle classes in the 18th century, the instinctivist movement based on Darwin's teaching reflects the basic assumption of 19th century capitalism. Capitalism as a system in which harmony is created by ruthless competition between all individuals would appear to be a natural order if one could prove that the most complex and remarkable phenomenon, man, is a product of the ruthless competition among all living beings since the emergence of life. The development of life from monocellular organisms to man would seem to be the most splendid example of free enterprise, in which the best win through competition and those who are not fit to survive in the progressing economic system are eliminated. The reasons for the victorious anti-instinctivistic revolution, led by K. Dunlap, Xing-Yang Kuo, and L. Bernard in the 1920s, may be seen in the difference between the capitalism of the 20th century and that of the 19th. I shall mention only a few points of difference which are relevant here. 19th century capitalism was one of fierce competition among capitalists which led to the elimination of the weaker and less efficient among them. In 20th century capitalism, the element of competition has to some extent given way to cooperation among the big enterprises. Hence the proof that fierce competition corresponded to a law of nature was no longer needed. Another important point of difference lies in the change of the method of control. In 19th century capitalism control was largely based on the exercise of strict patriarchal principles, morally supported by the authority of God and King. Cybernetic capitalism, with its gigantic centralized enterprises and its capacity to provide the workers with amusements and bread, is able to maintain control by psychological manipulation and human engineering. It needs a man who is very malleable and easily influenced, rather than one whose instincts are controlled by fear of authority. Finally, contemporary industrial society has a different vision of the aim of life than that of the last century. At that time the ideal, at least for the middle classes, was independence, private initiative, to be the captain of my ship. The contemporary vision, however, is that of unlimited consumption and unlimited control over nature. Men are fired by the dream that one day they will completely control nature and thus be like God. Why should there be anything in human nature that cannot be controlled? But if behaviorism expresses the mood of the 20th century industrialism, how can we explain the revival of instinctivism in the writings of Lawrence and its popularity among the broad public? As I have pointed out, one reason for this is the sense of fear and hopelessness that pervades many people because of the ever-increasing dangers and that nothing is done to avert them. Many who had faith in progress and had hoped for basic changes in man's fate, instead of carefully analyzing the social process which led to their disillusionment, are taking refuge in the explanation that man's nature must be responsible for this failure. Finally, there are the personal and political biases of the authors who become spokesmen for the new instinctivism. Some writers in this field are only dimly aware of the political and philosophical implications of their respective theories. Nor have the connections found much attention among the commentators on these theories. But there are exceptions. N. Pastor, 1949, compared the socio-political views of 24 psychologists, biologists, and sociologists concerning the nature-nurture problem. Among the 12 liberals, or radicals, 11 were environmentalists and 1 a hereditarian. Among the 12 conservatives, 11 were hereditarians and 1 an environmentalist. Even considering the small number of persons involved, this result is quite telling. Other authors are aware of the emotional implications, but usually only of those in the hypotheses of their opponents. A good example of this one-sided awareness is a statement by one of the most distinguished representatives of orthodox psychoanalysis, R. Wilder. I am referring to a group of critics who either were outright Marxists or at least belonged to that branch of Western liberal tradition of which Marxism itself was an offshoot, i.e., the school of thought which passionately believed that man is good by nature and that whatever ills and evils there are in human affairs are due to rotten institutions, perhaps to the institution of private property or, in a more recent and more moderate version, to a so-called neurotic culture. But whether evolutionist or revolutionary, whether moderate or radical or of one-track mind, no believer in the fundamental goodness of man and in the exclusive responsibility of external causes for human suffering could help being disturbed by a theory of an instinct of destruction or a death instinct. For if this theory is true, potentialities for conflict and for suffering are inherent in human affairs, and attempts to abolish or mitigate suffering appear to be, if not hopeless undertakings, at least far more complicated ones than the social revolutionaries had fancied them to be. R. Wilder, 1956. Penetrating as Wilder's remarks are, it is nevertheless noteworthy that they only seize the bias of the anti-instinctivists and not of those who share his own position. Chapter 4. The psychoanalytic approach to the understanding of aggression. Does the psychoanalytic approach offer a method for understanding aggression that avoids the shortcomings both of the behavioristic and the instinctivistic approaches? At first glance, it seems as if psychoanalysis not only has avoided their shortcomings, but that it is afflicted, in fact, by a combination of them. Psychoanalytic theory is at the same time instinctivistic one in its general theoretical concepts and environmentalistic in its therapeutic orientation. That Freud's theory too is instinctivistic, explaining human behavior as the result of the struggle between the instinct for self-preservation and the sexual instinct, and in his later theory between the life and death instincts, is too well known to require any documentation. The environmentalist framework can also be easily recognized when one considers that analytic therapy attempts to explain the development of a person by the specific environmental constellation of infancy, i.e., the impact of the family. This aspect, however, is reconciled with instinctivism by the assumption that the modifying influence of the environment occurs via the influence of the libidinous structure. In practice, however, patients, the public, and frequently analysts themselves pay only lip service to the specific vicissitudes of the sexual instincts. Very often these vicissitudes are reconstructed on the basis of evidence which in itself is often a construction based on the system of theoretical expectations, and take a totally environmentalistic position. Their axiom is that every negative development in the patient is to be understood as the result of damaging influences in early childhood. This has led sometimes to irrational self-accusation on the part of parents who feel guilty for every undesirable or pathological trait that appears in a child after birth, and to a tendency of people in analysis to put the blame for all their troubles on their parents, and to avoid confronting themselves with the problem of their own responsibility. In the light of all this, it would seem legitimate for psychologists to classify psychoanalysis as theory under the category of instinctivistic theories, and thus their argument against Lorentz is eo ipso an argument against psychoanalysis. But caution is necessary here. The question is, how should one define psychoanalysis? Is it the sum total of Freud's theories, or can we distinguish between the original and creative and the accidental, time-conditioned parts of the system, a distinction that can be made in the work of all great pioneers of thought? If such a distinction is legitimate, we must ask whether the libido theory belongs to the core of Freud's work or whether it is simply the form in which he organized his new insights because there was no other way to think of and to express his basic findings, given his philosophical and scientific environment. E. Fromm, 1970a. Freud himself never claimed that the libido theory was a scientific certainty. He called it our mythology, and replaced it with the theory of the eros and death instincts. It is equally significant that they defined psychoanalysis as a theory based on resistance and transference and by omission, not on the libido theory. But perhaps more important than Freud's own statements is to keep in mind what gave his discoveries their unique historical significance. Surely it could not have been the instinctivistic theory as such. Instinct theories had been quite popular since the 19th century. That he singled out the sexual instinct as the source of all passions, aside from the instinct for self-preservation, was, of course, new and revolutionary at a time still ruled by Victorian middle-class morality. But even this special version of the instinct theory would probably not have made such a powerful and lasting impact. It seems to me that what gave Freud his historical significance was the discovery of unconscious processes, not philosophically or speculatively, but empirically, as he demonstrated in some of his case histories, and most of all in his fundamental opus, The Interpretation of Dreams, 1900. If it can be shown, for instance, that a consciously peaceful and conscientious man has powerful impulses to kill, it is a secondary question whether one explains these impulses as being derived from his Oedipal hate against his father, as a manifestation of his death instinct, as a result of his wounded narcissism, or as due to other reasons. Freud's revolution was to make us recognize the unconscious aspect of man's mind and the energy which man uses to repress the awareness of undesirable desires. He showed that good intentions mean nothing if they cover up the unconscious intentions. He unmasked honest dishonesty by demonstrating that it is not enough to have meant well consciously. He was the first scientist to explore the depth, the underworld in man, and that is why his ideas had such an impact on artists and writers at a time when most psychiatrists still refused to take his theories seriously. But Freud went further. He not only showed that forces operate in man of which he is not aware and that rationalizations protect him from awareness, he also explained that these unconscious forces are integrated in a system to which he gave the name character in a new, dynamic sense. Freud began to develop this concept in his first paper on the anal character. S. Freud, 1908. Certain behavior traits, such as stubbornness, orderliness, and parsimony, he pointed out, were more often than not to be found together as a syndrome of traits. Furthermore, wherever that syndrome existed, one could find peculiarities in the sphere of toilet training and in the vicissitudes of sphincter control and in certain behavioral traits related to bowel movements and feces. Thus Freud's first step was to discover a syndrome of behavioral traits and to relate them to the way the child acted, in part as a response to certain demands by those who trained him, in the sphere of bowel movements. His brilliant and creative next step was to relate these two sets of behavioral patterns by a theoretical consideration based on a previous assumption about the evolution of the libido. This assumption was that during an early phase of childhood development, after the mouth has ceased to be the main organ of lust and satisfaction, the anus becomes an important erogenous zone, and most libidinal wishes are centered around the process of the retention and evacuation of the excrements. His conclusion was to explain the syndrome of behavioral traits as sublimation of, or reaction formation against the libidinous satisfaction or frustration of anally. Stubbornness and parsimony were supposed to be the sublimation of the original refusal to give up the pleasure of retaining the stool. Orderliness, the reaction formation against the original desire of the infant to evacuate whenever he pleased. Freud showed that the three original traits of the syndrome, which until then had appeared to be quite unrelated to each other, formed part of a structure, or system, because they were all rooted in the same source of anal libido which manifests itself in these traits, either directly or by reaction formation or by sublimation. In this way Freud was able to explain why these traits are charged with energy and, in fact, very resistant to change. One of the most important additions was the concept of the oral sadistic character, the exploitative character, in my terms. There are other concepts of character formation, depending on what aspects one wants to stress, such as the authoritarian 5, sadomasochistic, character, the rebellious and the revolutionary character, the narcissistic and the incestuous character. These latter concepts, most of which do not form part of classic psychoanalytic thinking, are related to each other and overlap. By combining them one can get a still fuller description of a certain character. Freud's theoretical explanation for character structure was the notion that the libido, oral, anal, genital, was the source that gave energy to the various character traits. But even if one discounts the libido theory, his discovery loses none of its importance for the clinical observation of the syndromes, and the fact that a common source of energy feeds them remains equally true. I have attempted to demonstrate that the character syndromes are rooted and nourished in the particular forms of relatedness of the individual to the outside world and himself. Furthermore, that inasmuch as the social group shares a common character structure, social character, the socio-economic conditions shared by all members of a group mold the social character. E. Fromm, 1932, 1936, 1941, 1947, 1970, E. Fromm and M. Maccabee, 1970. The extraordinary importance of the concept of character is that it transcends the old dichotomy, instinct-environment. The sexual instinct in Freud's system was supposed to be very malleable, and to a large extent molded by environmental influences. Thus character was understood as being the outcome of the interaction between instinct and environment. This new position was possible only because Freud had subsumed all instincts under one, i.e., sexuality, aside from the instinct for self-preservation. The many instincts we find in the lists of the older instinctivists were relatively fixed, because each motive of behavior was attributed to a special kind of innate drive. But in Freud's scheme, the various motivating forces and the differences were explained as the result of environmental influence on the libido. Paradoxically, then, Freud's enlargement of the concept of sexuality enabled him to open the door to the acceptance of environmental influences far beyond what was possible for the pre-Freudian instinct theory. Love, tenderness, sadism, masochism, ambition, curiosity, anxiety, rivalry, these and many other drives were no longer each attributed to a special instinct, but to the influence of the environment, essentially the significant persons in early childhood, via the libido. Freud consciously remained loyal to the philosophy of his teachers, but by the assumption of a super instinct he transcended his own instinctivistic viewpoint. It is true he still hobbled his thought by the predominance of the libido theory, and it is time to leave this instinctive baggage behind altogether. What I want to stress at this point is that Freud's instinctivism was very different from traditional instinctivism. The description given thus far suggests that character determines behavior, that the character trait, whether loving or destroying, drives man to behave in a certain way, and that man in acting according to his character feels satisfied. Indeed, the character trait tells us how a person would like to behave. But we must add an important qualification: if he could. What does this "if he could" mean? We must return here to one of the most fundamental of Freud's notions, the concept of the reality principle, based on the instinct for self-preservation, versus the pleasure principle, based on the sexual instinct. Whether we are driven by the sexual instinct or by a non-sexual passion in which a character trait is rooted, the conflict between what we would like to do and the demands of self-interest remains crucial. We cannot always behave as we are driven to by our passions, because we have to modify our behavior to some extent in order to remain alive. The average person tries to find a compromise between what his character would make him want to do and what he must do in order not to suffer more or less harmful consequences. The degree to which a person follows the dictates of self-preservation, ego interest, varies, of course. At the one extreme, the weight of ego interests is zero. This holds true for the martyr and a certain type of fanatical killer. At the other extreme is the opportunist, for whom self-interest includes everything that could make him more successful, popular, or comfortable. Between these two extremes all people can be arranged, characterized by a specific blend of self-interest and character-rooted passions. How much a person represses his passionate desires depends not only on factors within himself but on the situation. If the situation changes, repressed desires become conscious and are acted out. This holds true, for instance, for the person with a sadistic masochistic character. Everybody knows the type of person who is submissive to his boss and sadistically domineering to his wife and children. Another case in point is the change that occurs in character when the total social situation changes. The sadistic character, who may have posed as a meek or even friendly individual, may become a fiend in a terroristic society in which sadism is valued rather than deplored. Another may suppress sadistic behavior in all visible actions, while showing it in a subtle expression of the face or in seemingly harmless and marginal remarks. Repression of character traits also occurs with regard to the most noble impulses. In spite of the fact that the teachings of Jesus are still part of our moral ideology, a man acting in accordance with them is generally considered a fool or a neurotic. Hence many people still rationalize their generous impulses as being motivated by self-interest. These considerations show that the motivating power of character traits is influenced by self-interest in varying degrees. They imply that character constitutes the main motivation of human behavior, but restricted and modified by the demands of self-interest under varying conditions. It is the great achievement of Freud not only to have discovered the character traits which underlie behavior, but also to have devised means to study them, such as the interpretation of dreams, free association, and slips of the tongue. Here lies the fundamental difference between behaviorism and psychoanalytic characterology. Conditioning works through its appeal to self-interest, such as the desire for food, security, praise, avoidance of pain. In animals, self-interest proves to be so strong that by repeated and optimally spaced reinforcements the interest for self-preservation proves to be stronger than other instincts like sex or aggression. Man of course also behaves in accordance with his self-interest, but not always, and not necessarily so. He often acts according to his passions, his meanest and his noblest, and is often willing and able to risk his self-interest, his fortune, his freedom, and his life in the pursuit of love, truth, and integrity or for hate, greed, sadism, and destructiveness. In this very difference lies the reason conditioning cannot be a sufficient explanation for human behavior. To sum up, what was epoch-making in Freud's findings was that he found the key to the understanding of the system of forces which make up man's character system and to the contradictions within the system. The discovery of unconscious processes and of the dynamic concept of character were radical because they went to the roots of human behavior. They were disquieting because nobody can hide any longer behind his good intentions. They were dangerous, because if everybody were to know what he could know about himself and others, society would be shaken to its very foundations. As psychoanalysis became successful and respectable, it shed its core and emphasized that which is generally acceptable. It kept that part of the unconscious which Freud had emphasized, the sexual strivings. The consumer society did away with many of the Victorian taboos, not because of the influence of psychoanalysis but for a number of reasons inherent in its structure. To discover one's incestuous wishes, castration fear, penis envy, was no longer upsetting. But to discover repressed character traits such as narcissism, sadism, omnipotence, submission, alienation, indifference, the unconscious betrayal of one's integrity, the illusory nature of one's concept of reality, to discover all this in oneself, in the social fabric, in the leaders one follows, this indeed is social dynamite. Freud only dealt with an instinctual ID, that was quite satisfactory at a time when he did not see any other way to explain human passion except in terms of instincts. But what was revolutionary then is conventional today. The instinct theory, instead of being considered a hypothesis, needed at a certain period, became the center and the straitjacket of orthodox psychoanalytic theory and slowed down the further development of the understanding of man's passions, which had been Freud's central interest. It is for these reasons that I propose that the classification of psychoanalysis as instinctivistic theory, which is correct in a formal sense, does not really refer to the substance of psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis is essentially a theory of unconscious strivings, of resistance, of falsification of reality according to one's subjective needs and expectations, transference of character, and of conflicts between passionate strivings embodied in character traits and the demands for self-preservation. In this revised sense, although based on the core of Freud's discoveries, the approach of this book to the problem of human aggression and destructiveness is psychoanalytic and neither instinctivistic nor behavioristic. An increasing number of psychoanalysts have given up Freud's libido theory, but frequently they have not replaced it by an equally precise and systematic theoretical system. The drives they employ are not sufficiently grounded, either in physiology or in the conditions of human existence or in an adequate concept of society. They often use somewhat superficial categories, for instance Karen Horney's competition, which are not too different from the cultural patterns of American anthropology. In contrast, a number of psychoanalysts, most of them influenced by Adolf Meyer, have given up Freud's libido theory and have constructed what seems to me one of the most promising and creative developments in psychoanalytic theory. Mainly on the basis of their study of schizophrenic patients, they arrived at an ever-deepening understanding of the unconscious processes going on in interpersonal relations. By being free from the restrictive influence of the libido theory, and particularly the concepts of ID, ego, and superego. They can describe fully what goes on in the relationship between two people and within each one of them in his role as a participant. Among the most outstanding representatives of this school aside from Adolf Meyer are Harry Stack Sullivan, Frieda Fromm-Reichmann, and Theodore Lidge. In my opinion, R.D. Laing has succeeded in giving the most penetrating analyses, not only because he has probed radically into the personal and subjective factors but because his analysis of the social situation is equally radical and free from the uncritical acceptance of present-day society as being sane. Aside from those mentioned so far, the names of Winnicott, Fairbairn, Balint, and Guntrup, among others, represent the development of psychoanalysis from a theory and therapy of instinctual frustration and control into a theory and therapy that encourages the rebirth and growth of an authentic self within an authentic relationship. H. Guntrup, 1971. The work of some existentialists, such as L. Binswanger, is by comparison lacking in precise descriptions of the interpersonal processes, substituting somewhat vague philosophical notions for precise clinical data. Part 2. The Evidence Against the Instinctivist Thesis. Chapter 5. Neurophysiology. It is the aim of the chapters in this section to show that the relevant data in the fields of neurophysiology, animal psychology, paleontology, and anthropology do not support the hypothesis that man is innately endowed with a spontaneous and self-propelling aggressive drive. The relationship of psychology to neurophysiology. Before entering into the discussion of the neurophysiological data, a few words need to be said about the relationship of psychology, the science of the mind, to the neurosciences, the sciences of the brain. Each science has its own subject matter, its own methods, and the direction it takes is determined by the applicability of its methods to its data. One cannot expect the neurophysiologist to proceed in the way that would be most desirable from the standpoint of the psychologist, or vice versa. But one can expect both sciences to remain in close contact and to assist each other. This is possible only if both sides have some elementary knowledge that at least permits each to understand the language of the other and to appreciate its most basic findings. If the students of both sciences were in such close contact, they would find that there are certain areas in which the findings of one can be related to those of the other. This is the case, for instance, with regard to the problem of defensive aggression. However, in most instances psychological and neurophysiological investigations and their respective frames of reference are far apart, and the neuroscientist cannot at present satisfy the psychologist's desire for information about problems such as the neurophysiological equivalent of passions like destructiveness, sadism, masochism, or narcissism, nor can the psychologist be of much help to the neurophysiologist. It would seem that each science should proceed in its own way and solve its own problems, until one day, one must assume, they both have developed to the point where they can approach the same problems with their different methods and can interrelate their findings. It surely would be absurd for either science to wait until the other has brought forth positive or negative evidence for its hypotheses. As long as a psychological theory is not contradicted by clear neurophysiological evidence, the psychologist must have only the normal scientific distrust of his findings, provided they are based on adequate observation and interpretation of data. R.B. Livingston makes these observations on the relationship between the two sciences. A real union will be established between psychology and neurophysiology when a large number of scientists are well grounded in both disciplines. How secure and useful a junction will be achieved remains to be seen. Nonetheless, new areas for research have appeared, wherein students of behavior can manipulate the brain in addition to the environment and wherein students of the brain can make use of behavioral concepts and techniques. Many of the traditional identifications of the two fields are being lost. We should actively discard any remaining provincialism and sense of jurisdiction and rivalry between these disciplines. Whom are we against? Only ignorance in ourselves. Despite recent progress, there are as yet relatively few resources around the world for basic research in psychology and neurophysiology. Problems that need solution are staggering. Understanding can be advanced only through our modification of present concepts. These in turn are subject to change only through resourceful experimental and theoretical pursuits. R. B. Livingston, 1962. Many people are misled into thinking, as popular reports sometimes suggest, that neurophysiologists have found many answers to the problem of human behavior. Most scholars in the field of the neurosciences, on the contrary, have a very different attitude. T. H. Bullock, who is an expert on the nervous systems of invertebrates, electric fish, and marine mammals, in his paper, Evolution of Neurophysiological Mechanism, begins with a disclaimer of our ability to contribute fundamentally at present to the real question, and goes on to state that at bottom we do not have a decent inkling of the neuronal mechanism of learning or the physiological substratum of instinctive patterns or virtually any complex behavioral manifestation. T. H. Bullock, 1961. Similarly, Berger Kaada states, our knowledge and concepts of the central neural organization of aggressive behavior are constricted by the fact that most of the information has been derived from animal experiments, hence almost nothing is known about the relation of the central nervous system to the feeling or affective aspects of emotions. We are entirely confined to observation and experimental analysis of the expressive or behavioral phenomena and the objectively recorded peripheral bodily changes. Obviously, even these procedures are not entirely reliable, and despite extensive research efforts it is difficult to interpret behavior on the basis of these clues alone. B. Kaada, 1967. One of the most outstanding neuroscientists, W. Penfield, comes to the same conclusion. Those who hope to solve the problem of the neurophysiology of the mind are like men at the foot of a mountain. They stand in the clearings they have made on the foothills, looking up at the mountain they hope to scale. But the pinnacle is hidden in eternal clouds and many believe it can never be conquered. Surely if the day does dawn when man has reached complete understanding of his own brain and mind, it may be his greatest conquest, his final achievement. There is only one method that a scientist may use in his scientific work. This is the method of observation of the phenomena of nature followed by comparative analysis and supplemented by experimentation in the light of reasoned hypothesis. Neurophysiologists who follow the rules of the scientific method in all honesty will hardly pretend that their own scientific work entitles them to answer these questions. W. Penfield, 1960. More or less radical pessimism has been expressed by a number of neuroscientists with regard to the rapprochement between neuroscience and psychology in general, and particularly with regard to the value of present-day neurophysiology in contributing to the explanation of human behavior. This pessimism has been expressed by H. von Foerster and T. Melnichuk, and by H. R. Maturana and F. C. Varela, forthcoming. F. G. Worden, also in a critical vein, writes, examples from neuroscience research are given to illustrate how, as investigators become more directly concerned with conscious phenomena, the inadequacies of the materialistic doctrine are increasingly troublesome, giving rise to the search for better conceptual systems. F. G. Worden, forthcoming. From a number of oral and written communications from neuroscientists I have the impression that this sober view is shared by an increasing number of investigators. The brain is more and more understood as a whole, as one system, so that behavior cannot be explained by referring to some of its parts. Impressive data supporting this view have been presented by E. Wallenstein, 1968, who has shown that the supposed hypothalamic centers for hunger, thirst, sex, etc., are not, if they really exist, as pure as previously thought that stimulation of a center for one behavior can elicit behavior appropriate to another if the environment provides stimuli consistent with the second. D. Plug, 1970, has shown that the aggression, actually, nonverbal communication of threat, elicited in a squirrel monkey will not be believed by another monkey if the threat is made by the second monkey's social inferior. These data are consistent with the holistic view that the brain takes account, in its reckoning of what behavior to command, of more than one strand of incoming stimulation, that the total state of the physical and social environment at the time modifies the meaning of a specific stimulus. However, the skepticism regarding the capacity of neurophysiology to explain human behavior adequately does not mean a denial of the relative validity of the many experimental findings, especially in the last decades. These findings, while they might be reformulated and integrated in a more global view, are valid enough to give us important clues for the understanding of one kind of aggression, that of defensive aggression. The brain as a basis for aggressive behavior. The study of the relationship between brain functioning and behavior was largely governed by Darwin's proposition that the structure and functioning of the brain are governed by the principle of the survival of the individual and the species. Neurophysiologists since then have concentrated their efforts on finding the brain areas which are the substrates of the most elementary impulses and behaviors needed for survival. There is general agreement with MacLean's conclusion, who called these basic brain mechanisms the 4Fs: feeding, fighting, fleeing, and the performance of sexual activities. P. D. MacLean, 1958. As can easily be recognized, these activities are vitally necessary for the physical survival of the individual and the species. That man has basic needs beyond physical survival whose realization is necessary for his functioning as a total being will be discussed later. As far as aggression and flight are concerned, the work of a number of investigators W. R. Hess, J. Olds, R. G. Heath, J. M. R. Delgado, and others has suggested that they are controlled by different neural areas in the brain. It has been shown that, for example, the affective reaction of rage and its corresponding aggressive behavior pattern can be activated by direct electrical stimulation of various areas, such as the amygdala, the lateral hypothalamus, some parts of the mesencephalon, and the central gray matter, and it can be inhibited by stimulating other structures, such as the septum, the circumvolution of the cingulum, and the caudal nucleus. With great surgical ingenuity, some investigators were able to implant electrodes in a number of specific areas of the brain. They established a two-way connection for observation. By low-voltage electrical stimulation of an area, they were able to study changes of behavior in animals, and later in man. They could demonstrate, for instance, the arousal of intensely aggressive behavior by the direct electric stimulation of certain areas, and the inhibition of aggression by stimulating certain others. On the other hand, they could measure the electrical activity of these various areas of the brain when emotions like rage, fear, pleasure, etc., were aroused by environmental stimuli. They could also observe the permanent effects produced by the destruction of certain areas of the brain. It is indeed quite impressive to witness how a relatively small increase in the electric charge in an electrode implanted in one of the neural substrates of aggression can produce a sudden outburst of uncontrolled, murderous rage, and how the reduction of electric stimulation or the stimulation of an aggression inhibitory center can equally suddenly stop this aggression. Delgado's spectacular experiment of stopping a charging bulb by the stimulation of an inhibitory area, by remote control, has aroused considerable popular interest in this procedure. J. M. R. Delgado, 1969, that a response is activated in some brain areas and inhibited in others is by no means characteristic of aggression. The same duality exists with regard to other impulses. The brain is, in fact, organized as a dual system. Unless there are specific stimuli, external or internal, aggression is in a state of fluid equilibrium, because activating and inhibiting areas keep each other in a relatively stable balance. This can be recognized particularly clearly when either an activating or an inhibiting area is destroyed. Starting with the classic experiment by Heinrich Leuwer and P. C. Busey, 1934, it has been demonstrated, for instance, that destruction of the amygdala transformed animals, rhesus monkeys, wolverines, wildcats, rats, and others, in such a way that they lost at least temporarily their capacity for aggressive, violent reactions, even under strong provocation. On the other hand, the destruction of aggression-inhibiting areas, such as small areas of the ventromedial nucleus of the hypothalamus, produces permanently aggressive cats and rats. Given the dual organization of the brain, the crucial question arises: what are the factors that disturb the balance and produce manifest rage and corresponding violent behavior? We have already seen that one way in which such disturbance of the balance can be produced is by electric stimulation or destruction of any of these areas, aside from hormonal and metabolic changes. Mark and Irvin emphasize that such disturbance of the equilibrium can also occur due to various forms of brain disease that alter the normal circuitry of the brain. But what are the conditions that change the equilibrium and mobilize aggression, aside from these two instances, one of which is experimentally introduced and the other pathological? What are the causes of innate aggression in animals and humans? The defensive function of aggression. In reviewing both the neurophysiological and the psychological literature on animal and human aggression, the conclusion seems unavoidable that aggressive behavior of animals is a response to any kind of threat to the survival or, as I would prefer to say more generally, to the vital interests of the animal, whether as an individual or as a member of its species. This general definition comprises many different situations. The most obvious are a direct threat to the life of the individual or a threat to his requirements for sex and food. A more complex form is that of crowding, which is a threat to the need for physical space and to the social structure of the group. But what is common to all conditions for the arousal of aggressive behavior is that they constitute a threat to vital interests. Mobilization of aggression in the corresponding brain areas occurs in the service of life, in response to threats to the survival of the individual or of the species, that is to say, phylogenetically programmed aggression, as it exists in animals and man, is a biologically adaptive, defensive reaction. That this should be so is not surprising if we remember the Darwinian principle in regard to the evolution of the brain. Since it is the function of the brain to take care of survival, it would provide for immediate reactions to any threat to survival. Aggression is by no means the only form of reaction to threats. The animal reacts to threats to his existence either with rage and attack or with fear and flight. In fact, flight seems to be the more frequent form of reaction, except when the animal has no chance to flee and therefore fights as the ultima ratio. Hess was the first to discover that by the electrical stimulation of certain regions of the hypothalamus of a cat, the animal would react either by attack or by flight. As a consequence, he subsumed these two kinds of behavior under the category of defense reaction, indicating that both reactions are in defense of the animal's life. The neuronal areas which are the substrate for attack and flight are close together, yet distinct. A great deal of work on this question has followed the pioneer studies by W. R. Hess, H. W. Magoun, and others, especially by Huntsberger and his group in Hess's laboratory and by Romaniuk, Levinson, and Flynn. 12. In spite of certain differences in the results to which these various investigators have arrived, they have confirmed the basic findings of Hess. Mark and Irvin summarize the present state of knowledge in the following paragraph: any animal, regardless of its species, reacts to a life-threatening alloc with one of two patterns of behavior, either with flight, or with aggression and violence, that is, fight. The brain always acts as a unit in directing any behavior. Consequently, the mechanisms in the brain that initiate and limit these two dissimilar patterns of self-preservation are closely linked to one another, as well as to all other parts of the brain, and their proper functioning depends on the synchronization of many complex and delicately balanced subsystems. Y. H. Mark and F. R. Irvin, 1970. The flight instinct. The data on fight and flight as defense reactions makes the instinctivistic theory of aggression appear in a peculiar light. The impulse to flee plays, Neurophysiologically and behaviorally, the same if not a larger role in animal behavior than the impulse to fight. Neurophysiologically, both impulses are integrated in the same way. There is no basis for saying that aggression is more natural than flight. Why, then, do instinctivists talk about the intensity of the innate impulses of aggression, rather than about the innate impulse for flight? If one were to translate the reasoning of the instinctivists regarding the impulse for fight to that of flight, one would arrive at this kind of statement: man is driven by an innate impulse to flee. He may try to control this impulse by his reason, yet this control will prove to be relatively inefficient, even though some means can be found that may serve to curb the power of the flight instinct. Considering the emphasis that has been given to innate human aggression as one of the gravest problems of social life, from religious positions down to the scientific work of Lorentz, a theory centered around man's uncontrollable flight instinct may sound funny, but it is neurophysiologically as sound as that of uncontrollable aggression. In fact, from a biological standpoint, it would seem that flight serves self-preservation better than fight. To political or military leaders it may, in fact, not sound so funny, but rather sensible. They know from experience that man's nature does not seem to incline toward heroism, and that many measures have to be taken to motivate man to fight and to prevent him from running away in order to save his life. The student of history may raise the question whether the instinct for flight has not proven to be at least as powerful a factor as that for fight. He may come to the conclusion that history has been determined not so much by instinctive aggression as by the attempt to suppress man's flight instinct. He may speculate that a large part of man's social arrangements and ideological efforts have been devoted to this aim. Man had to be threatened with death to instill in him a feeling of awe for the superior wisdom of his leaders, to make him believe in the value of honor. One tried to terrorize him with the fear of being called a coward or a traitor, or one simply got him drunk with liquor or with the hope of booty and women. Historical analysis might show that the repression of the flight impulse and the apparent dominance of the fight impulse is largely due to cultural rather than to biological factors. These speculations are only intended to point to the ethological bias in favor of the concept of homo aggressivus. The fundamental fact remains that the brain of animals and humans has built-in neuronal mechanisms which mobilize aggressive behavior, or IT, in response to threats to the survival of the individual or the species, and that this type of aggression is biologically adaptive and serves life. The evidence against the instinctivist thesis. Predation and aggression. There is still another kind of aggression that has caused a great deal of confusion, that of predatory land animals. Zoologically they are clearly defined. They comprise the families of cats, hyenas, wolves, and bears. Experimental evidence is rapidly accumulating to indicate that the neurological basis for predatory aggression is distinct from that of defensive aggression. Lorentz has made the same point from the ethological standpoint. The motivation of the hunter is basically different from that of the fighter. The buffalo which the lion fells provokes his aggression as little as the appetizing turkey which I have just seen hanging in the larder provokes mine. The differences in these inner drives can clearly be seen in the expressive movements of the animal. A dog about to catch a hunted rabbit has the same kind of excitedly happy expression as he has when he greets his master or awaits some longed-for treat. From many excellent photographs it can be seen that the lion, in the dramatic movement before he springs, is in no way angry. Growling, laying the ears back, and other well-known expression movements of fighting behavior are seen in predatory animals only when they are very afraid of a wildly resisting prey, and even then the expressions are only suggested. K. Lorentz, 1966. K. E. Moyer on the basis of the available data concerning the neurophysiological basis of various kinds of aggression, distinguished predatory from other types of aggression and comes to the conclusion that experimental evidence is rapidly accumulating to indicate that the neurological basis for this, predatory, aggression is distinct from that of other kinds. K. E. Moyer, 1968. Not only does predatory behavior have its own neurophysiological substrate, distinct from that for defensive aggression, but the behavior itself is different. It does not show rage and is not interchangeable with fight behavior, but it is purpose-determined, accurately aimed, and the tension ends with the accomplishment of the goal, the attainment of food. The predatory instinct is not one of defense, common to all animals, but of food finding, common to certain animal species that are morphologically equipped for this task. Of course, predatory behavior is aggressive, but it must be added that this aggression is different from the rage-connected aggression provoked by a threat. It is close to what is sometimes called instrumental aggression, i.e., aggression in the service of attaining a desired goal. Non-predatory animals lack this kind of aggression. The difference between defensive and predatory aggression is important for the problem of human aggression because man is phylogenetically a non-predatory animal, and hence his aggression, as far as its neurophysiological roots are concerned, is not of the predatory type. It should be remembered that human dentition is poorly adapted for the flesh-eating habits of man, who still retains the tooth form of his fruit and vegetable-eating ancestors. It is interesting to note, too, that man's digestive system has all the physiological hallmarks of a vegetarian, not a carnivore. J. Napier, 1970. The diet even of primitive hunters and food gatherers was at most 75% vegetarian and only 25% or less carnivorous. 16 According to Itivore, all of the Old World primates have essentially a vegetarian diet. So do all of the extant men with the most primitive human economic organization, the remaining hunter-gatherers of the world, except for the Arctic Eskimo. Although future archaeologists studying contemporary Bushmen might conclude that the cracking stones found with Bushman arrowheads were used for pounding bones to get marrow, they were actually used by women to crack open the nuts that happened to provide 80% of the Bushman economy. Itivore, 1970. Nevertheless, perhaps nothing has contributed more to the picture of the intensity of the innate aggressiveness of animals, and indirectly of man, than the image of the predatory animal. We do not have far to go to find the reasons for this bias. An important fact is that many predatory animals, wolves, for instance, are unaggressive toward their own species. Not only in the sense that they do not kill each other, which may be sufficiently explained, as Lawrence does, as being due to the necessity to restrict the use of their ferocious weapons for the sake of the survival of the species, but also in the sense that they are quite friendly and amiable in their social contact with each other. The whole question of the alleged predatory characteristics of man will be discussed in Chapter 7. Man has surrounded himself for many thousands of years with domesticated animals such as the dog and the cat, which are predatory. In fact, this is one of the reasons man tamed them. He uses the dog to hunt other animals and to attack threatening humans. He uses the cat to chase mice and rats. On the other hand, man was impressed by the aggressiveness of the wolf, the main enemy of his herds of sheep, or of the fox, which devoured his chickens. Thus the animals man has chosen to have nearest in his field of vision have been predatory, and he could hardly have distinguished between predatory and defensive aggressiveness, since in their effect both types of aggression result in killing, nor was he able to observe these animals in their own habitat and to appreciate their social and friendly attitude among themselves. The conclusion which we have arrived at on the basis of the examination of the neurophysiological evidence is essentially the same as the one which two of the most outstanding investigators of aggression, J.P. Scott and Leonard Berkowitz, have suggested, even though their respective theoretical frames of reference differ from mine. Scott writes, "A person who is fortunate enough to exist in an environment which is without stimulation to fight will not suffer physiological or nervous damage because he never fights." This is a quite different situation from the physiology of eating, where the internal processes of metabolism lead to definite physiological changes which eventually produce hunger and stimulation to eat, without any change in the external environment. J.P. Scott, 1958. Berkovitz speaks of a wiring diagram, a readiness to react aggressively to certain stimuli, rather than of aggressive energy which may be transmitted genetically. L. Berkovitz, 1967. The data of the neurosciences which I have discussed have helped to establish the concept of one kind of aggression: life-preserving, biologically adaptive, defensive aggression. They have been useful for the purpose of showing that man is endowed with a potential aggression which is mobilized by threats to his vital interests. None of these neurophysiological data, however, deal with that form of aggression which is characteristic of man and which he does not share with other mammals, his propensity to kill and to torture without any reason, but as a goal in itself, a goal not pursued for the sake of defending life, but desirable and pleasurable in itself. It may not be accidental that Hobbes, who portrayed man as a wolf to his fellow men, lived in a sheep-raising country. It would be interesting to examine the origin and popularity of fairy tales dealing with the dangerous wolf, like Little Red Riding Hood, in this light. Neurophysiology. The neurosciences have not taken up the study of these passions, with the exception of those caused by brain damage, but it can be safely stated that Lorenz's instinctivistic hydraulic interpretation does not fit in well with the model of brain functioning as most neuroscientists see it and is not supported by neurophysiological evidence. Chapter 6. Animal Behavior. The second critical field in which empirical data could contribute to establishing the validity of the instinctivistic theory of aggression is that of animal behavior. Animal aggression needs to be separated into three different types. 1. Predatory aggression. 2. Intraspecific aggression, aggression against animals of the same species. 3. Interspecific aggression, aggression against animals of different species. As indicated before, there is agreement among students of animal behavior, including Lorenz, that the behavioral patterns and neurological processes in predatory aggression are not analogous to the other types of animal aggression and hence should be treated separately. As far as interspecific aggression is concerned, most observers agree that animals rarely destroy members of other species, except when in defense, i.e., when they feel threatened and cannot flee. This limits the phenomenon of animal aggression mainly to intraspecific aggression, i.e., aggression between animals of the same species, the phenomenon which Lorenz deals with exclusively. Intraspecific aggression has the following characteristics. A. In most mammals it is not bloody, it does not aim at killing, destruction, or torture, but is essentially a threatening posture which serves as a warning. On the whole, we find among most mammals a great deal of bickering, quarreling, or threatening behavior, but very little bloody fighting and destruction, as we find it in human behavior. B. Only in certain insects, fish, birds, and, among mammals, rats, is destructive behavior customary. C. The threatening behavior is a reaction to what the animal experiences as a threat to its vital interests and hence is defensive, in the sense of the neurophysiological concept of defensive aggression. D. There is no evidence that there is a spontaneous aggressive impulse in most mammals which is dammed up until it finds a more or less adequate occasion to be discharged. As far as animal aggression is defensive, it is based on certain phylogenetically patterned neuronal structures, and there would be no quarrel with Lorenz's position were it not for his hydraulic model and his explanation of human destructiveness and cruelty as innate and rooted in defensive aggression. Man is the only mammal who is a large-scale killer and sadist. To answer the question why this is so is the purpose of the next chapters. In this discussion on animal behavior, I want to show in detail that many animals fight their own species, but that they fight in a non-disruptive, non-destructive way, and that the data on the life of mammals in general and the pre-human primates in particular do not suggest the presence of an innate destructiveness which man is supposed to have inherited from them. Indeed, that if the human species had approximately the same degree of innate aggressiveness as that of chimpanzees living in their natural habitat, we would live in a rather peaceful world. Aggression in captivity. In studying aggression among animals and especially among the primates, it is important to begin with a distinction between their behavior while living in their own habitat and their behavior in captivity, that is, essentially, in zoos. Observations show that primates in the wild show little aggression, while primates in the zoo can show an excessive amount of destructiveness. This distinction is of fundamental importance for the understanding of human aggression because man thus far in his history has hardly ever lived in his natural habitat, with the exception of the hunters and food gatherers and the first agriculturalists down to the 5th millennium BC. Civilized man has always lived in the zoo, i.e., in various degrees of captivity and unfreedom, and this is still true, even in the most advanced societies. I shall begin with a few examples of primates in the zoo, which have been well studied. The best known perhaps are the Hamadryas baboons, which Solly Zuckerman studied at the London Zoo in Regent's Park, Monkey Hill, in 1929 and 1930. Their area, 100 feet long and 60 feet wide, was large by zoo standards, but extremely small compared with the natural range of their habitat. Zuckerman observed a great deal of tension and aggression among these animals. The stronger ones brutally and ruthlessly kept the weaker ones down, and even mothers would take food away from the hands of their babies. The principal victims were females and the young, who sometimes were injured or killed accidentally during the battles. Zuckerman saw one male bully deliberately attack a baby monkey twice, and this little monkey was found dead in the evening. 8 out of 61 males died by violence, while many others died from disease. S. Zuckerman, 1932. Other observations of primate behavior in zoos were made in Zurich by Hans Kummer, 1951, and in Whipsnade Park, England, by Vernon Reynolds, 1961. Kummer kept the baboons in an enclosure 15 by 27 yards in area. In Zurich, serious bites which caused nasty wounds were commonplace. Kummer made a detailed comparison of aggression among the animals in the Zurich Zoo and among those living in the wild, which he studied in Ethiopia, and found that the incidence of aggressive acts in the zoo was 9 times as frequent in females and 17.5 times as frequent in adult males as it was in wild bands. Vernon Reynolds studied 24 rhesus monkeys in an enclosure which was octagonal, with each side only 10 yards long. Although the space to which the animals were confined was smaller than that of Monkey Hill, the degree of aggression was less extreme. Nevertheless, there was more violence than in the wild. Many animals were wounded and one female was hurt so badly that she had to be shot. Of particular interest with regard to the influence of ecological conditions on aggression are various studies on rhesus monkeys, Macaca emulata, especially those by C. H. Southwick, 1964, also C. H. Southwick, M. Begg, M. Siddiqui, 1965. Southwick has found that environmental and social conditions invariably exert a major influence on the form and frequency of agonistic behavior, i.e., of behavior in response to conflict, in captive rhesus monkeys. Age's study permits distinguishing between environmental changes, i.e., number of animals in a given space, and social changes, i.e., the introduction of new animals into an existing group. He comes to the conclusion that decreasing space results in increasing aggression, but that changes in the social structure by the introduction of new animals produced far more dramatic increases in aggressive interaction than did environmental changes. C. H. Southwick, 1964. Increased aggression by narrowing of space has resulted in more aggressive behavior among many other mammal species. L. H. Matthews, from the study of the literature and his own observations in the London Zoo, states that he could not find any cases among mammals of fighting to the death, except under crowded conditions. L. H. Matthews, 1963. An outstanding investigator of animal behavior, Paul Leyhausen, has emphasized the role of the disturbance of relative hierarchy among cats when they were caged together in a small space. The more crowded the cages, the less relative hierarchy there is. Finally a despot emerges, pariahs appear, and they are driven to frenzy and all sorts of unnatural behavior by continuous and brutal attacks by all the others. The community turns into a spiteful mob. They all seldom relax, they never look at ease, and there is continuous hissing, growling and even fighting. P. Leyhausen, 1956. Even the transitory crowding by fixed feeding stations resulted in increased aggression. In the winter of 1952, 3 American scientists, C. Cabot, N. Colliers, and R. C. Guttinger, quoted by C. and W. M. S. Russell, 1968, observed deer near the Flag River, Wisconsin, and found that the amount of quarreling depended on the number of deer in the fixed area of the station, that is, on their density. When only from 5 to 7 deer were present, only 1 quarrel was seen per deer per hour. When from 23 to 30 deer were present, the rate was 4.4 quarrels per deer per hour. Similar observations have been made with wild rats by the American biologist, J. B. Calhoun, 1948. It is important to note that the evidence shows that the presence of an ample food supply does not prevent increasing aggressiveness under conditions of crowding. The animals in the London Zoo were well fed, and yet crowding resulted in increased aggressiveness. It is also interesting that among rhesus monkeys even a 25% reduction in food resulted in no change in agonistic interactions, according to Southwick's observations, and that a 50% reduction actually resulted in a significant decrease in agonistic behavior. From the studies of increased aggressiveness of primates in captivity, and studies of other mammals have shown the same result, it seems to follow that crowding is the main condition for increased violence. But crowding is only a label, and a rather deceptive one, because it does not tell us which factors in crowding are responsible for the increased aggression. Is there a natural need for a minimum of private space? Does crowding prevent the animal from exercising its innate need for exploration and free movement? Is crowding felt as a threat to the animal's body to which it reacts with aggression? While these questions can be fully answered only on the basis of further studies, Southwick's findings suggest that there are at least 2 different elements in crowding which must be kept apart. One is the reduction of space, the other is the destruction of the social structure. The importance of the second factor is clearly borne out by Southwick's observation, mentioned earlier, that the introduction of a strange animal usually creates even more aggression than crowding. Of course, often both factors are present, and it is difficult to determine which of the 2 is responsible for the aggressive behavior. Whatever the specific blend of these factors is in animal crowding, each of them can generate aggression. The narrowing down of space deprives the animal of important vital functions of movement, play, and the exercise of its faculties, which can develop only when it has to search for its own food. Hence the space-deprived animal may feel threatened by this reduction of its vital functions and react with aggression. The breakdown of the social structure of an animal group is, according to Southwick, even more of a threat. Every animal species lives within a social structure characteristic for this species. Whether hierarchical or not, it is the frame of reference to which the animal's behavior is adapted. A tolerable social equilibrium is a necessary condition for its existence. Its destruction through crowding constitutes a massive threat to the animal's existence, and intense aggression is the result one would expect, given the defensive role of aggression, especially when flight is impossible. Crowding can occur under the conditions of existence in a zoo, as was seen among Zuckerman's baboons. But more often the animals in a zoo are not crowded but suffer from restriction of space. Captive animals, although they are well fed and protected, have nothing to do. If one believes that satisfaction of all physiological needs is enough to provide for a feeling of well-being in an animal, and in man, their zoo existence should make them very content. But this parasitic existence deprives them of stimuli that would permit an active expression of their physical and mental faculties, hence they often become bored, dull, and apathetic. A Courtland reports that unlike zoo chimpanzees, which generally look increasingly dull and vacant with the years, the older chimpanzees among those living in the wild seem to be more lively, more interested in everything, and more human. A. Courtland, 1962. S. E. Glickman and R. W. Schrogs, 1966, make a similar point speaking of the constant dull stimulus world provided by zoo cages and the resulting boredom. Human aggression and crowding. If crowding is an important condition for animal aggression, the question suggests itself whether it is also an important source of human aggression. This idea is widely held and has been expressed by P. Leyhausen, who argues that there is no other remedy for rebellion, violence, and neuroses than to establish the balance of numbers in human societies and quickly to find effective means of controlling them at the optimum level. P. Leyhausen, 1965. This popular identification of crowding with population density has created much confusion. Leyhausen, in his oversimplifying and conservative approach, ignores the fact that the problem of contemporary crowding has two aspects: the destruction of a viable social structure, particularly in the industrialized parts of the world, and the disproportion between the size of population and the economic and social basis for its existence, mainly in the non-industrialized parts of the world. Man needs a social system in which he has his place and in which his relations to others are relatively stable and supported by generally accepted values and ideas. What has happened in modern industrial society is that traditions, and common values, and genuine social personal ties with others have largely disappeared. The modern mass man is isolated and lonely, even though he is part of a crowd. He has no convictions which he could share with others, only slogans and ideologies he gets from the communications media. He has become an atom, the Greek equivalent of individual indivisible, held together only by common, though often simultaneously antagonistic interests, and by the cash nexus. Émile Durkheim, 1897, called this phenomenon anomie and found that it was the main cause of suicide which had been increasing with the growth of industrialization. He referred by anomie to the destruction of all traditional social bonds, due to the fact that all truly collective organization had become secondary to the state and that all genuine social life had been annihilated. He believed that people living in the modern political state are a disorganized dust of individuals. Another master of sociology, F. Tanis, 1926, undertook a similar analysis of modern societies and made the distinction between the traditional community, Gemeinschaft, and modern society, Gesellschaft, in which all genuine social bonds have disappeared. That not population density as such, but lack of social structure, genuine common bonds and interest in life are the causes of human aggression can be shown by many examples. One of the most striking are the kibbutzim in Israel, which are very crowded, with little space for the individual and little privacy. This was even more the case years ago when the kibbutzim were poor. Yet there was an extraordinary lack of aggressiveness among their members. The same holds true for other intentional communities all over the world. Another example are countries like Belgium and Holland, two of the most densely populated parts of the world, whose population is nevertheless not characterized by special aggressiveness. There could hardly be more crowding than there was at the Woodstock or the Isle of Wight youth festivals, and yet both were remarkably free from aggressiveness. To take another example, Manhattan Island was one of the most densely populated places in the world 30 years ago, but it was not then, as it is today, characterized by excessive violence. Anyone who has lived in a big apartment building where several hundred families live together knows that there are few places where a person has as much privacy and is as little intruded upon by the presence of next-door neighbors as in such a densely populated building. By comparison, there is much less privacy in a small village where the houses are much more dispersed and population density is much smaller. Here the people are more aware of each other, watch and gossip about each other's private lives, and are constantly in each other's field of vision. The same holds true, although to a much lesser degree, for suburban society. These examples tend to show that it is not crowding as such, but the social, psychological, cultural, and economic conditions under which it occurs that are responsible for aggression. It is obvious that overpopulation, i.e., population density under conditions of poverty, causes stress and aggression. The big cities of India, as well as the slums in American cities, are an example of this. Overpopulation and the resulting population density are malignant, when, due to the lack of decent housing, people lack the most elementary conditions for protection from immediate and constant intrusion by others. Overpopulation means that the number of people in a given society surpasses the economic basis, or providing them with adequate food, housing, and meaningful leisure. There is no doubt that overpopulation has evil consequences and that the numbers must be reduced to a level which is commensurate with the economic basis. But, in a society which has the economic basis to support a dense population, the density itself does not deprive the citizen of his privacy, and it does not expose him to constant intrusion of others. An adequate standard of living, however, takes care only of the lack of privacy and constant exposure to others. It does not solve the problem of anomie, of the lack of Gemeinschaft, of the individual's need to live in a world that has human proportions, whose members know each other as persons. The anomie of industrial society can only be removed if the whole social and spiritual structure is changed radically, if the individual is not only adequately fed and housed, but the interests of society become identical with the interests of each individual, when the relationship to one's fellow man and the expression of one's powers, rather than the consumption of things and antagonism to one's fellow man, become the principles which govern social and individual life. This is possible under the condition of high population density, but it requires radical rethinking of all our premises and radical social change. It follows from these considerations that all analogies from animal to human crowding are of limited value. The animal has an instinctive knowledge of the space and the social organization it needs. It reacts instinctively with aggression in order to remedy a disturbance of its space and social structure. It has no other way to respond to threats to its vital interests in these respects. But man has many other ways. He can change the social structure, he can develop bonds of solidarity and of common values beyond what is instinctually given. The animal's solution to crowding is a biological instinctive one, man's solution is social and political. Aggression in the wild. Fortunately, there are a number of recent studies of animals living in the wild which clearly show that the aggressiveness to be observed under conditions of captivity is not present when the same animals live in their natural habitat. Field studies of non-human primates were first undertaken by H. W. Neeson, 1931, with the study of the chimpanzee, by H. C. Bingham, 1932, with the study of the gorilla, and by C. R. Carpenter, 1934, with the study of the howler monkey. For almost 20 years after these studies, the entire subject of primate field studies lay dormant. Although a number of brief field studies were made in the intervening years, a new series of long-term careful observations did not begin until the middle of the 50s with the establishment of the Japan Monkey Center of Kyoto University and S. A. Altman's study of the rhesus monkey. Among the monkeys, baboons have the reputation of a certain violence, and they have been carefully studied by S. L. Washburn and I. DeVore, 1971. For reasons of space, I shall only mention Washburn and DeVore's conclusion, namely that if the general social structure is not disturbed, there is little aggressive behavior. Whatever aggressive behavior there is essentially one of gestures or threat postures. It is worthwhile to note, Considering the previous discussion on crowding, they report observing no fighting between baboon troops that met at the waterhole. They counted more than 400 baboons around a single waterhole at one time, and yet they did not observe any aggressive behavior among them. They also observed the baboons to be very unaggressive toward members of other animal species. This picture is confirmed and complemented by the study on the Chacma baboon, Papio asinus, by K.R.L. Hall, 1960. The study of aggressive behavior among chimpanzees, the primates that most resemble man, is of particular interest. Until recent years, almost nothing was known of their way of life in equatorial Africa. However, 3 separate observations of chimpanzees in their natural habitat have by now been carried out and offer very interesting material with regard to aggressive behavior. V. and F. Reynolds, who studied the chimpanzees of the Badongo forest, report an exceedingly low incidence of aggression. During 300 observation hours, 17 quarrels involving actual fighting or displays of threat or anger were seen, and none of these lasted more than a few seconds. V. and F. Reynolds, 1965. Only 4 of these 17 quarrels involved 2 adult males. The observations of chimpanzees of the Gom Stream Reserve by Jane Goodall are essentially the same. Threatening behavior was seen on 4 occasions when a subordinate male tried to take food before a dominant one. Instances of attack were seldom observed, and mature males were seen fighting only on 1 occasion. O. Goodall, 1965. On the other hand, there are a number of activities and gestures like grooming and courting behavior, whose main function is apparently to establish and maintain good relations between the individual chimpanzees of the community. Their groups are largely temporary, and no stable relationships other than mother-infant could be found. O. Goodall, 1965. A dominance hierarchy proper was not observed among these chimpanzees, although there were 72 clear-cut dominance interactions observed. A. Courtland mentions an observation concerning the uncertainty of chimpanzees which, as we shall see later, is very important for the understanding of the evolution of man's second nature, his character. He writes, "All the chimpanzees I observed were cautious, hesitant creatures." This is one of the major impressions one carries away from studying chimpanzees at close range in the wild. Behind their lively, searching eyes one senses a doubting, contemplative personality, always trying to make sense out of a puzzling world. It is as if the certainty of instinct has been replaced in chimpanzees by the uncertainty of intellect, but without the determination and decisiveness that characterize man. A. Courtland, 1962. Courtland notes that, as experiments with captive animals have shown, the behavior patterns of chimpanzees are much less innate than those of monkeys. From the Van Loick-Goodall observations, I want to quote here a specific one because it offers a good example for Courtland's important statement about the hesitancy and lack of decisiveness in the behavior of the chimpanzee. This is the report. One day Goliath appeared some distance up the slope with an unknown pink female, in heat, close behind him. Hugo and I quickly put out a pile of bananas where both chimps could see the fruit and hid in the tent to watch. When the female saw our camp, she shot up a tree and stared down. Goliath instantly stopped also, and looked up at her. Then he glanced at the bananas. He moved a short way down the slope, stopped, and looked back at his female. She had not moved. Slowly Goliath continued down. And this time the female climbed silently from the tree and we lost sight of her in the undergrowth. When Goliath looked around and saw that she had gone, he simply raced back. A moment later the female again climbed into a tree, followed by Goliath, who had every hair on end. He groomed her a while but every so often glanced toward camp. Although he could no longer see the bananas, he knew that they were there. And since he had been away for about 10 days, his mouth was probably watering. In time he climbed down and once more walked toward us, stopping every few steps to stare back at the female. She sat motionless. But Hugo and I both had the distinct impression that she wanted to escape from Goliath's company. When Goliath had come a bit farther down the slope, the vegetation obviously hid the female from his view because he looked back and then quickly climbed a tree. She was still sitting there. He climbed down, walked another few yards, and then shot up another tree. Still there. This went on for a further 5 minutes as Goliath proceeded toward the bananas. When he reached the camp clearing, Goliath faced an added problem. There were no trees to climb and he couldn't see the female from the ground. 3 times he stepped into the open, then turned and rushed back up the last tree. The female did not move. Suddenly Goliath seemed to make up his mind and at a fast canter raced over to the bananas. Seizing only one, he turned back and raced to climb his tree again. Still the female sat on the same branch. Goliath finished his banana and as though slightly reassured, hastened back to the pile of fruit, gathered up a whole armful, and rushed back to the tree. This time the female had gone, while Goliath gathered the bananas she had climbed down from her branch, repeatedly glancing toward him over her shoulder, and vanished silently. Goliath's consternation was amusing to watch. Dropping his bananas, he raced up to the tree where he had left her, peered all around, and then he too vanished into the undergrowth. For the next 20 minutes he searched for that female. Every few minutes we saw him climbing up yet another tree, staring in every direction, but he never found her and finally gave up. Returned to camp. Andy, looking quite exhausted, sat slowly eating bananas. Even so, he kept turning his head to gaze back up the slope. Van Law Goodall, 1971. The incapacity of the male chimpanzee to come to a decision whether first to eat the bananas or mount the female is striking. If we observed this same behavior in a man, we would say that he was suffering from obsessional doubt. Because the normal human would have no difficulty in acting according to the dominant impulse in his character structure, the oral receptive character would first eat the banana and postpone the satisfaction of his sexual impulse. The genital character would let the food wait until he was sexually gratified. In either case he would act without doubt or hesitancy. Since we can hardly assume that the male in this example is suffering from an obsessional neurosis, the question why he behaves in this way seems to find its answer in Cortlandt's statement, to which Van Law Goodall regrettably makes no reference. Cortlandt describes the chimpanzee's remarkable tolerance toward the young as well as their deference toward the old, even when they no longer had physical power. Van Law Goodall stresses the same characteristic. Chimpanzees normally show a good deal of tolerance in their behavior toward each other. This is especially true of males, less so with females. A typical instance of tolerance of a dominant to a subordinate animal occurred when an adolescent male was feeding from the only ripe cluster of fruits in a palm tree. A mature male climbed up but did not try to force the other away, he merely moved up beside the younger and the two fed side by side. Under similar circumstances, a subordinate chimpanzee may move up to a dominant one, but before attempting to feed, it normally reaches out to touch the other on the lips, thigh, or genital area. Tolerance between males is particularly noticeable during the mating season, as for example on the occasion described above when 7 males were observed copulating with one female with no signs of aggression between them. One of these males was an adolescent. Van Law Goodall, 1971. On gorillas observed in the wild, G.B. Schaller reports that on the whole interaction between groups was peaceful. Aggressive bluff charges were made by one male as noted above, and I once observed weak aggressiveness in the form of incipient charges towards intruders from another group by a female, a juvenile, and an infant. Most intergroup aggressiveness was confined to staring and snapping. Serious aggressive attacks among guerrillas were not witnessed by Schaller. This is all the more remarkable because the guerrilla group home ranges not only overlapped, but seem to have been commonly shared amongst the guerrilla population. Hence there would be ample occasion for friction. G. B. Schaller, 1963, 1965. Special attention should be paid to Van Lock Goodall's reports on feeding behavior because her observations have been used by a number of authors as an argument for the carnivorous or predatory character of chimpanzees. She states that the chimpanzees of the Gom Stream Reserve, and probably in most places throughout the range of the species as a whole, are omnivorous. The chimpanzee is primarily vegetarian, that is, by far the greatest proportion of foods constituting his diet as a whole is vegetable. J. Van Lock Goodall, 1968. There were certain exceptions to this rule. During the course of her field study, she or her assistant observed chimpanzees feeding on the flesh of other mammals in 28 instances. In addition, examining occasional samples of feces during the first 2.5 years and regular samples in the last 2.5 years, altogether the remnants of 36 different mammals were found in dung, over and above those the chimpanzees were observed eating. In addition, she reports 4 instances during these years in which in 3 cases a male chimpanzee caught and killed an infant baboon, and in one the killing involved a, probably female, red colobus monkey. Furthermore, she observed 68 mammals eaten, mostly primates, within 45 months, or roughly 1.5 per month, by a group of 50 chimpanzees. These figures confirm the author's previous statement that the chimpanzee's diet on the whole is vegetable and hence that meat eating is exceptional. Yet, in her popular book In the Shadow of Man, the author states flatly that she and her husband saw chimpanzees eating meat fairly frequently, Van Lock Goodall, 1971, but without quoting the qualifying data in her previous work that show the relative infrequency of meat eating. I stress this point because in publications after this study, comments abound emphasizing the predatory character of chimpanzees, based on Van Lock Goodall's 1971 version of the data. But chimpanzees are, as many authors had stated, omnivorous. They live mainly on a vegetable diet. That they eat meat occasionally, in fact rarely, does not make them carnivorous and surely not predatory animals. But the use of the words predatory and carnivorous insinuate that man is born with an innate destructiveness, territorialism and dominance. The popular picture of animal aggressiveness has been largely influenced by the concept of territorialism. Robert Audrey's Territorial Imperative, 1967, has left the general public with the implication that man is dominated by an instinct for defense of his territory, inherited from his animal ancestors. This instinct is supposed to be one of the main sources of animal and human aggressiveness. Analogies are easily drawn, and the facile idea appeals to many that war is caused by the power of this same instinct. The idea, however, is quite erroneous for a number of reasons. In the first place, there are many animal species for whom the concept of territoriality does not apply. Territoriality occurs only in higher animals such as the vertebrates and arthropods, and even there in a very spotty fashion. U.P. Scott, 1968. Other students of behavior, like Xingyang Kuo, are rather inclined to think that the so-called territorial defense is after all, merely a fancy name for the reaction patterns to strangers, flavored with anthropomorphism and 19th-century Darwinism. Further and more systematic experimental explorations are necessary to decide this issue. Xingyang Kuo, 1960. N. Tinbergen distinguishes between the territorialism of the species and that of the individual. It seems certain that territories are selected mainly on the basis of properties to which the animals react innately. This makes all animals of the same species, or at least of the same population, select the same general type of habitat. However, the personal binding of a male to its own territory, a particular representative of the species' breeding habitat, is the result of a learning process. N. Tinbergen, 1953. In the description of primates we have seen how often there is an overlap of territory. If the observation of apes teaches us anything, it is that various groups of primates are quite tolerant and flexible with regard to their territory and simply do not offer a picture that would permit the analogy to a society, jealously guarding its frontiers and forcibly preventing the entry of any foreigner. The assumption that territorialism is the basis for human aggressiveness is erroneous for still another reason. Defense of territory has the function of avoiding the serious fighting that would become necessary if the territory were invaded to such an extent as to generate crowding. Actually, the threat behavior in which territorial aggression manifests itself is the instinctively patterned way of upholding spatial equilibrium and peace. The instinctive equipment of the animal has the function that legal arrangements have in man. Hence the instinct becomes obsolete when other symbolic ways are available to mark a territory and to warn, no trespassing. It is also worth keeping in mind that, as we shall see later, most wars start for the purposes of gaining advantages of various kinds and not in defense against a threat to one's territory, except in the ideology of the war makers. Equally wrong impressions exist popularly about the concept of dominance. In many species, but by no means in all, one finds that the group is organized hierarchically. The strongest male takes precedence in food, sex, and grooming over other males on lower orders of the hierarchy. But dominance, like territorialism, by no means exists in all animals and, again, not regularly in the vertebrates and mammals. With regard to dominance among the non-human primates, we find a great difference between some of the monkey species like the baboons and macaques, in whom one finds rather well-developed and strict hierarchical systems, and the apes with whom dominance patterns are much less strong. Of the mountain gorillas, Schaller reports, definite dominance interactions were observed. Dominance was most frequently asserted along narrow trails, when one animal claimed the right of way, or in the choice of sitting place, when the dominant animal supplanted the subordinate one. Gorillas showed their dominance with a minimum of actions. Usually an animal low in the rank order simply moved out of the way at the mere approach or brief stare of a high-ranking one. The most frequently noted gesture involving bodily contact was a light tap with the back of the hand of a dominant individual against the body of a subordinate one. G. B. Schaller, 1965. In their report on the chimpanzees of the Badongo Forest, V. and F. Reynolds state, although there was some evidence of differences in status between individuals, dominance interactions formed a minute fraction of the observed chimpanzee behavior. There was no evidence of a linear hierarchy of dominance among males or females. There were no observations of exclusive rights to receptive females, and there were no permanent leaders of groups. V. and F. Reynolds, 1965. T. E. Rowell, in his study of baboons, argues against the whole concept of dominance and states that circumstantial evidence suggests that hierarchical behavior is associated with environmental stress of various kinds, and under stress it is the lower-ranking animal which first shows physiological symptoms, lower disease resistance, for example. If it is subordinate behavior that determines rank, rather than dominant behavior as usually assumed, the stress factor can be seen as directly affecting all animals to different degrees dependent on their construction, producing physiological and behavioral, submitting behavior, changes at the same time, the latter in turn giving rise to a hierarchical social organization. T. E. Rowell, 1966. He comes to the conclusion that the hierarchy appears to be maintained chiefly by subordinates' behavior patterns, and by the low rather than the high-ranking animals. T. E. Rowell, 1966. W. A. Mason also expresses strong reservations based on his studies of chimpanzees, the view taken here is that dominance and subordination are simply conventional designations for the fact that chimpanzees often stand in the relationship to each other of intimidator and intimidated. Naturally, we would expect the larger, stronger, more boisterous, and more aggressive animals in any group, being intimidating to almost everyone else, to display a kind of generalized dominance status. Presumably this accounts for the fact that in the wild, mature males are generally dominant over adult females, and they, in turn, are dominant over adolescents and juveniles. Apart from this observation, however, there is no indication that chimpanzee groups as a whole are organized hierarchically, nor is there any convincing evidence of an autonomous drive for social supremacy. Chimpanzees are willful, impulsive, and greedy, certainly a sufficient basis for the development of dominance and subordination, without the participation of specialized social motives and needs. Dominance and subordination can thus be regarded as the natural byproduct of social intercourse, and but one facet of the relationship between two individuals. W. A. Mason, 1970. For dominance, as far as it exists, the same comment applies which I have made with regard to territorialism. It functions to give peace and coherence to the group and to prevent friction that could lead to serious fighting. Man substitutes agreements, etiquette, and laws for the missing instinct. Animal dominance has been widely interpreted as a fierce bossiness of the leader who enjoys having power over the rest of the group. It is true that among monkeys, for instance, the authority of the leader is often based on the fear he engenders in the others. But among the apes, as for instance the chimpanzee, it is often not fear of the retaliatory power of the strongest animal, but his competence in leading the group which establishes his authority. As an example of this, mentioned earlier, Courtland, 1962, reports about an old chimpanzee who retained his leadership because of his experience and wisdom, in spite of the fact that he was physically weak. Whatever the role of dominance in animals is, it seems to be pretty clear that the dominant animal must constantly merit his role, that is to say, show his greater physical strength, wisdom, energy, or whatever it is that makes him accepted as a leader. A very ingenious experiment with monkeys, reported by J. M. R. Delgado, 1967, suggests that if the dominant animal loses his distinguishing qualities even momentarily, his commanding role ends. In human history, when dominance becomes institutionalized and no longer a function of personal competence, as is still the case in many primitive societies, it is not necessary for the leader to be in constant possession of his outstanding qualities. In fact, it is not even necessary that he has them. The social system conditions people to see in the title, the uniform, or whatever else it may be, the proof that the leader is competent, and as long as these symbols, supported by the whole system, are present, the average man does not even dare to ask himself whether the emperor wears clothes. Aggressiveness among other mammals. Not only do primates show little destructiveness, but all other mammals, predatory and non-predatory, fail to exhibit aggressive behavior such as would correspond to what it might be if Lorenz's hydraulic theory were correct. Even among the most aggressive mammals, rats, the intensity of aggressiveness is not as great as Lorenz's examples indicate. Sally Carrier has called attention to the difference between an experiment with rats which Lorenz quotes in favor of his hypothesis and another experiment which clearly shows that the critical point was not an innate aggressiveness of the rat but certain conditions that were responsible for greater or lesser aggressiveness. According to Lorenz, Steniger put brown rats from different localities into a large enclosure which provided them with completely natural living conditions. At first the individual animals seemed afraid of each other, they were not in an aggressive mood, but bit each other if they met by chance, particularly if two were driven towards each other along one side of the enclosure, so that they collided at speed. Steniger's rats soon began to attack one another and fought until all but one pair were killed. The descendants of that pair formed a clan, which subsequently slaughtered every strange rat introduced into the habitat. During the same years that this study was being conducted, John B. Calhoun in Baltimore was also investigating the behavior of rats. There were 15 rats in F. Steniger's original population, 14 in Calhoun's, also strangers to one another. But Calhoun's enclosure was 16 times larger than Steniger's and more favorable in other ways. Harborages were provided for rats pursued by hostile associates. Such refuges would probably exist in the wild, and all Calhoun's rats were identified by markings. For 27 months, from a tower in the center of the large area, the movements of all the individual rats were recorded. After a few fights while getting acquainted, they separated into two clans, neither of which tried to eliminate the other. There was a good deal of crossing back and forth unchallenged so often by some individuals that they were dubbed messengers. Schrir, 1968. In contrast to the vertebrates and lower invertebrates, as J. P. Scott, one of the most outstanding students of animal aggression, has pointed out, aggression is very common among the arthropods, as the fierce fighting of lobsters indicates, and among social insects like wasps and certain spiders, in which the female attacks the male and eats him. A great deal of aggression can also be found among fish and reptiles. He writes, the comparative physiology of fighting behavior in animals yields the extremely important conclusion that the primary stimulation for fighting behavior is external, that is, there is no spontaneous internal stimulation which makes it necessary to an individual to fight irrespective of the outside environment. The physiological and emotional factors involved in the agonistic behavioral system are thus quite different from those involved in sexual and ingestive behavior. And further on, Scott states, under natural conditions hostility and aggression in the sense of destructive and maladaptive agonistic behavior are hard to find in animal societies. Addressing himself to the specific problem of the spontaneous internal stimulation which Lawrence postulates, Scott writes, all of our present data indicate that fighting behavior among the higher mammals, including man, originates in external stimulation and that there is no evidence of spontaneous internal stimulation. Has man an inhibition against killing? One of the most important points in the chain of Lawrence's explanations for human aggression is the hypothesis that man, in contrast to predatory animals, has not developed instinctive inhibitions against killing conspecifics. He explains this point by the assumption that man, like all non-predatory animals, has no dangerous natural weapons like claws, etc., and hence does not need such inhibitions. It is only because he has weapons that his lack of instinctive inhibitions becomes so dangerous. But is it really true that man has no inhibitions against killing? Man's historical record is so frequently characterized by killing that at first it would seem unlikely that he has any inhibitions. However, this answer becomes questionable if we reformulate our question to read, has man any inhibitions against killing living beings, humans, and animals with whom he identifies to a greater or lesser degree, i.e., who are not complete strangers to him and to whom he is related by affective bonds? There is some evidence that such inhibitions might exist and that a sense of guilt may follow the act of killing. That the element of familiarity and empathy plays a role in the generation of inhibitions against killing animals can easily be detected from reactions to be observed in everyday life. Many people show a definite aversion to killing and eating an animal with which they are familiar or one they have kept as a pet, like a rabbit or a goat. There are a large number of people who would not kill such an animal and to whom the idea of eating it is plainly repulsive. The same people usually have no hesitation in eating a similar animal where this element of empathy is lacking. But there is not only an inhibition against killing with regard to animals that are individually known, but also inasmuch as a sense of identity is felt with the animal as another living being. This seems to be indicated in our language. We use different words for flesh. If the animal is alive, we speak of its flesh. If the flesh is to be eaten, we call it meat. Quite clearly this differentiation is meant to remove the association between the animal one eats and the living animal. We even give different names to some animals depending on whether they are alive or to be eaten as food. When we speak of the live animal, we speak of cows and bulls. When we eat them, we talk about beef. Pigs to be eaten we call pork, deer we call venison, calf we call veal. While this is not true for all animals, these examples suffice to show the tendency to separate in our minds the categories of living animals from those we eat. 15 All these data would indicate that there might be a conscious or unconscious feeling of guilt related to the destruction of life, especially when there is a certain empathy. This sense of closeness to the animal and need to reconcile oneself to killing it is quite dramatically manifested in the rituals of the bear cult of Paleolithic hunters. J. Maringer, 1952. The sense of identity with all living beings that share with man the quality of life has been made explicit as an important moral tenet in Indian thinking and has led to the prohibition against killing any animal in Hinduism. It is not unlikely that inhibitions against killing also exist with regard to other humans, provided there is a sense of identity and empathy. We have to begin with the consideration that for primitive man the stranger, the person who does not belong to the same group, is often not felt as a fellow man, but as something with which one does not identify. There is generally greater reluctance to kill a member of the same group, and the most severe punishment for misdeeds in primitive society often was ostracism, rather than death. This is still apparent in the punishment of Cain in the Bible. But we are not restricted to these examples of primitive society. In a highly civilized culture like the Greek, the slaves were experienced as not being entirely human. We find the same phenomenon in modern society. All governments try, in the case of war, to awaken among their own people the feeling that the enemy is not human. One does not call him by his proper name, but by a different one, as in the First World War when the Germans were called Huns by the British or Boches by the French. This destruction of the humanness of the enemy came to its peak with enemies of a different color. The war in Vietnam provided enough examples to indicate that many American soldiers had little sense of empathy with their Vietnamese opponents, calling them gooks. Even the word killing is eliminated by using the word wasting. Lieutenant Kelly, accused and convicted for murdering a number of Vietnamese civilians, men, women, and children, in My Lai, used as an argument for his defense the consideration that he was not taught to look at the soldiers of the NLF, Viet Cong, as human beings but only as the enemy. Whether that is sufficient defense or not is not the question here. It is certainly a strong argument, because it is true and puts into words the underlying attitude toward the Vietnamese peasants. Hitler did the same by calling political enemies he wanted to destroy Untermenschen, subhumans. It seems almost a rule, when one wants to make it easier for one's own side to destroy living beings of the other, to indoctrinate one's own soldiers with a feeling that those to be slaughtered are non-persons. Another way of making the other a non-person is cutting all affective bonds with him. This occurs as a permanent state of mind in certain severe pathological cases, but it can also occur transitorily in one who is not sick. It does not make any difference whether the object of one's aggression is a stranger or a close relative or a friend. What happens is that the aggressor cuts the other person off emotionally and freezes him. The other ceases to be experienced as human and becomes a thing over there. Under these circumstances there are no inhibitions against even the most severe forms of destructiveness. There is good clinical evidence for the assumption that destructive aggression occurs, at least to a large degree, in conjunction with momentary or chronic emotional withdrawal. Whenever another being is not experienced as human, the act of destructiveness and cruelty assumes a different quality. A simple example will show this. If a Hindu or a Buddhist, for instance, provided he has a genuine and deep feeling of empathy with all living beings, were to see the average modern person kill a fly without the slightest hesitation, he might judge this act as an expression of considerable callousness and destructiveness, but he would be wrong in this judgment. The point is that for many people the fly is simply not experienced as a sentient being and hence is treated as any disturbing thing would be. It is not that such people are especially cruel, even though their experience of living beings is restricted.